He's always pretty hard to replace, Smithy. Not only his batting, he's him around the group and he's catching as well in the field. But Josh Inglis is coming off a great Sri Lankan series earlier on in the year, so we think he's well suited.
Okay, go well. Thank you for your time. Let's get Roston in here. Roston, happy to bowl first?
Yeah, I mean, we would have batted first as well, but we have to do what we have to do up front, so it's okay.
How are you coping with all these significant moments? Of course, your first test as captain of the West Indies and your 50th test match, and again, getting the chance to play in front of your home crowd.
Yeah, I think playing at home is a good feeling, so I think that's calming me a bit. So, yeah, I just want to have a good performance at home. I have a good set of memories here at Kensington Oval, so I'm looking to add a new one.
And your expectations for this 3-match series, and in particular, your message to your 11 for today's test?
Yeah, well, obviously, coming into any series, you're looking for a victory. So hopefully we can come out and play some good cricket over the 3 matches and come out victorious to start the Test Championship on a good note. And I just want my guys to play with passion, play with heart, and give the best effort. That's all I can ask.
I understand there's a debutant in your 11. Give us a little bit about your team for today.
Yeah, Brandon King, he's making his debut today. I mean, he's usually in the white ball setup, but this is his chance to play in the red ball. He has a good first-class record, so I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes in the Test arena. And our 11, yeah, Brandon, John Campbell, Craig Brathwaite, Casey Carty, Brandon King, myself, Shea Hope, Justin Graves, Warwick Khan, Jaden Seals, Azari Joseph, and the next Joseph.
Hard sign from way back in my kids' cards. I brought them along. I found them cleaning out the house just recently, so I've got a texter. I might be a bit of a fanboy of the famous West Indians.
You should absolutely do that. We will capture that and put it on all the SEN feeds. That's the other thing to note. All of our clips from the commentary box you'll get on SEN_cricket throughout the course of the week. Okay, now the Australian team at the other end of the ground are now arm in arm. We can't be far away from the national anthems. And with play set to start in 7 minutes from now. That reconfigured Australian team, number 6 Sam Constas, be opening the batting alongside Usman Khawaja, who's to his left wearing number 1 as ever. As we just wait for it to come through here. Advance Australia fan. So that was the national anthem of Barbados, in plenty and in time of need. And now it'll be Advance Australia fan. Australian national anthem belted out by both the players and the tour groups around Kensington Oval. Now the anthem of West Indian cricket, rally round the West Indies. Stuff. Rally around the West Indies as the players start to depart the field in Australia's case and make their way to their positions for the West Indies, who will be fielding first on a blameless day here in Bridgetown. There is rain forecast throughout the week. However, it's not going to be early in the day, is what we were told yesterday. So hopefully we get all the cricket in. And a gorgeous day for batting here at a ground where Australia have played 11 times before. Some brilliant test matches. 1999 here with Brian Lara on the final day. One of the finest test innings ever played. The Windies at 3 for 27 on that fourth evening before Lara made his majestic 153. That stands out for me. But cricket in Barbados, it's such a special hotspot. Over 100 test cricketers are from this small island nation. That's why there are so many greats of the game who are on the various grandstands, the Joel Garner and the Malcolm Marshall end as well, that great era of West Indian fast bowling. And about to see two quicks with the last name Joseph in all probability open up here. Alzari Joseph, who's been the standard bearer for the last 4 or 5 years, and Shamar Joseph, who was a breathtaking addition to the Windies side last time they played against Australia.
He was indeed, but hasn't really retained that level of form, I suppose, if you like, for some time. He's been out injured. Last test in November last year, so a welcome return. And, well, I think cricket is stronger when the West Indies are great as well. So hopefully there's a really good showing in this first session by the West Indies. And Royston Chase, his wish for them to play with passion is certainly held and give their absolute best. So we're going to find out in the next 2 hours how that plan works. And for Sam Constance, well, he gets an opportunity here as he strolls out with the veteran a long, long way behind him. Of course, Constance charges his way out like he's John Cena going out to the wrestling, and Usman just sort of eases his way out, dragging the bat along, and stark contrast, the two of them. Yeah, we saw that on Boxing Day, didn't we, when he sprinted out to the middle of the MCG, and we all know what happened next on that day. However, a completely different vibe about what is required of Constance here. 3 test matches in the Caribbean. He's been backed in by the captain. He'll play in all of these, and they want him ready to roll for that first test in Perth against England. So it's all part of that bigger picture. So he was a disruptor on Boxing Day, but now as a 19-year-old, they want him to be a rock they can build around. And that's reassuring for him as well, to know that there are 3 tests. He's not playing for his life every time he walks out there. And it's been the Andrew McDonald way, really, is to back his players and give them that level of comfort, not to play on the edge of tension and doubt and wonder if that's their last innings. It certainly gives them a clear picture of what lies ahead. And it's a whole month in the Caribbean for Sam Constance at the top of the order. Potentially 6 innings, depending on how many times Australia do get the opportunity to bat. So it's going to be Jaden Seals to open the test match from our Malcolm Marshall end away from us.
Constance has 3 slips behind him. Seals an excellent test record, averaging 22 with the ball.
We're going to need some heavy bails, please.
You can hear Richard Kettleborough there. Straight into the start, Mike. We need heavy bails as soon as possible down his little walkie-talkie. Players called by umpire Kettleborough. We're away in the Frank Worrell Trophy of 2025. Seals in the Constance. Bowls here. Constance off his hip. Upish round the corner for 1. So very much a loosener there. Help down to fine leg. Constance off the mark. First ball, none for 1. So Jaden Seals against Australia. A couple of test matches which have been unsuccessful back in the summer of 22-23. 1 wicket in 2 tests. So he was one of the West Indian bowlers who played a couple of years ago. They've been to Australia in 2 of the last 3 summers at home. Usman Khawaja marking his guard. Must be a lovely feeling. A brand new test strip and getting to get the boot stuck in straight away as an opening bat.
There's a bit of pressure on that, because if you muck it up early, the rest of the game gets affected.
So Seals will go around the wicket immediately, away from us into Khawaja. Missed out twice at Lord's. Bowls here. Khawaja leaves a swinging delivery. It's taken by Shohope, moving way to his right. That's Seals' great weapon. He's been playing county cricket for Sussex and hooping the ball around it. A vastly improved performer.
Yeah, so that ball swinging into the left-hander. It started really wide. And then it took the breeze. It's coming from Khawaja's cover. Or long off or mid off. Down to fine leg. So with the breeze, swinging in. Long way from the off stump, though.
Chase, the captain, standing next to Hope at first slip. Seals, third ball of the test match. In swinging delivery, wide of the crease. Angled in, full and pushed out to cover, no run. So this is exactly what Khawaja can expect early on, trying to make the most of that natural swing that he gets back towards the left-hander.
And that was on target. Late movement in. Khawaja got a good side of the ball before. A good indicator of what's going on. A fuller delivery. Tried to knock him over with the full delivery. We know that Khawaja early in his innings sometimes struggles to get those feet moving. Plays from the crease. Can often square up a little bit as well. 3 slips and a fine gully. Ready to take that outside edge as well.
Seals up, bowls. Khawaja whips behind square. One man was round the corner there for perhaps a glove, but he beat him. Gets a single. Both men off the mark. None for 2. Khawaja, of course, a career best 232 at Gaul, a test that you and I were doing together back in, what was the end of January when it started. Got runs, got starts in both innings of the second test, but missed out at Lord's. Norton 6, caught behind the wicket when Rabada was on a roll.
Yeah. Gee, that was a good innings in Gaul, that test match. Just settled his way in. Australia could have been in a lot of difficulty, of course, had Sri Lanka taken those catches early and the chances they created, but he made them pay enormously.
Seals back over the wicket to Constance. Bowls here. Leg stump line, catches the call. It doesn't quite reach mid-wicket, or wideish mid-on. That's where Zari Joseph's fielding, but the 2 balls that Constance has faced have both been aerial on the onside. No run.
There's a fuller delivery. The swing going away from the right-hander, and a bit of a leading edge. Leading edge-ish. Playing outside the line of his pads. That ball was heading down leg, but some late movement, so that mid-on has moved up a little bit. And interestingly, it's a very forward square leg.
Yeah, so
more mid-wicket.
More almost a catching man. Seals bowls here. Constance squared up. Soft enough hands to place it out to cover. That'll complete the first over of the test match. Australia none for 2. Constance and Khawaja both getting singles. Our coverage is for Henley Holmes. That's all on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. If you're in Australia, Bryce, and you want to sync up with us on the SEN app with the telly, so that's coverage on ESPN in Australia. The word on the street back in Melbourne, it's 33 seconds. So you can toggle on the app to get to 33 seconds, and then you'll be aligned with our SEN commentary. Live and free here at the famous Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados. Of interest here, it's not going to be our Zari Joseph taking the new ball from the Joel Garner end, away from the Worrell Weeks and Walcott stand. It'll be Shamar Joseph, who was the man of the hour at the Gabba last February on a monumental day for Test cricket, with the Windies rolling Australia, and then later on the same day, England beating India in a huge come-from-behind triumph at Hyderabad.
Well, no need to hold him back. Lead with a trump card, and they're doing so.
So Roston Chase, Justin Greaves, John Campbell and Brandon King are the 4 men in the cordon. Around the wicket, Shamar Joseph. What a presence he was the last time they played. Delivers to Khawaja, who leaves alone a ball that is back of a length and swings into the gloves in front of first slip from round the wicket.
Yeah, the early movement away from the left-hander, and that's in line with how the wind is blowing across the ground. The call was for heavy bails, so it's quite a substantial breeze.
Yeah. So Shamar Joseph got his start at Adelaide. Played some test matches in England a couple of years ago. Hasn't played since November 24, though. A lot of time injured. Bowls round the wicket to Khawaja. Short down the leg side. Khawaja gets out the way of it. No concerns there.
That was nippy enough too.
Yep.
Pushing up towards the 140, I would suggest.
So umpire Nitin Menon officiating at the Ghana end. Upstairs is Adrian Holdstock and the match referee Javigal Srinath, who was doing the same job at Lords a couple of weeks ago. So looking for genuine pace with the new Duke's ball. Shamar Joseph operating round the wicket to Khawaja. Bowls here. Khawaja leaves alone in the channel, which has been a challenge for Khawaja in that fourth, fifth stump line of late. He's been getting caught behind the wicket a lot from, you would say, the best fast bowlers going around in Bumrah and last week KG Rabada.
Certainly with the extra pace.
Yeah.
That's where he has found a challenge. Now, who didn't find a challenge with Bumrah, let's be honest. High pace, high skill, movement, lengths, all those challenges.
Shamar Joseph, lovely languid approach to the crease. Bowls here. Khawaja defends under his eye. Knows the call.
Nicely played. Waited for the ball to come on.
So I mentioned it's the Duke's ball here in the Caribbean, but it's not the same type of Duke's ball they use in England.
Okay, tell me about that.
My experience with them is the seam is wider, marginally, so it's less protruded up the top. And there was a front foot no ball called retrospectively by Adrian Holdstock upstairs, so none for 3. Seeing it here back on our replay screen, the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, comfortably over, and it's a brighter red, so it's not the dark plummy Duke's red. It looks more like a kookaburra. How will it perform here this morning? Swinging a bit early on. Shamar Joseph bowls here. Khawaja, shoulder of the bat over the cordon. Ever so close to trouble for Khawaja again against high pace. He returns for a second, but that ballooned over second and third slips heads. A couple for Khawaja, and it really took off from the surface, Bryce McGain.
Oh, that's a seed. That's taken the shoulder of the bat.
Oof.
Yeah, he ripped his bottom hand off. It's taken his thumb as well, I'd imagine.
Yow.
And you can picture Khawaja just on the crease. He didn't go back in the crease to a back of a length delivery, just from the crease, squared up, and it really spat at him. Good bowling.
Here we go. Shamar Joseph in the groove right away. Up to Khawaja, bowls here. Khawaja goes back, rides the bounce, pushing in front of square for 1. Well negotiated. He's 4. Moves Australia to none for 6. 1 left in the second over. That was a beauty. So umpire Kettleborough walking across to the other side of the ground at square leg in his 92nd test match. The music's come on, but they haven't clocked that it's a front foot no ball earlier in the over. So Constance will get 1 look here at Shamar Joseph, or maybe it's Joseph getting 1 crack at the 19-year-old opener.
Yeah.
Someone tell the cricket ground DJ there's a ball to go here.
Yeah. He's good on the decks, not on the ball counting.
So Joseph will go over the wicket to Constance. 3 slips in the gully remain. Wide of the crease, bowls here. Down the leg side, catches the call, but gets it fine. Wide of the keeper, but still down to fine leg for a single. Maybe a leg by. Wait for the signal here. Given his run. So none for 7, Constance 2, Khawaja 4. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Adam Collins and Bryce McGain with you. A privilege to be at Kensington Oval.
Indeed.
Watching Jaden Seals run away from us to Sam Constas, leg stump line. Swings a wee bit, but hasn't quite gotten it right to Constas yet. He's swinging it, but from not that middle and off stump line that could prove problematic.
Yeah, just straightening down the line. Started leg stump and straightening. But good to see there's some movement here. Are the balls you were mentioning before, the Dukes balls, are they manufactured locally or are they done in England and brought across?
That's a great question, because they make a big point in England of every test ball being hand-stitched there in England.
Yeah.
With this magic potion that is lacquered on top of them.
Right.
Which goes back to, well, depends how far you want to take it back, decades. Jaden Seals approaches and bowls, and that's the one that swings away from Constas from the 4th stump line. So nearly there, but it did swing prodigiously. That's a good sign for the West Indian quick early on.
Paces up as well, and good carry.
It's the 56th Test match at Kensington Oval. Australia in their 12th. They've played here since 1955. They've won 4, lost 4, drawn 3. And the Windies here, good record. They've won 25, lost 12, drawn 18. One of the truly great grounds here. Bit of cloud cover now for Seals to work with. Bowls here to Constas, leaves alone. Again, though, from about the 5th stump line, so yet to really put him under the pump with balls that may or may not hit the stumps.
Certainly just finding his groove now. Got that line. There's a few options available to him to continue just working away there. It's been a consistent swinging ball away from the right-hander now. He can also go a step wider and get that swinging down the line of the stumps, so that if it beats the outside edge, well, the stumps are in play as well. So there's a few options available as he gets into his work now in his 2nd over.
Seals bowls to Constas, identical delivery, left alone. So pretty length, looks good, but not really troubling the 19-year-old. Mentioned this ground. The last time Australia played here was 2012, a Test match. It was high scoring early on, then it sped up towards the end. Australia won by 3 wickets, chasing 192. Earlier in the match, a century for Shivnarine Chanderpaul. And then for Australia, top scoring there was Michael Clark. The captain was 73. Then Ryan Harris down the list, I remember that. 68 not out. A long partnership with Nathan Lyon, who's still here. He made 40 not out, his 2nd highest Test score. And Australia chasing 192, a half century for Shane Watson. That was Ryan Harris and Ben Hilfenhaus who got them just over the line in the first Test of that series.
That'd be a nervy finish.
Yeah,
for Hilf. And
my recollection was they were playing in the dark at the end. It was one of those Test matches where they decided to try and finish it.
Well, that's one thing we noticed yesterday. The sun went down rapidly.
Yeah, big time.
Got to about 5:30 and it was lights out.
2 left in the over. Seals bowls here. Constas thinks about it. It was fuller, still wider, and at the last moment he pulled out of what it would have been a look through the covers.
Yeah, big gap in the covers, enticing. But left alone. Good choice, because the speed is up here. They're pushing 140 from both ends. Seals finding his radar, swinging the ball. That's his main weapon. But he's found his groove here. Constance with his centre mark. He's ready to face.
In again, Seals. Pushing forward is Constas from the off-stump line. Off the front foot, gets 1 to cover. Nicely played to finish. He'll retain the strike. Constas 3, Kawaja 4. It's done for 8. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. SEN Test Cricket for Australia, made by local. Great to have their support here at Kensington Oval. As Barrett Sundaresan jumps in with me and Bryce McGain. G'day, Baz. Oh, sorry. Well, let's turn you on. Let's have another go.
There you go. Morning, gents. This has been a good start from the West Indies.
Shamar Joseph pacing his first over. Into Constas. Over the wicket. Constas beaten with a beauty. That's the line and length. Hits the gloves of Hope Hart as well.
And this is the Shamar Joseph that Australian viewers and listeners will recognize from, 14, 15 months ago at the Adelaide Oval, where he got rid of Steve Smith with his first ball in Test cricket. And then his heroics at the Gabba. He's always at the batter. He's always targeting that off stump. He's quick. He's skiddy. He just gets enough shape away from the right-hander. Not the easiest fast bowler to face.
No, and he's got the ability to take it away from the left-hander as well, Bharat. So his pace is up. His rhythm looks good.
Bowls here, slinging action. Constas, middle stump line, knows the call, defending to mid-wickets.
He's hurried on that too. Like, there is some really good pace at a bail height length, and that's, for an opening bat, that's the worst kind of situation you want to be facing.
Just saw on the screen, it was 141 clicks. So that's genuine pace.
Oh, yeah.
That's a yard quicker than Seals and Alzari. Although Alzari can get up in the 140s, often operates in the low 130s.
He's probably heading into the wind a bit as well.
Yeah.
Just the breeze will be coming from probably third man down to mid-on.
Joseph passes umpire Maiden and he bowls to Constas, who goes back in defence from the off-stump line out to cover, no single.
So maybe just a short spell, Bharat, and then swing him around in behind Seals for this foray right at the start.
I do wonder if it has anything to do with Australia that they've given the new ball to Shamar, because we've been so used to seeing Alzari take the new ball. But ideally it would have been Seals and Roach if the veteran was still playing. So
what's the story there, Bharat? I mean, I covered Roach's career pretty closely, and I just took it as read. So did he. I interviewed him a couple of months ago. Joseph in bowls here to Constas over the wicket. Shout for a leap before. Umpire Maiden says no. But Roston Chase at first slip loved it. Now, Shamar Joseph points to the captain and talks about the height. They come in for a consultation where there are 6 men giving an opinion. That's not always ideal with a DRS.
Well, they're all coming.
5 seconds to go, and they will go upstairs. DRS for IMAR. For Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13 IMAR. An early review. So Constas caught on the crease. It looks straight enough, but the height will be of interest. We're behind the action here at the Malcolm Marshall end. We'll wait for the first replay, boys.
A nasty length at pace. We said the balls before, and he's gone straight back to it. From the bowler's perspective, he thinks high behind the wicket. They think this is on.
First replay, Bryce, talk us through it.
It's a full delivery. It's darted back in, and this has been the challenge. It's got above the pad on the back leg.
Yeah. It's high enough, I think, to maybe umpires call it, or
So it's hit him on the above the knee roll. His back leg was bent like Bo Webster's was a couple of times at Lord's last week. So
hit him on his thigh. And Constas is confident. He's even asked for a drink and a change of gloves. So maybe that has to do with.
There's no bat. So missed it by a long way. As
umpire Adrian Holstock goes through the technology, we're seeing no inside edge. He's actually hit him on the front pad first. So it is back leg eventually, but it'll be measured by the front pad that it clips on the way through, and that is knee roll. That is close. It was a bit deceptive where it hit him on the back leg. So on the front pad, that looks a better shout than it did in our first replay, Baz.
This is the one that South Africa did not review against Bo Webster.
Here we go. So 2 reads to start. Hit in line with middle, and it is hitting. Sam Constas. That will be overturned on review. Shamar Joseph, outstanding at the Gabba. First blood in this test match. Constas trapped for 3. Australia 1 for 8.
Welcome back, Shamar Joseph. We missed you. And it's been a delivery that has bothered Sam Constas in Shield cricket, that full one targeting his pad. He's been bowled quite a few times. He's been an LBW candidate. And you could see throughout this over, he's being rushed by Shamar Joseph by that slightly shorter length as well. But this one was the perfect length, and it went past his inside edge. And, well, we were all excited about Sam Constas, but it's that other young superstar, or emerging superstar anyway in international cricket, who struck first.
Gosh, how they needed that, Bryce. Having started well with the ball, an early breakthrough does them a world of good for their confidence.
It does indeed, and the bowlers have done exactly what they've been asked of. At the toss, Royce and Chase said, well, I just want them to play with passion. I want them to give their absolute best, and they've delivered straight up, not even to the end of the 4th over, and most deliveries have been a challenge.
And a good sign, obviously, that was hitting the stumps on projection, the top of leg stump. It feels like Joseph is keeping the stumps in play early on. He's keeping it full. He's asking good questions. As Cam Green, who missed out twice at Lord's last week, a double failure, didn't get through either over he faced from KG Rabada. He's got 2 balls to negotiate from Shamar Joseph. 3 slips to the gully. Cam Green, Australia's new number 3, backed in by Pat Cummins to do the job in the Caribbean. And Joseph pulls out of his approach near the gather. He'll go again.
Yeah, this number 3, it felt like an experiment at Lord's, but they've been told that Cam Green is going to be number 3 for a while. Hasn't been easy already for Cam. He's walked in now all 3 occasions with a charged up fast bowler, fresh from an early wicket.
So over the wicket, Cam Green's first ball. Here he is, Shamar Joseph delivers and he plays away from his body. A ball that comes off the inside part of the bat, out to cover. Clunky, messy, no footwork to speak of.
Nervy as well.
Jittery.
Nervy.
No, he's jittery. That was an involuntary push of the hands at the ball. It would have been short and wide, and every right to let it go. It's a real push of the hands.
He's going to have to settle here. You can see him sort of jumping from one foot to the next. He didn't get out of either first over he faced in London.
That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to get the feet moving and trigger all the right movements.
So Joseph bowling under cloud cover now at Barbados. Close to the stumps, bowls here. Green, catch, dropped in the gully. Oh dear. In and out. It should be a second ball duck. They can't believe it. It's King on debut. His first moment in Test cricket is a dropped catch. It should have been 2 in the over. It's 1 for 8 instead. Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
They're the tradies, mate. That's Simon.
It's all happening at the Kensington Oval. Should have been 2 in the over for Shamar Joseph. Green put down on naught. Kawaja facing Seals. Into the crease, bowls here away from us. Hits him on the pad, leaving a low but going over the stumps. Both ends here for the Windies. They are on this morning. And that Green shot to be dropped in the gully, it was a mare playing away from his body again. Straight into the hands of King. If anything, he had too much time to wait for it. His first touch in Test cricket. It's a terrible dropped catch.
The awkward one, it was that sort of chest height, and he's gone with fingers up. But it wasn't chest height, it was more belly button, waist height. He tried to lower his legs. He just got caught up with the hands up or hands down.
So in comes Seals, bowls to Kawaja, swinging from outside the off stump. He leaves alone, but it's done plenty again. How about the shot from Green?
Oh, it was...
He snaffles that, and that is... Well, it'll be a clip that goes around the world anyway, but he's out second ball that way with body and bat not in the same postcode. That is nerves from all involved, apart from Shamar Joseph, who's on fire.
This is the Shamar Joseph we saw last year. If you haven't seen him at all, I think he just waits for Australia.
Good
Something about
captaincy
Australia.
too, just to let him go. Let the reins go. You're our man.
Seals up to Kawaja. He's on 4 bowls here, makes him play, leg stump line, around the corner, cut off by backward square leg, no run. Warwickane, the vice-captain, fielding in that position.
And just on Cam Green, he's not... Bryce, he's not left the nets, and I'm not kidding. So they've had 3 training sessions since coming here in Barbados. Windward Cricket Club, they were there for 3 hours. He batted for almost an hour, went away, did something else, came back and batted for an hour. He did that again 2 days ago here. Yesterday he was there for the optional session, started from start to finish. So he's desperate almost to just get that innings going, get his batting right.
So Seals, 3 dots so far. Bowls here to Kawaja, hits him on the pad, but it's sliding down leg. That swing is considerable.
Yeah, it is. You have to think about a field change. The ball is moving so much to that leg, so that's what's happening. The third slipper's coming out. I think the whole slips caught and looked at each other and went, we need another person over there. And 2 catches, a forward square leg going back. There's a leg gully. Khawaja got off the marking, flicking a ball down in that region. So it's a forward square. Importantly, he does need to stay in front of square with the leg gully and fine leg in play. So it's a bit of a trap for this big in-swinging deliveries by Seals.
Playing his role, Seals round the wicket to Khawaja, straight drive, cut off in his follow-through. Did well getting his left hand down. 138 kilometres an hour, which is right at the peak of the pace that Seals bowls at. He's been bowling beautifully in county cricket, which, you know, it's not everything. It's the level below, but he's been committed to red ball fair, and he's in this test series ready to roll.
And to answer your question from the previous over, I think that's why Kemar Roach is not here anymore, Adam. So they've seen him as the successor, someone who will take over and lead with the new ball.
So Seals to finish. Bowls here, Khawaja drives through the covers for 4. Or at least it should go. It slows up nearing the rope. That's a sign of things to come. Slow outfield. He gets a couple, Khawaja. But that helps him building confidence. 1 for 10 at the end of the over. Khawaja 6 green yet to score on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by a local. Got a message in here saying that we've got people here listening on SEN stadiums. They synced up to us in the ground, which is terrific. So if you're part of the tour groups, you can listen to every ball here on SEN Test cricket throughout the course of the next 3 weeks.
Richard Kettleborough just getting some running repairs. I think something to do with his earpiece. Big moment for Richard Kettleborough, Adam. Today he draws level with David Shepherd, 92 test matches, so that's the most for an English umpire. And I bumped into him the other day on the beach, and he's very excited because next week in Grenada he goes past David Shepherd and becomes the most capped English test umpire.
Love that. It's one of those quirks with umpires where, you know, when you get onto that ICC elite panel, you spend your whole life on the road. Kettleborough's one of those. And when he comes home at the start of the season, he does back-to-back county games. We see him every week at the Oval. Shamar Joseph, 3 slips the gully. Ooh. He was on fire in the previous set. Cam Green drops second ball. He's waiting for him. Looks up now and sees Joseph in full flight. Arrives and bowls, and he's forward defending. Much, much, much better.
Just going back to that previous over, Adam, just imagine if Brandon King had taken the catch that he should have. There are, 3 or 4 journalist friends downstairs on deadline trying to get it into the as late as possible, at least on the website. That would have been the story. This new look top order for Australia was exposed at Lord's, almost exposed here.
Shamar Joseph approaches and bowls, and Green leaves alone a ball that's wide of the off stump, well wide of the off stump.
Still some movement there.
Yeah, tempter.
Was why not try again? Left alone, Green looks to be settling down a little bit. He was like literally a cat on a hot tin where he was jumping around and trying to get his feet moving.
Can they get rid of that mid-wicket and chuck him in the cordon, Bryce? Given the way Shamar's bowling so far, he's got 3 in a gully right now.
No doubt they could.
So Joseph from the Garner end bowls to Green in the channel again outside the line of the off stump. He shoulders arms.
I think the only reason he is there is Cam Green in his career has fallen to the pull shot. Like, he can be rushed by the short ball. Maybe a surprise short ball because he does go for it.
Yep.
It looks more like a catching position to me for that than anything else.
He's quite tight there, isn't he, in that forward square leg, mid-wicket position. It's only about 5 wicket widths away. So it is a little tighter catching area.
Really thumping the bat into the turf before racing it and waiting. Joseph bowls and Green beat outside the off stump, brought him forward, decked away. Super stuff from the young quick.
And the follow through too.
Yeah.
he is feeling it.
He's loving it, and he was the first man who walked up to Brandon King. He was disappointed, obviously, in the moment when the catch went down, but you could see he took his cap from the umpire and waited for King to just give him a pat on the back, and that is an absolute corker of a delivery.
Yeah.
How do you play against that?
Well, it's the length. He's gone forward to defend it. He has to play it. It's at the off stump, and it just seemed away. You can't do much about it.
So the man we were talking about who was at forward square leg is dropping back. So a second man back. He's going to go deep backwards square. So telegraphing his punch out in front of the Greenwich Haynes stands that fielder. Jamal Warricane, the vice captain. Joseph, 2 left in the over. To Green here. It's wide of the off stump and it's full and left alone. So is this the bluff or is this for real? Are we seeing a bounce at the finish?
Well, we are in the West Indies. We get to see a proper bouncer. So we're into the 6th over now.
And this ground over the years, some of the most fearsome spells ever bowled here at Barbados with that. I always explain this poorly, but the island is built on coral. Harder pitches, and it's encouraged so many great fast bowlers to do their thing over the years.
The statue of Wes Hall out in the front there. That classic action is well captured.
Joseph finishes closest to the stumps. Green digs out a full ball, pushes out towards cover point, gets one, retains the strike, gets off the mark just as importantly. Kawaja down the other end on 6. It's 1 for 11. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Adam White coming in for me.
Australia 1 for 11. Constas the man out early. Green very nearly the other man out early. Seals to continue. Runs away from us. Bowls to Green, who's pushing into the onside to square leg, and there's no run.
Yeah, Cam Green just wants to get this innings going. Whitey, good morning to you. How exciting is this? This is...
It's very good.
It's not quite paced like fire. There's no chin music yet, but this is high-quality West Indies new ball bowling. Shamar Joseph just bowling like a dream, but Jaden Seals has done a good job, and I think he'll back himself against Cam Green, who's reaching out at deliveries outside off stump. He's got the beautiful outswinger going this morning, Seals.
That's been the thing. It's how much the ball's moved in the air. Green to face Seals again. 3 slips and a gully. He bowls, and Green is forward defending. When I say forward, he was sort of 3/4 forward, cautiously pushing way up to mid-off.
A little shorter than what he would, or where he would have wanted to be with that delivery, Seals. But yeah, it's been all excitement, all fun. Obviously, what, 80-20, I would say, when you look around the ground. Australian fans, so many touring groups. I see Jason Gillespie and his army to the left of the Joel Garner, and with their funky clothes. Well, I should be the one talking.
Exactly. There's so many bright colours, different shirts all in the stands. The Seals again runs away from us. Full ball driven firmly by Green up to mid-on, but well fielded. And there's no chance of a run. It's the best shot Green's played so far. And this is Green's great challenge, I think, to make it, not only as a top order player, but just as a test cricketer, is actually battling his nerves, because he takes 30-40 balls to feel comfortable. It doesn't matter whether he's playing for his country or for his state. It's the same issue. It's just and it doesn't matter what position he's batting in the order either.
Yeah, it's just inherent nerves. And you forget we get swept away in how young Sam Constas is. Cam Green is still pretty young.
Seals again past the umpire bowls. Green leaves. A little bit more conviction in that leave outside off stump.
And like Constas, he's grown up on the job, hasn't he, Cam Green? When he made his debut, he was just 20 years old in 2020 during that famous COVID summer when India came over. But he's literally grown up before our eyes. But you're right, he just... And I mentioned earlier to Bryce about how long he's been batting in the nets. It almost feels like, because he is batting really well. He knows he's batting really well. He just hasn't been able to get through that early phase. Should not have gotten through that early phase again, if not for Brandon King dropping a sitter.
Still 3 slips in a gully. Green this time gets a ball that comes back at him. He plays it well. He's such a tall man. He came forward and defended the ball. It hit the inner portion of the bat. He was trying to push up to mid-off and it went into the onside. But you can see that as we look at the replay, Barat, that ball seaming back in, similar to the Constas ball. Most balls are shaping away. That one seaming back off from the right-handed bowler, right-arm bowler.
Yeah, just again wasn't full enough, was it? He's not the skiddiest. He's not as skiddy as Shamar at the other end. So Green, even though the top hand came off, was able to keep it off.
Last ball of the over. Seals bowl could shape away again, and Green much more confidently leaving outside the off stump. So a challenging over, a maiden there from Seals after 7 overs. Australia 1 for 11. It is SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. As Shamar Joseph continues again, bowls to Khawaja, who pushes away on the offside in defence.
There's one thing we saw about Shamar in those 2 tests he played in Australia. He can just bowl and bowl and bowl.
Yeah.
Obviously, he did it famously with a broken toe on the final day, on painkillers or whatever pills he was given by the team doctor. As he famously
magic
said,
pills.
The magic pills. But he's always at the batters, but he's also just running in ball after ball after ball. The intensity doesn't drop at all.
He's at the top of his run again. At the Joel Garner end, bowling around the wicket to Khawaja on the runway. He bowls and Khawaja leaves. The ball that comes back at him, far enough outside the off stump. And Shea Hope sort of took that sort of ankle high. There wasn't a lot of carry through, but the ball still went through at 141.5 kilometres an hour.
And speak of someone who's been thrown into the deep end, Shea Hope, brought back into Test cricket after 3.5 years, never kept before in Test cricket, played just 4 first-class games between the last Test he played, November 2021, and this one, and he's kept wicket in the last couple of games, played a couple of games for Yorkshire in 2023, so this is not easy for him either.
Joseph again, past the umpire bowls, edging and dropped. Second one's down. This time the captain Chase. That should have been taken. Knee high, moving slightly to his right. 2 hands to it, and it went down. So Green and Khawaja getting lives in the first hour of play. That one moving away off the seam. Should have been caught, wasn't.
Oh dear. I think this is even more of a sitter than the Brandon King one. It could not have gone at a better height for a first slip fielder. I mean, Shamar Joseph was bowling the house down, but his slip caught in hand playing ball.
You can feel the hush, the hum around the crowd. Joseph comes in again, bowling to Green. That's wide of the off stump. And it's left alone. It was a terrific delivery from Joseph, because it really did move in the air and then seam the other way. So it drew Khawaja in. He's dabbed at it, edged, put down.
Yeah, just around knee height. So he went down as well, Roston Chase. Got 2 hands to it. It went in and out. I think just probably it was that late moment in the end, because you could see it just hit his right thumb in the end. Darren Sammy not very happy in the dugout.
Shamar Joseph steaming, bowls to Green again, outside off stump, and he leaves. You know, one thing it did, looking at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, and I'm not trying to give an excuse here because it should have been taken, but the ball actually swung in the air. He thought it was coming sort of straight in at the body, and it kind of moved away from him. which doesn't usually happen, but it definitely did, and it started to get further and further away to his right, and he wasn't balanced to take the catch.
Not really. He tried moving with the ball as you do at slip, but yeah, he just wasn't in the right position. Hit just a couple of his fingers in the end.
Shamar Joseph again, bowls to Green, and he's beaten again. Trying to come forward, pushing at it. The outswing beats the outside edge. Another terrific over there from Shamar Joseph. That ball, 143.4 kilometres an hour. At the end of the over, it is 1 for 12. Plenty happening here at Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados. Australia 1 for 12 after 8 overs, but 2 pretty simple drop chances. It could easily be 3 for 8 or 9.
Yeah, I know.
Barat. We've got a change. Alzari Joseph now into the attack, running away from us. Immediately around the wicket to Khawaja, who leaves outside off stump. And I guess that's the story of the first 8 overs here. It's the fact that really Australia, with all the batting frailties that have been spoken about for some time, the changes that have been made going into this test match, they really should be 3 out.
Yeah, and the top order frailties have been exposed yet again. It happened at Lord's last week or 10 days ago. Usman Khawaja has been getting out, nicking off the fast bowlers from around the wicket throughout the summer.
Alzari Joseph again bowls. This one again wide of the off stump, and it's taken by Hope on the bounce.
And as good a delivery as it was from Shamar in that previous over, it's become a major weakness for Usman Khawaja. From around the wicket, he just can't help himself. It feels like his hands
it's an involuntary sort of movement, isn't it?
Yeah. And because he's on the jump as well, it's often not even the length that matters. His hands just are always away from where he would like them to be. That's exactly how he got out in both innings at Lord's.
We'll talk more about that after this delivery from Alzari Joseph. Khawaja leaves, and that there's been a lot of commentary, and I know that Aussie got a bit prickly about quality fast bowling is starting to find him out as he's getting closer to, or certainly closer to 40 than to 35. But this is the problem, is that it's almost like he's not picking up the ball as quickly as he normally would, and when the ball is bowled at that sort of pace. So, you know, we're seeing Shamar Joseph into the mid-140s at the moment. That's when the involuntary sort of movement comes, because he's not setting time. One of your boys, Brad, Alzari Joseph. Another one of your boys bowling here to Khawaja. Absorbs that one, playing into the gully from the crease. That was a bit quicker, that one, from his previous 3 deliveries.
Yeah, he always takes a while to just loosen up, doesn't he, Alzari Joseph? He's always on island time. He's never in a hurry.
And he's always got his yellow watch, and he's got that still on his left hand. I love his yellow watch. It stands out so much when he's playing.
And he has a role to play. He's now the senior most of the fast bowlers, leading the attack. He doesn't mind bowling first change.
Alzari Joseph again bowls. Khawaja tries the pull shot, doesn't connect well at all. Bottom edge up to mid-on.
And that, for me, the fact that Usman Khawaja against seam bowling and the pull shot, which for so long has been his great strength. He attempted a few at Lord's. Once again, he was early on the shot, got the bottom of the bat like he did here. A couple of times during the home summer, he got out playing the pull shot. You'll remember in Perth and in Melbourne after he got set. So, yeah, just needs one innings against this kind of bowling to probably get his confidence back.
Alzari Joseph bowls again, and Khawaja shoulders arms, and that is the end of Alzari Joseph's first over. It is a maiden, so Australia's still 1 for 12. Green on 1, Khawaja on 7. Shamar Joseph to continue from the Joel Garner end here at Kensington Oval. He's bowling to Green, who's leaving a tight leave outside off stump. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. And off the text, 0433 98 11 16. This is from Tony, listening in bed with a hot cup of tea in a very chilly and damp Warrnambool in Victoria. SEN app on the sleep timer on the phone. Welcome, Tony, to our coverage here from Barbados. And after this ball, we're going to welcome in someone that knows very much all about Barbados. But Shamar Joseph, all eyes on him at the moment, continuing this spell. Bowls to Green, cuts, and he'll get runs. No timing in the shot, but into vacant territory forward of point. He's got 2, and that's all you'll get. You could hear, didn't make a great sound off his Granicles bat, been able to get a couple of runs to move to 3. Australia 1 for 14 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Andrew Mason, welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
Thank you for the welcome. The first thing I observe is that Shamar Joseph is opening the bowling, because normally Alzari Joseph is the one to do that. And I suppose it's influenced by what he's done so well, and he really should have had a couple of wickets. And we've got a problem with our slip catchers. There's no question about that. I'll explain after this delivery.
Shamar Joseph again on the runway, bowling to Green. Ooh, almost edges, almost feathers it through to the keeper. At the very last moment, he got the bat out of his way. The ball that bounced outside off stump.
The thing about it is, in the halcyon days of West Indies cricket, we had Lloyd, we had Richards, we had people like Roger Harper, absolutely brilliant. In recent times, we've got people like Chase there, and King, who's normally not in that position, and those catches really should have been taken. And I'm sure that Joseph is a very disappointed man on a pitch which has offered something to him this morning.
It certainly has, and it's been high quality fast bowling. They're coming through really quickly. Shamar bowls again, edging, and this time it's caught. No problems this time. Cameron Green, he's actually standing his ground here, thinking that that ball might not have carried. Interesting here, the 2 umpires are coming together. All the West Indians are celebrating, and we are going to go upstairs.
Well, the thing about it is that Justin Graves is the man who actually took the catch, and as you know, in Australia, he was brilliant. He's a very good slipper, there's no question about that. He's very confident. It was low, we shall see.
There was no hesitation from the court, and they thought it carried. Graves certainly thought it carried. Green was not certain at all, and now all eyes go to the video screen again to determine whether Cameron Green is the second wicket to fall. We're looking at the replay. It's coming in low, 2 hands, and that has... Ooh, that's a line ball.
Line, you're right.
That's very difficult to know. He certainly has controlled the catch. It's just a question of whether it hit the turf as he was completing it, low down. No hesitation at all from the man himself.
Well, he seems very confident. Decision
out.
He's out.
That's
He's
the
out.
decision.
Yeah.
So Cameron Green is out for 3. Australia 2 for 14, and Shamar Joseph does get his second wicket.
The thing about Shamar Joseph is that here is a guy from Barracara, deep enrolled in Guyana, actually came into Georgetown to play a bit of cricket. And I remember the former West Indies selector Roland Butcher said to me about 2 years ago, he was playing in the then CPL, this guy has got some pace, and he was seen in the CPL bowling very sharp. The first thing about him, he's fit, and that's important. He bowls long spells that you saw in Australia, and he could be a decisive factor here at Kensington Oval. He's bowled beautifully.
And he's a point of difference. And he's high energy, and he knows he can take Australian wickets, and he's doing it again. He's taken 2, Shamar Joseph, and there's been 2 drop catches as well in the cordon off his bowling. And now Josh Inglis coming in for his 3rd test match, but in a very different role at number 4, with Australia 2 for 14 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. This is big here at Kensington Oval. This is Australia's worst fears coming true again with their top order frailties. We're not even through 10 overs, and there's been 2 wickets and 2 drop catches.
What a tremendous start for the West Indies here. with Joseph in his 5th over. He's certainly a very fit man, can bowl long spells on a pitch that has offered something, as I said, and that decision to bat first, interesting.
Perhaps a little bit more in this pitch than everyone thought. Inglis to face his first ball. Shamar Joseph steaming in, and immediately Inglis is off the mark, pushing confidently into forward point and getting a single and getting himself off the mark. Australia 2 for 15. Inglis on that 1. Khawaja on 7.
The thing about the crowd here at Kensington Oval, a capacity of about 14,000 or so, but there are a lot of Australians who've come here. In fact, as we look into the World Weeks and Walcott stand, yellow, of course, is the colour. The Grenadian stand is fairly well populated. I think people are just waiting and seeing what happens, because the West Indies not playing well. They just have to watch their dollars, I would imagine.
Shamar Joseph around the wicket, bowling to Khawaja. A bit more confidence in that stroke through the covers. Pushing it out sort of 2/3 of the way, maybe 3/4 of the way to the rope, and getting 2 runs. And that is the end of a successful over there from Shamar Joseph. He has the figures of 2 for 12. Australia 2 for 17. SEN Test cricket for Australia, made by local. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, Adam White and Andrew Mason. With you live from Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados. Australia in early trouble, 2 for 17, with Alzari Joseph bowling here to Josh Inglis. And Inglis is hit on the pad, that one going down leg side. An aborted peel from the West Indians behind the wicket.
Certainly a buzz here at Kensington Oval. These 2 bowlers have done very well. In fact, Alzari Joseph has taken over. The thing about, first of all, Shamar Joseph, is length. His control has always been brilliant. And a pitch with just a bit of a greenish tinge in the middle there. And he's really bowled well enough to have picked up 3 or 4 wickets. This is an important period as we come to the first hour of this important test match at Kensington Oval.
Yes, probably this over and 1 more before the drinks break as the sun breaks through again. Inglis hit on the pad, jumping, as that one splashes out into the gully region off the pad. He was squared up with not so much the extra pace, but almost the way the ball moved back into the right-hander. We're having a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. That ball definitely coming back and hitting the back leg high up on the thigh.
Interesting in terms of this wonderful venue. In fact, it's called the Region's Mecca. I know the Jamaicans up at Sabina Park don't like that, but these teams have met on 11 occasions. The situation, West Indies 4 times, Australia 4 times, they've drawn 3 times here. So an interesting battle.
Alzari Joseph bowls to Inglis. That one shapes away from the right-hander and Inglis leaves.
The thing about Alzari Joseph is that he's had a challenge with his length. And as a result, when you look at his overall stats, which are not very good, because he tends to pitch the ball halfway in the pitch, it's really devoid of pace. What we've seen so far from him, he's been able to get the ball to move away from the right hand to the first 2 cut back. So it's been a good start for him.
Andrew Mason on SEN Test cricket with us throughout the course of the 3 test matches here in the Caribbean. We're very lucky to have him part of our coverage. Alzari Joseph again bowls to Inglis, who's up on his toes, punching, wanting a single, sent back by Khawaja, slides to get back in. In the end, it didn't matter, because Brathwaite fumbled the ball coming in from cover. But the nerves are high level out there in the middle at the moment from the Australians.
It's almost as if the batsman wanted to get away from the bowler there. Have a look at this. Just coming forward, I mean, that's nervous really there. And takes off a run. Had Brathwaite been able to pick the ball up and hit the stumps, he might have been in some trouble. Look at that. He's a long way down. And where's Brathwaite? Well, he's not the best field in the world. He's out at extra cover.
There's a lot of space out on the offside, and Inglis sensed a run, but Aussie was not coming. Alzari Joseph again. That one again. Good hoop and bounce away from the right-hander through to the keeper. Still 1 ball left in the over. But again, good bounce, Andrew.
Good bounce, yes. And, you know, over the years, Kensington Oval has been renowned for good fast bowling. In fact, you've got from one end Joe Garner, Big Bird. You would have seen him in Australia. And, of course, the late, great Malcolm Marshall. And we look at the halcyon days of West Indies cricket, the fast bowlers always want to come to Kensington Oval.
Bright sunshine, at least at the moment. As Alzari Joseph runs away from us, bowls to Inglis. That one into the onside, in the air but safe. Board of square leg, clipping away Inglis, getting a couple of runs. And the outfield, which I thought was actually going to be quite quick, is quite slow. It's very spongy. And as a result of that, not a lot of runs. So just the 2 runs there for Inglis. He moves to 3 at the end of the over. It is Australia 2 for 19. And that's on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Probably the last over before drinks. Shamar Joseph is going to continue bowling to Khawaja. That one down leg side. One of the first really bad balls that Shamar has bowled. So it means, Andrew, that Shamar Joseph is going to bowl through the entire first hour.
Yeah, and he's known for that. In fact, playing for Guyana, he would bowl sometimes 8-9 overs in the trot, as you saw in Australia when he won that test match. And you've got to be fit to do that. In fact, started out as a security guard back in Barataria, which is in deep and rural Guyana. But he's got good shoulders, he's got good pace, he's looked very good so far this morning.
2 for 12, his figures. Khawaja here leaving outside off stump and maybe just starting to slow down a little bit. That one 135 kilometres an hour. He was up at sort of mid-140s a couple of overs ago. I mean, the over rate's always poor, but there are only going to be 12 overs in the first hour, so he's only into his 6th over. Got a text that's come in. Send the text. How are you listening? Where are you listening? 0433 98 11 16. Darren is listening from beautiful Geelong. I know it's very cold and wet in Geelong.
Okay.
As people are probably snuggled up in bed, got the electric blanket on.
Indeed.
Listening to the cricket.
What time is it now in Australia?
Well, on the eastern seaboard, it's coming up to 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, okay. That's way past my bedtime.
Shamar Joseph again past the umpire. Bowls to Khawaja. That's a nasty short one that was tracking down leg side, but Khawaja really didn't want to duck, and in the end it nearly hit him on the shoulder as it went through. But again, just that awkwardness from Khawaja with the fast delivery.
Yeah, it was pretty nasty, and it's going to influence a change. The backward squares are going to come towards the umpire. In fact, there's some indecision about it. They may want to even consider the leg gully. Shamar Joseph is marshalling the forces now. He decides to go with the forward square. The 3 slips and the gully. This has been a fantastic spell by Shamar Joseph.
I'm going to ask you something after this ball, Andrew. Joseph again bowls to Khawaja, who's squared up, defending. The ball sort of hitting the splice of the bat, again illustrating the pace and bounce from Joseph. Another text. Evening, boys. Shane from North Haven in South Australia, curled up in bed with the AirPods on, enjoying the call. Keep up the great work. So South Australia, it's half an hour behind. So it's still 12:30
I see.
In South Australia. Our coverage going all around Australia as well as
in the
here in the Caribbean,
yeah, indeed,
which is absolutely awesome. So thank you and welcome.
8 stations in the Caribbean carrying the broadcast, and we welcome them.
We absolutely welcome all of them. I hope you enjoy the next 3 test matches with SEN bringing you all the action. Khawaja here, down leg side, maybe clipping the thigh pad on the way through. Diving away, hope to collect with 2 gloves. So the question I had for you, and you can continue this conversation with Colo after the break because this will be the last ball before drinks. Have they got enough out of this session, the West Indies? They've got 2 top order wickets with a brand new Duke ball, the 2 drop catches. It's 2 for 19. It's slow going. Would they want to just a little bit more?
Another wicket or 2. I think the pitch certainly is supporting the fast bowlers. The lengths have been very good. And as we come to the first half, I'm sure they've been looking to the score to be about 19 for 3 or even 4.
Last ball.
I'm a bit greedy.
Last ball of the first hour. Shamar Joseph bowls. Khawaja beaten.
Oh, beauty.
Very nearly took the edge on the way through. The West Indians will certainly enjoying their drink after the first hour of play here at Kensington Oval. Australia 2 for 19 with Green and Constas already back in the pavilion. It is SEN Test cricket for Australia made by local. We'll be back with Adam Collins as we start the second hour of this first test.
Joseph in, bowls here to Constas over the wicket. Shout for a week before. Umpire Maiden says no. 5 seconds to go and they will go upstairs. So 2 reds to start. Hit in line with middle and it is hitting. That will be overturned on review.
For play, Shamar bowls again, edging, and this time it's caught. No problems this time. So Cameron Green is out for 3. Australia 2 for 14.
Which has become 2 for 19 here at the Kensington Oval as they finish the first drinks break of this series and indeed this match as well. Adam Collins with you, Andrew Mason with me. Bryce McGain will be back soon as well. It's the story of Shamar Joseph again getting Sam Constas leg before for 3. Cameron Green caught in the cordon for 3 as well. Between times had both Green on noughts and Khawaja as well, both dropped by Brandon King and Roston Chase respectively. 2 for 19, terrific start. Could have been better. And Khawaja still there, but far from convincing. Hello, Andrew. Oh, back on here.
Yeah. Certainly a good start for the West Indies in the first hour. The first thing we note is that Shamar Joseph actually opened the bowling, because normally you would have Alzari Joseph opening the bowling. So a decision was taken by the West Indies captain, new captain, in his first test match, by the way, and playing at home. I'm sure he's quite happy to be at home at Kensington Oval. To start with Shamar Joseph, and it's been very good. As I said earlier, the fact that he's a very fit man can influence him, certainly bowl a couple of overs, and he's done that. His length, very, very good. We also saw Jaden Seals, I think, bowling well, and then Alzari Joseph is going to continue the attack. Generally tends to bowl short, but his first over was a good one in that he got the length right. The West Indies in the first hour, Adam, I think will be quite happy. They could have gotten another wicket or so. The 2 batsmen are very uncertain, and West Indies will want to continue to keep the pressure on. They've got 3 6 and the gully. It's been a good start for them in the first test match at Kensington.
Indeed it is. Now, as the cricket ground DJ just hits pause for a moment, Alzari Joseph will press play again. He's operating from our Malcolm Marshall end. He's still got 3 slips in the gully, bowling at the new man Inglis on 3. Away from us, new hour begins. Fallen straight and driven wide out to mid-on where there won't be a single. Bryce is with us as well. G'day.
G'day, guys. And, well, it could have been an incredible start for the West Indies. The 2 drop catches of both Green, Khawaja, an important one at first slip, a ball that after it got edged, it swung a bit further in the air and hence the miss. But boy, this could have been something dramatic in the first hour of play in the first test.
All eyes on Alzari Joseph. Bowls here to Inglis, full and straight again, dug out from the middle stump line to extra cover. There won't be a single again, so trying to attack the stumps of Inglis early on. That's clearly their plan.
The thing about Alzari Joseph is that his length has not been good. But what has happened in recent times, he now has a personal bowling coach.
Okay.
In Winston Benjamin. In fact, Winston Benjamin actually travelled here to Barbados to work with him, and we've seen already an improvement in his length. He's pitching the ball out.
Now Zari Joseph didn't get the new ball today on first change. Delivers here, and Inglis leaving alone an outswinger where the seam was beautifully positioned out towards first slip. Good stuff.
Well, all three bowlers have shown their ability and skill to move the ball, move the new ball, and it doesn't matter if you what team you play for. That is difficult, and the lengths I've been bowling, particularly Shamar Joseph, coming up into the breeze a little bit, full of energy, but the length they've been bowling has been erring on the side of fuller, and they're getting the benefit from it and challenging all the Australian players.
That bright red dukes in the hand of Joseph beneath us. Number 8 on his back. Bowls here, good line and length. Forces Inglis to defend from the off-stump line after shaping away from him. He's wearing a big yellow watch, Zari Joseph. Don't often see that, wearing a watch when playing, but it does stand out.
Is it a Swatch watch? Remember those? The coloured bands? The
yes.
Big yellow watch? I'm sure it's something a bit more modern than that. But it's a type of conditions with that ball swinging around and moving that if you're in the slips, you're edgy every ball. You're umming and erring because you're expecting every ball to come to you, and they're all there, the 3 slips and a gully, waiting.
Joseph in, bowls here. Inglis hit on the thigh pad, the one that goes the other way off the seam. Yeah, indeed, you think about Brandon King, his first touch in Test cricket was a drop catch. And Roston Chase, his first touch as captain was a dropped catch.
Yeah.
So, Roston Chase, you got it right with the review, sending it upstairs with Sam Constas. He didn't judge that well with Khawaja and Green, who eventually edged off to third slip where Greaves is positioned. That was an unconvincing 21 balls day, to say the very least, Bryce.
It was. He was nervous early, throwing the hands at the ball, and
come back to this conversation. Last ball here, Joseph, outswinger, played well by Inglis. Under his eyes, played it late, out through point towards the Greenwich and Haynes stand. He gets a couple. Only runs from the over. So Inglis up to 5. Khawaja down the other end on 9. It's 2 for 21 on the tyre power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, who are here this week. Tony Blackshaw, who's the Chief Executive of Henley Holmes. I'm sure he's listening in, always is. G'day, Tony. Great to have Henley Holmes support to enable us to do what we do, taking SEN Test Cricket around the world. I think we're up to the 52nd test in a row that we've done on SEN Test Cricket now for the Aussies. As Jaden Seals swung around, change of ends. Bowls here to Khawaja, left alone outside the line of the off-stump.
Yeah, Joseph, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 12. I think a much-needed break. Dropped a little bit in pace in the last over, so I think it's a good thing to just give him the break. And Jaden Seals coming back into the attack. In fact, the last time I did a game here was Barbados up against Trinidad and Tobago. Jaden Seals was actually bowling. The game finished in just about 2 days on the green top, and he bowled beautifully. He's really improved tremendously as a bowler, and looks to be now the leading fast bowler for the West Indies.
Seals bowling around the wicket to Khawaja. That holds its shape. Angles away after pitching on about the 4th stump line. So in his first spell, he was trying to hoop it full to Khawaja and get the off stump in play, Bryce.
Yeah, he was. So using the breeze at both ends now. He's at the other end. He's probably better at the outswing delivery into the left-hander, but he's showing his skill now as he probably pushes up into the breeze a bit here. The breeze coming from the main scoreboard across to the Garfield Sobers Pavilion. So that's fine leg to long off, if you like, for the left-handed Khawaja. But he's showing that he can move the ball away from the lefty as well.
Yeah, it's blowing a gale here at Kensington Oval. Closer to the stumps around the wicket. Khawaja, full delivery, push to cover, knows the call. I say a full delivery, but Khawaja still played it from the crease, which has been a challenge for him of late. especially when finding the outside edge.
And as you say that, everyone back home would be picturing him just from the crease, turning the toes, pointing down the crease and feeling for the ball. It was one of those ones, similar to the one he edged to first slip when he got that chance.
So he's 9 for 34. He's fighting hard, Khawaja. The cloud covers back. They won't like that in the party stand. Over to our right of our commentary position. Seals halfway through the over. Bowls here. Khawaja leaves alone in the channel. That's come through quickly to Shai Hope, who took it with the ball. Really bursting through his gloves.
No, you've got some Aussies there, Adam. Where have they come from?
Yeah.
As we look into the World Weeks and Walk at Stand.
Yeah, there are 2,000 Aussies here.
Oh, really?
I reckon there are about 2,000 tour groups as well, Bryce. Everyone's here with someone else.
Okay.
So it's a very popular sort of bucket list type of tour, isn't it? And given it's been a decade, well, since we worked together in 2015, Andrew, to think that it's been that long.
Yep.
Windies have visited Australia 3 times since then for Test cricket. This is the one to be on. Shamar Joseph replaced by Seals. In here, bowls and Khawaja outside part of the bat, squeezing it through the offside for 1. Well played. He reaches double figures. 2 for 22.
I think good decision to bring Seals back into that, because he obviously has the option of bowling Graves, who is just a gentle medium pacer. And in terms of the construct of the West Indies side, by naming Jamal Warkan as the vice captain, they influence to play the 2 spinners, because in this pitch you may very well be looking at, you know, on reflection, looking at the extra fast bowler, but they've gone with the 2 spinners. Of course, Ruston Chases in there as well. But this pitch really has given some assistance to the bowlers, and I would suggest that the West Indies bowlers are quite happy with this pitch. It's really been good for them.
Too right. Feels old school Barbados here at the moment. Seals to finish his 5th over. Gets a look at Inglis, who drives nicely at the middle of the bat to Whitish mid off. There won't be a run. Won't be a run. Just the Khawaja single from the over. 2 for 22. Inglis 5. Khawaja 10. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts. Constas and Green, the men to go both for 3 by the leading wicket taker Shamar Joseph. He's got both of them for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket team wear. Now Zari Joseph round the wicket to Khawaja, wants to drive but clunks it down to mid-off, no run. Got Dean in Lilydale, Victoria writing in 0433 98 11 16. Bryce has got the text line going over there. And Aussie on holiday in Lisbon, laying by the pool. Tremendous. Thanks, Dean, for listening in. Let us know where you are around the world. SEN Test cricket. First time we've been able to do this in the Caribbean. We've been plenty of other places between times. As Alzari Joseph bowls round the wicket, Khawaja again to Whitish mid off, no run. We've gone New Zealand, India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, India.
Yep.
And now we get to the West Indies as well, which is an absolute privilege.
The other thing too is that you've got as many as 8 stations in the Caribbean taking your broadcasts.
So is that the old West Indies Broadcasting Corporation remit? Is it the same stations?
Yeah. CBC, good old CBC. They're taking the broadcasts. Of course, in Jamaica, you've got Omega Radio. In fact, we've got a broadcast in Montserrat as well. Yeah.
Well, anyone who's listening around the Caribbean, it's terrific to have your company. Alzari Joseph in his 4th over. The sun's back out, bowls to Khawaja. Attempts are way wide of the off stump. Isn't signalled to wide by umpire Kettleborough.
Yeah, and I've got a reaction from them. They're quite enjoying the commentaries. Feed is nice and clean, and they're quite happy.
Well, they can text in too. I don't know how they get an SMS to us. Maybe if you download the app, there'll be provision to write to us. Or maybe social media, SEN_cricket on Twitter and on Instagram. That'll be monitored back in Melbourne. They'll ping the messages through to us where you're listening around the Caribbean. Just 2 slips for Khawaja now. Warricane round the corner, backwards square, catching cover in the mix as well. Alzari Joseph bowls and Khawaja leaves alone.
And of course, the cricket is heard on the West Indies YouTube channel as well. And they've got several people listening there, making their their comments, and they're quite happy. I just had a chance to see some of the comments. They're quite happy with the effort of the West Indies team so far. Shamar Joseph, in fact, there was a little bit of worry about him because ever since he did well against Australia, he came back to the Caribbean. It was not the same boat. He had a couple of injuries, but this spell this morning has been brilliant and looks fit. That's important.
So much goodwill towards Shamar Joseph. I think we all want to see him turn into a superstar, the 25-year-old. His namesake, Alzari, bowling here. 2 left in the set. Bowls to Khawaja, leaves and plays. Tried to let go at the last moment. The ball reared up, hit the stickers of the bat, deflected the second slip. No concern, but not a shot of any control either.
It's been a jerky kind of innings from this left-handed player. I just get a feeling he doesn't seem to trust the bumps of the pitch as well. And when he should be forward, he's almost half caught. And it's been a very difficult time for him. But the important thing is he's at the crease, hoping that things will get better for him. But he's really got a contest here against the West Indies fast bowlers.
3/4 of an hour until lunch. Can they get 2 more? Can they have Australia 4 down at lunch? Can they open up this series, the West Indies? Joseph to finish, bowls here. Khawaja wants to pull, but he misses it. It swings away from him into the gloves of Shai Hope. 2 for 22 remains the score. Maiden bowled on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts with Khawaja 10 and Inglis 5. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by a local. Australia won the toss. It's been tough going though. 2 for 22. Jaden Seals gets a go here at Inglis. Catching cover in position in addition to the slips. High up in the air. Top edge trying to pull. Underneath it's the keeper Hope. And he takes it. Jaden Seals gets a 3rd wicket of the opening session for the Windies. Inglis not at all in control of his pull. That top edge. 3 for 22. The Windies on fire.
Oh, extraordinary. Inglis went out there with a positive intent. We know that's how he plays. Wasn't that short, and they're looking for the scoring options because the bowling's been exceptional. They're creating chances, and Inglis, after not getting rewarded for a lovely drive before that picked out a fielder, that's Bale Hyde. He's went to Hoyer on the onside. Top edge, up she went. Not an easy catch because it is so windy, and that ball would have been spinning and moving around. Made it look easy. Did Hope, and the job is done. Australia in all sorts here.
Yeah, the collapse may well be on. We saw at Lords Australia lose early wickets. That was against Kagiso Rabada on a pitch that was giving plenty. Well, the surface is lively enough here. And it's Seals and it's Shamar Joseph. They haven't got the same credentials as Kagiso Rabada or Jasprit Bumrah, but they're doing a similar thing to Australia that's been fairly routine over the last couple of years and getting them in early strife. As Travis Head, so often the match winner when Australia have been able to get themselves out of strife, walks in at number 5, but way too early. Still 40 minutes until lunch on day 1.
So 2 left-handers now at the crease for Australia. Head, Khawaja. And they connect now. Khawaja meets him a couple of wickets away from the pitch, the strip. Giving him some feedback now is Khawaja. Head, I'm sure, had his ears open as he went down and just was looking at the pitch, tapping away. Takes his guard now, and well, the West Indies, they are right up on this. 3 wickets they've secured, a couple of drop catches. This could have been diabolical for Australia if they'd taken everything. As it is, they're just in it deep.
Travis Head got a king pair the last time he played a test match against the Windies. That was by Shamar Joseph. We'll see him again soon, I'm sure. Jaden Seals for now, doing a great job from the Ghana end. Head first ball, round the wicket, leaves alone in the channel. Into the gloves of Hope, who took the previous catch. It hung in the air for an awful long time, and after those 2 catches that were put down, and Hope, who hasn't been the test keeper in the past, had to make sure of that, and so he did.
Not easy. Swirling around. we're looking in the distance at some palm trees that are all branches all heading one direction. Looks like a comb over gone wrong on a windy day. It's all blowing one way. It is blowing a gale here. Heavy bales have been called for early in the innings. Boys, the Australia need a partnership.
Seals towards us, towards Head. Round the wicket bowls here. Head chops down, hard ball goes nowhere. Back to him in his follow-through, kicks it up like Curtly Ambrose used to do. So Head trying to play away from his body, which is fine when it's Travis Head. He's got licence to play that way. We have seen enough from him to know that he only really plays one way. Didn't middle that at all. Travis Head, who made a glittering 100 in Adelaide, and one in Brisbane against India. Got a century against the Windies a couple of years ago on his home ground, Adelaide Oval. He's facing Seals from round the wicket, up to the crease and bowls here, and Head leaves alone. Indeed, he got 100 in both of the test matches the Windies played at Adelaide across a couple of summers, in 22-23 and 23-24, so enjoys his opposition.
Is he a more important player than Smith in the lineup?
Yeah. It's an interesting question, because when Head gets going, he wins test matches.
Yeah.
That's his comparative advantage, is that he doesn't just get in, he gets in and buries you.
Yeah, and in a hurry. He's gone out with the same intent, even leaving the ball positively.
So a man who averages 86 against the Windies, facing Seals here, round the wicket, off the hip awkwardly to forward square leg, no run.
Tried to free the front leg and go and turn it to fine leg, but I think it might have straightened down the line. We're just caught a little bit behind it. And just a replay of Inglis there. It was a ball that was bail height well outside off stump that he just tried to drag around to the onside, and up she went. Sky ball, hit it straight up the chimney. Good catch by Hope.
So that's what started the over. Seals finishes it here, bowling to Travis Head. And he's off the mark with a lavish cover drive.
Hello.
Gosh, he loves that width. The South Australians away. A wicket in the over, though, that of Josh Inglis. Australia still in strife at 3 for 26. Khawaja 10, Head on 4 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts. Plenty of people getting in touch where they're listening around the world. We've got Brian, who's listening on a very hot day in Philadelphia, enjoying the coverage. Hello, Brian Barish. And M.A. Ravinda in Bangalore in India, thanking us for the broadcast too. Here's our Zari Joseph, bowling to Khawaja, who drives through the covers as well. Thick outfield, especially that side of the ground, so it pulls up 5 metres inside the rope. They had a couple. Khawaja to 12, 3 for 28.
It's quite a spongy outfield. Quite thick and thatchy, and it's just holding up the ball.
I noticed that yesterday. I was out there. I'm like, most test grounds now don't retain a lot of water. It feels like here, different kind of drainage.
And we were here later in the evening yesterday, and they were watering it quite heavily. Obviously, that's why it's so lush and green. It gets plenty of watering. The automatic system was underway in the evening.
Joseph operating away from us. 2 slips. Khawaja drives again. That time square up. Have one man to beat. Gets a bit more on it, but the result will be the same. Collected 5 metres inside the rope. So positive start to the over from Khawaja. A couple of twos. He moves to 14, 3 for 30.
Good by Khawaja.
Having got that life early on, he's got to make the most of it now, especially. He's the senior man now in that Aussie top order. He's managed to somehow get to where he is right now.
He's taken a lot of balls. 44 deliveries. But from a West Indies bowling perspective, they wouldn't be disappointed seeing him drive that in that manner, well away from his body. Still enough movement with this newish ball into its 17th over.
His 5th over here, Alzari Joseph bowls round the wicket. Khawaja, the chance to pull, and does so with purpose. Over square leg, gets plenty of it, and it goes all the way for 6 into the Greenwich and Haynes stand. So 3 times in the over now, Khawaja's been able to score. A couple of 2s now, big 6. That's putting some scoreboard pressure back on the Windies, perhaps. Moves to 20 with it. 3 for 36.
Oh, beautifully played. Balanced. Didn't go deep in the crease. Just transferred the weight to his back foot. And swiveled that, went low to high with the hands and got it for 6.
Shot that he's always loved. Yeah, shot that he's loved, Khawaja, since he was a young man making his way a long time ago. Joseph to him here, and he leaves alone. So Khawaja was in and around the Aussie setup in 2012 and 2015, but he wasn't a tourist either time here in the Windies. Did, of course, play one-day cricket here in 2016. When Australia visited for a tri-series, and this is a ground where the Australians played a World Cup final back in 2010, the T20 World Cup against England, where they were runners-up in that tournament. That extraordinary T20 World Cup final last year here, where India got over the line in a thriller against South Africa. 2 left in the over. Joseph to Khawaja, inside edge to where short leg isn't. Interesting. Jamal Warrakane, the vice-captain, does the fielding, racing in from backward square.
Nicely bowled, that really awkward length. Khawaja all hands at it. Looking just to bunt it down.
Just feels now with this game opening up for the Windies, 2 slips in the gully, feels a sniff to defensive. Like, is there room for a short leg? Is there a room for a man round the corner?
Little catching cover, squarish.
Yeah, true catching cover is there, but this is the chance. If Australia are 4 or 5 down at lunch, it'll be a frenetic break. Joseph bowls here, Khawaja turns beautifully down towards fine leg, completes the over with a single. 11 runs coming from it. It takes to Khawaja the 21. Head on 4. Australia 3 for 37. And that's all on the Chemist Warehouse screen. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by local. Such a wonderful, rich tradition between these nations. It was the 50th anniversary of the first World Cup final during the week, which is flashed up on the screen here. The Windies winning a thriller by 17 runs at the home of cricket. Here's Jaden Seals. Round the wicket, bowls to Khawaja, leaves alone. Too short to bother him. Goes above the off stump. Yeah, that World Cup final with Viv Richards, the 4 run-outs.
Yeah.
Late in the day, ending after 7:30 in the evening. We had a similar finish time on the World Cup final that we had on SEN in 2019 with Flem and me and Barat, and then the super overs and so on.
Yep.
Clive Lloyd up on screen as well. A lot of former Windies greats have been hosted by the Cricket West Indies organisation today.
It's terrific.
He captained that Windies team in 1975 and 79 as well when they defeated England in the second World Cup final. Seals in, bowls to Khawaja on 21, clips away in classic Khawaja fashion. No need to run for that one. He's moved from 10 to 25 in the space of about 7 deliveries. 3 for 41, Khawaja 25 from 50.
Yeah, whips that away, taking advantage. He's looking comfortable now.
Time to get Shamar Joseph back soon, I would have thought, for another burst before lunch. Message in from Jack asking about the absence of Kemar Roach. How this could have been a farewell match at his home venue. I interviewed Kemar a few months ago and he was expecting to play here.
Yeah.
He's nearing the milestone of 300 test wickets. He's not a million miles away from 100 tests either. Seals in, bowls to Khawaja, leg stump line again. Same result, whipped away without quite as much force, so it'll pull up short of the boundary. They'll take an easy 2. Khawaja 27, 3 for 43.
Well, you can't really knock their selection. All three quicks have been outstanding. Maybe Roach's pace is down a little bit more now. Is he up the high 130s, moving the ball around as like these guys are? This is another level.
Yeah, Roach, I watch him bowl week in, week out for Surrey. He's no longer 140 kilometres an hour guy. He's just not that bowler anymore. But he's still incredibly crafty. With new ball and old.
Okay.
So there would have been an argument for having his experience in the side, but I think you're right. Jaden Seals, as Andrew Mason pointed out earlier, he's the man now. Bowling to Khawaja, and he beats him in the channel right on cue. Beautifully bowled, the one that goes the other way. So his natural arc is to swing it back to Khawaja, but he's changed angles to over the wicket, now trying to straighten it up off the seam.
It's an interesting change because they have had success around the wicket and just didn't get his bearings right with this over the wicket plan, being whipped away through square leg for a 4 on a 2, but they've stuck with it, and that's why the angle across the left-hander, good skill.
So Seals running away from the Worrell, Weeks and Walcott stand. Up to the crease, over the wicket. Khawaja goes back and defends from the crease. Too short, though, to threaten the outside edge or anything like it. Getting these beautiful shots on our monitor of Barbados. What a privilege to be here, the Chemist Warehouse screen. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. Was up on the further northern part of the island last night for dinner. Drove past Rihanna's mansion.
Oh, nice.
Quite the thing.
Did you knock on the door?
Well, they got a childhood home near here.
Yes.
Which Daniel Cherney, our colleague from News Corp, visited yesterday.
I did see his post about that on socials.
But her mansion's incredible. Last ball here. Khawaja pulls straight at the man at square leg. Not completely convincing, but it is a boundary. And by that I mean there is a catcher for the miscue. But Khawaja looking to transfer pressure back. He moves to 31 to complete the over. Adam White will replace me after the break with Australia 3 for 47. That's on the Chemist Warehouse screen. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse.
So Australia 3 for 47 with half an hour to go until lunch. But it was only a short time ago. It was 3 for 22. But runs have started to flow since that third wicket. And they haven't really come from Travis Head. They've come from Usman Khawaja. Alzari Joseph again on the approach. Bowls to Head. Late decision to leave. The ball coming back from around the wicket. Brad Sundaresan is back with me, Adam White, with the score 3 for 47. It's just that very delicate point, isn't it, Bharat?
2 more wickets. If they can somehow eke out 2 more wickets in the next half hour. I mean, it's already been West Indies' session, but they could really set this test match up. Because it's been terrific bowling and a few technical discrepancies or issues with the Australian top order have been exposed and been capitalised on.
2 slips in the gully for Head, but also a bat pad. As this time Head decides to fan at it late and very nearly edged it through to the cordon. That was an unusual decision there from Head because he was going to leave and then he thought, oh, maybe I should play. But it really jagged a long way away off the seam, Brad.
Yeah, it did, and I think it was at awkward length because generally when there's that amount of width to Travis Head, he creates length, doesn't he? He just throws his bat at it, he cuts in behind point and in front of point all the time. But this was just that awkward length and also indecision from Travis Head, which you rarely see when it's a ball outside off stump.
Yes, looking at the Chemist Warehouse replay, it's got a little bit of that thatchy grass patch on the on the pitch as well. This time playing late, squeezing off the front foot into backward point. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse.
Yeah, just a session which has led to even more questions and question marks about this new look Australian batting lineup. Whitey, they took a call on Marnus Labuschagne after a few months where it looked like they could leave him out at any point. They gave him the chance at the top of the order at Lords, didn't work out, so they moved on from him for now. Brought in Josh Inglis. So Sam Constis back as opener, Cam Green stuck with at number 3 and Inglis at 4. All three have not worked out.
Alzari Joseph again, head, pulls it away brilliantly, forward of square leg for 4. Rolled the wrists on contact. There is a second man out in the deep behind square. That went in front of square and was never going anywhere but the boundary. Terrific shot.
Yeah, in the Travis Head arc, isn't it? He plays that shot so well. Brilliant player, square of the wicket on both sides. This one just sat up in comparison to the previous delivery, which was obviously a different line, which kind of jumped at Travis Head. This sat up and all he had to do was swivel and get a chunky piece of bat on it. And he did it well. So most of the runs in the last 20 minutes have come via the pull shot for these two left-handers.
Runs starting to flow. 3 for 51, head on 8. Alzari Joseph bowls again, nursing it off his hip. Forward of square leg into a pocket of space and getting a single. Head to 9, 3 for 52.
Yeah, I know it's the last ball of the over, but Whitey, but I think the issue is, yeah, all three batters have got out. But it's more the way they looked in the middle before they got out. Cam Green being the most glaring example of that. We were there on air when he was dropped in that of the second ball he faced, but even the first ball where he just reached out, he was a cat on a massive big cat on a hot tin roof, and just throughout that innings he just didn't look like he was settled at all. And Josh Inglis the same.
2 slips in the gully, last ball of the over. Khawaja back on strike, and that was a very solid defensive stroke off the back foot into the offside. So the over bowl, 19 complete here, so it's slow going. Australia 3 for 52. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by local. We have a change at the Joel Garner end. Shamar Joseph is back into the attack, so a late salvo before the lunch break. Can he break through again and get into, well and truly, the middle order of Australia? He has the figures so far of 2 for 12 from a 6-over spell through the first hour of play. He's bowling here to Travis Head. First ball of a new spell. Head leaves, and you can tell straight away it's just a bit quicker than anyone else.
It's quicker, it's kiddier, and from that first ball onwards, it's at the batter. There's no breathing room at all when you're facing Shamar Joseph and he's bowling this well. And what a spell. If anything, in my book, it was a better spell than what we saw at the Gabba. At the Gabba, you know, the whole drama around what he was doing with the broken toe, kept targeting the stumps and just kept hitting the stumps. But here, the skill level he showed, the way he set batters up, he should have had Usman Khawaja out as well, of course.
Bright sunshine. Shamar Joseph bowls to Head, taking the inside portion of the bat, trying to drive away on the offside. It goes out to mid-on. So it wasn't a half volley, but he tried to get on the front foot and dominate Shamar. Couldn't do so.
And you just almost back him in to break this partnership. Just the way he's bowled this morning, and it's a very small sample size, but the way he seems to get things done against Australia.
Well, it's also the body language. It's high energy. It's all positive and sort of come with me, boys, sort of way he goes about things. As he bustles in again to bowl to Head, who's up on his toes, and again, just that extra pace. He's high up on the bat. With Head going back and across, defending. And now he rehearses, well, I could have cut it, I could have pulled it. Not sure about that.
But this morning also a reminder, or at least for a lot of people who often conflate conditions in the subcontinent to conditions in the Caribbean, just assume that it's low, slow, and spinners play a big role. There was a lot of talk of, could Travis Head open in the Caribbean? You've seen why that's not possible.
Shamar Joseph again. Head tries to drive, takes the inside edge, and goes behind square leg. Head trying the expansive drive through the covers, and maybe an exchange of words, or certainly an exchange of looks between Head and Joseph as Joseph went past Travis at the non-striker's end because he was able to get a single. He moves to 10, Khawaja 31, 3 for 53 the score.
And just to finish on that, Whitey, it's not the Kensington Oval of yore, but still the fast bowlers do play a huge role here and around the Caribbean with the new ball. So very different to what you saw in Gaul earlier this year.
Shamar Joseph to Khawaja, who plays nicely to forward square leg, sort of hip high. But he's looking a lot more comfortable, is he, at the crease at the moment. And we talked about this on the new ball yesterday, about with the Australians, you were talking about this in the last over, that they're going to be nervous because there's such an opportunity for them to be 10-year top-order players for their country if they get it right in their sort of foundation test matches. If they don't get it right, then all of a sudden they go back to the back of the queue. So you can understand the nerves at the moment. It's almost like job interviews. Or Shamar Joseph loses his run, or something happened. Maybe Khawaja distracted by a spectator walking down the aisle behind him in the Warrell Weeks and Walcott stand, which is almost full, and it's such a spectacular sight with all the different colours of the tour groups. There's a big group of yellow, and there's a big group of maroon right above the sight screen, and then a big pocket of blue down at the lower level of the stand. Joseph again. Khawaja leaves a full ball this time outside off stump and taken it ankle high by Hope. End of the over. Australia 3 for 53. Head on 10. Khawaja 31. For 53 Australia. This is SEN Test cricket for Australia, made by a local. Both batters getting a bit of a drink. It is very hot and humid here today at Kensington Oval, and we're going to see spin for the first time, but it's actually going to be the captain, Austin Chase, to bowl, and I'd imagine that's the two left-handers bowling his offies, and it'll be interesting to see whether there'll be some turn here. I know, talking to the Australians before play, they thought it would really turn later in the match. Whether we get anything on day one, we're about to find out.
And Austin Chase, obviously a local, Maiden. They went to school not too far from here, a famous school which Rihanna went to as well. So
the big smile came on your face when you just mentioned that.
Oh, we are in Rihanna land.
Yeah, wow. So Chase, his first ball to Head, who leaves. He wanted to come forward, was a bit short, so then he decided that might stay at home and let that one go through.
Yeah, I'm not sure about your boys, Whitey. I'm not my kind of music, but just what a great performer, and she's really put Barbados on the global map.
Yeah, she has, apparently. Chase bowls, Head.
Catch him, though.
Again, a late decision to leave. He wants to come forward to him.
And speak about the three W's, Warrell, Weeks and Walcott. They grew up not too far from here. Neither did Rihanna. She's just less than 500 meters away, the house she grew up in. Rihanna Drive, just down the road from the Kensington Oval. It's become a shrine now.
Chase again. Head this time does drive, squeezing it out to cover point the man on the fence. So just a single to Head to move to 11. Australia 3 for 54.
And last night, Adam and I went for dinner with our very own Craig Hutchison, the big boss, and we were taken to this part of Barbados up the northwest coast where it felt like according to our taxi driver, Rihanna owns everything there. every house we passed and every resort we passed, he said, is owned by her.
She probably does own half the island. Chase bowls, and again, it's fast through the air, and Khawaja now on strike. Lets that one go through.
Yeah, I'm sure there are younger listeners going, nobody calls her Rihanna, you old man. I think it's Riri or Queen Ree or Queen Ree. There you go.
Asking the wrong person. You have to have some other assistance on that one. A couple of changes to the field. So Chase is wanting quite a few little alterations to things. I think he wants a leg slip. So it's not... They certainly feel they've got a chance here. Khawaja again leaving, so it's very quick, almost dart type bowling here from Chase. It's coming in at 88 k's. It feels faster than that, but it's very flat. There's not a lot of curvature on the ball. Last ball of the over coming up. 1 run so far. Khawaja coming forward and defending back down the wicket, always comfortable against spin. Over complete. 1 run coming from that over from the captain, Austin Chase. Australia 3 for 54. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Shamar Joseph on the runway again from the Joel Garner end. Bowling to Travis Head, who cuts over the top of point and out to the rope for 4. 3 bounces crashing into the fence. He loves it there, Travis.
Yeah, that's just Tuesday morning in Adelaide when Travis Head is slashing at one with a bit of width and slashing it over the gully region for 4. This is milk and honey, bread and butter, or whatever else you have in where he lives in Adelaide, Whitey.
Yeah, well, for me, it's breakfast pancakes this morning.
Good pancakes?
Yeah, they're very good pancakes. they'll be had again tomorrow, Brad. Shamar Joseph again comes in around the wicket, bowling to Head. This one he clips off the hip and gets a single only. Thought he got it square enough that he might have been able to get consecutive boundaries. It was well played. It was almost a Calypso shot the way he got up and swiveled on one leg to get it down to the deep for a single. So Head to 16, 3 for 59.
Yeah, a bit of Desmond Haynes about
it. Wasn't it?
Lifted his back leg as well. And Shamar Joseph just so far in this spell a little shorter than what we saw in the first, where he was just at the stumps, ball after ball. 2
for 18 now for Shamar into his 8th over. Khawaja hit on the pad, maybe inside edge as well. It bobbled out on the onside, and was keen on a single, which to me shows that he's just a bit uncomfortable about facing Shamar Joseph and wanting to get down the other end because he's not usually interested in that sort of run.
Yeah, I actually posed him the question. I interviewed him 3 days out here in Barbados, and I didn't beat around the bush. I said, do you have a problem against seam bowling? Everybody else seems to think so. And, he didn't agree, of course.
Yeah.
He said, look, I mean, I've been the top scorer in the last 2 World Test Championship cycles, and I've scored runs everywhere. Shield hundreds against Riley Meredith just after that Sri Lanka tour as well.
I want to talk more about that. Shamar Joseph bowls here to Khawaja, who's up on his toes defending into the covers, because I think that last thing you just said was a reference that I've heard as well internally around the fact that, well, we don't think he is struggling against fast bowling because when he's gone back and played Shield cricket against Australia's best, and, maybe they don't have the amount of fast bowling quality or speed that some of the English can get to, or maybe even Shamar Joseph, but he looks so comfortable at that level whenever he goes back that they don't feel that there's an issue. Joseph again bowls. Khawaja was going the expansive drive and then changed his mind and just stroked the ball up to mid-off.
And, well, he's got a chance now to make a statement with the bat. I mean, he shouldn't have, because he should not have been dropped the way Roston Chase dropped him.
Yeah.
And it was so similar to the way he was getting out to Bumrah.
Well, this is the thing, yeah.
Bumrah, Siraj, and obviously the South Africans at Lord's 10 days ago. It was just, we spoke about in our last stint, Whitey's hands deceiving him these days. He's on the hop very often. Just playing back to deliveries that probably he could maybe play forward to.
Yeah.
Or leave alone.
No timing in the stroke here as he tries to play through the covers off the front foot, and that is the end of another Shamar Joseph over. He has the figures of 2 for 18 as the DJ winds things up here. Australia 3 for 59 at the end of the over. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by local. Austin Chase is going to bowl again to Travis Head. And Head pushes forward. So there's we've just received a tweet, or an X post. If Rihanna's Queen Ree, then surely Bharat, you're King B.
Well, I accept it.
Chase bowls again. Head pushes forward into the covers. You've certainly got nails that Rihanna would be impressed with.
Oh, superbly so, yeah. Got them done right here down the road in Bridgetown. Ocean Williams, if you're looking to get your nails down in Barbados, that's where you go. If you're a man, she might not let you in.
Ruston Chase again. Head pushing. We'll get a single up to long off. And put a man back there for Head.
It felt like a zoo.
Moves to 17, 3 for 60.
Felt like a zoo attraction a couple of days ago, Whitey, when I went to Ocean, Jamaican lady who runs a parlor here. She never done it for a man before. And then I was there for 2 hours and she kept calling all her friends to come see this man getting his nails done. Why not? I told her my wife does it back home.
Ruston Chase again bowls. Khawaja off the back foot, pushing into the covers.
That kind of confused her even more. They love their colour here in this part of the world.
Yeah, that's the one thing that was really noticeable. I'll explain more after this ball from Chase, who's at the top of his mark, bowling his offies to Khawaja, who squeezes out in the air. That was an inside edge, went past bat pad. So bat pad in front of square, that one went behind square, and they get a single. Khawaja to 32, 3 for 61.
Yeah, they had a fielder there in the last over for Khawaja. He had a leg slip, but would not have gone to hand either. Yeah, thick inside edge. Just poked at that one.
3 for 61. Last ball of the overhead, trying to jam it out, trying to almost push as hard as he could down the ground for a very full delivery straight to cover, and that is the end of the over. 3 for 61. Travis Head on 17, Khawaja on 32. Australia 3 for 61. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by local. Shamar Joseph is out of the attack, so only a short spell. And he has been the leading wicket taker for Belgravia Apparel, providing high-quality New Balance teamwear to community cricket clubs and associations around the country. And Justin Graves is going to have a go before the luncheon break. So rather than going all out with your best, some part-timers on to complete the session, it feels. First ball, Khawaja into the onside to square leg, no run.
Yes, just looked a little short on pace, didn't he, Shamar Joseph? Started off really well with that first delivery. in his 2-over burst, and it's a little short and it's cut and pulled by Travis Head a couple of times, so probably just giving him a break. I mean, you don't want to overdo. He's coming off injuries, not been regularly on the field for the last few months. So already 8 overs on what is a hot and humid day. Austin Chase instead turning to the other Bajan in the time.
Bowls again. Khawaja trying to hook it, and he didn't make contact. It hit the thigh pad and ballooned behind him and retrieved by Hope.
Justin Graves is just the kind of bowler that we grew up on when the West Indies would play. There'd be all the big fast bowlers, and then Phil Simmons would come on.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right.
He's got a very Phil Simmons feel to him.
Yep.
Obviously made his debut in Adelaide alongside many other debutants, including Shamar Joseph last year.
But yes, it's a good call. He's got that athletic build as well, like Phil Simmons. Graves again bowls to Khawaja, who's squared up but pushing into the colours. It's the way he normally plays. What you were talking about, the colours of here in Barbados, and one thing that's really noticeable when you sort of drive along is just all the different coloured buildings.
Yeah.
You know, there's pink buildings, there's magenta buildings, there's a green building, and then all of a sudden there's a bright yellow and orange building. And I took a video to send back to my mum, who loves colour, and that's all she could talk about was all the different coloured buildings and how spectacular it looked.
I asked someone, a local, not Andrew Mason, about it very recently.
Greaves again bowling to Khawaja, who's in defence again, pushing into the offside.
You can imagine the coloured houses.
That's right. Exactly.
It looked like my wardrobe. But apparently it's part of a Beautify Barbados campaign.
Right.
So because of where we are geographically, you have to paint your houses more often than you would in other parts of the world. So people are encouraged to use as much colour as possible to paint their houses, and there's a competition every year, and if you win it, you can choose whatever colour you want for the next time, and it's given to you for free.
Fantastic. My mum would love that. Greaves then bowls to Khawaja, who's hopping or jumping and just pushing defensively to square leg. My mum, in her house at home, inside the house, every room is a different colour, and it's bright colours every house. But Dad just has to cope with it. But so when she saw the buildings here in Bridgetown, that was the first thing she noticed, was just the colour. That's good, isn't it? All the different colours, and it's almost an incentive scheme to to make it as colourful and bright as possible.
It just adds so much to what is already a very vibrant island.
Yeah. So it feels like, and I'm surprised by this, the West Indies are almost just playing out to lunch here rather than trying to push for another wicket. Inside edge from Khawaja again onto the pad as it spurts out on the onside. And are they going to get another over in? That was my issue.
I think they will.
Yeah, but they sort of just meandered through rather than making sure that it definitely happens. There's only literally seconds remaining for the umpires to get into position, and they will. So we will get one more over, which will mean 25 overs for the session. Currently the score 3 for 61. SEN Test cricket for Australia, made by a local. And right throughout the course of the Test match, our replays are for Chemist Warehouse. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. Austin Chase will bowl the last over. He's off spinners around the wicket, bowling to Travis Head. He pushes forward here. Can Travis just get through this over without doing anything silly?
He will be tempted. I'm sure Austin Chase will toss at least one up outside his off stump just to see if he takes him on.
A slip in a bat pad. Chase bowls. Head plays that, I wouldn't say awkwardly, I almost call it sloppy. He just tried to slap it through the offside with no feet movement and struggled to make contact. He remains on 17. Khawaja on 32. And Chase mucks up his run up, so he's going to go back and do it again.
More than a part-time off-spinner, Austin Chase. You need to be careful against him.
Comes in again and bowls head off the back foot. Shea Hope was very excited behind the stumps. Almost gave me a fright the way he yelled out there. It was almost like I thought it did miss the bat and hit the stumps. He opened himself right up and played into the offside, did Travis Head. This time, tries to cut and misses. Straight into the gloves of Hope.
What a moment that
No feather, unfortunately, Virat. That one went, it sort of kept low and Head made the adjustment, but it just went over the edge. 2 balls left before lunch. 3 for 61. Chase again bowls. It's darted in off the back foot. Head, as he always does, he squares up, he exposes the stumps and backs his eye. He defended into the covers.
Getting a bit of drift as well, Roston Chase. So the worst spell just before lunch from the captain.
Last ball of the session. It's down leg side. It's tickled fine. Down towards the rope. That might get there. It will get there. So an exclamation mark on the session for Travis Head and Australia, who have certainly recovered from a very dangerous position, courtesy of their most experienced players in the team. Australia at lunch, 3 for 65. Travis Head, 21. Usman Khawaja, 32. But at one point, Australia was 3 for 22 after the dismissal of Josh Inglis. And included in that 3 for 22 were 2 drop catches. One of them was Khawaja. So it could have been so much worse for the Australians. It took them 16 overs for their first boundary of the match, which was Travis Head. And Shamar Joseph bowling through the first hour, 6 overs, 2 for 12. Some of the highlights of that first session. Constas went for 3, Green 3, Inglis 5. So the newbies, none of them really able to fire at all. Bharat Sundaresan, what did you make of that first session?
Well, it felt like this Australia-West Indies test finished where the last Australia-West Indies test finished, or started where that one finished, with Shamar Joseph all over Australia, bowling like the wind. It was one of those spells which you'll remember for a long time. Wadi should have had 4 or 5. He 2 drop catches, you mentioned, Green and Khawaja, but he was challenged the stumps, challenged the edge. It was outstanding bowling, and Australia were in all sorts. A pretty ordinary start for them, not just because they lost the wicket. Some of those innings, Cam Green looked all over the place. Josh Inglis looked troubled by Alzari Joseph for the brief period he was in there. Usman Khawaja, luck on his side with the dropped catch, but I think if anything, the dropped catch after that, he came off it and it seemed to wake him up, and then he's played a lot more shots. The pull shot has come back. He's troubled him in the last few months, and Australia finish, I wouldn't say strong, but in a slightly better position where they were at 3 for 22.
That's right. So Australia at lunch, 3 for 65 with Head on 21, Khawaja on 32. So these two have put on 43 for the 4th wicket. Constas out for 3, Green 3, Inglis 5. And Shamar Joseph taking 2 of the 3 wickets. SEN Test Cricket for Australia made by local. We'll be back in just over half an hour for the second session, live here from Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados.
To go here at Inglis, catching cover in position in addition to the slips. High up in the air, top edge trying to pull underneath. It's the keeper Hope, and he takes it. Jaden Seals gets a third wicket of the opening session for the Windies. Inglis not at all in control of his pull. That top edge, 3 for 22. The Windies on fire here. Bowling to Travis Head. He's off the mark with a lavish cover drive. Hello. Bowls round the wicket. Kawaja, the chance to pull, and does so with purpose. Over square leg, gets plenty of it, and it goes all the way for 6.
Alzari Joseph again. Head pulls it away brilliantly. Forward of square leg for 4. Bowling to Travis Head, who cuts over the top of point and out to the rope for 4. 3 bounces, crashing into the fence.
The lunch break.
SEN Test cricket. It is lunch on day 1 of the Frank Worrell Trophy between West Indies and Australia, and certainly a tale of two halves in that opening session, the first session of the series. Matthew Donald with you, guiding you through the lunch break. If you want to get involved in the conversation throughout the course of this break, 0433 98 11 16 is the number to text through. Let me know where you're listening around the world to SEN Cricket. We've had a number of people tell us where they're tuning into already in this opening session, and all corners of the world Australians are tuning into the coverage, and it is great to have you along for the ride. It is the lunch break. Australia 3 for 65 as things stand lunch on day 1 here at Kensington Oval. I'll go through a quick call of the card with you. So, as I mentioned, it was all West Indies and Shamar Joseph very early on in the opening session. Sam Constas was the first man to go for the Aussies. Dismissed LBW for 3 of 14 deliveries. Given not out on field, West Indies sent it upstairs just in the nick of time, and just as well they did as well, because DRS did suggest that the ball was going on to hit the stumps, and the decision was overturned. So Sam Constas was out. LBW for 3 off the bowling of Shamar Joseph. Australia 1 for 8, which quickly became 2 for 14. Cam Green continuing at number 3 in the order. He was caught in the slips by Greaves, 3 for 21. There was a bit of a dispute as to whether it had carried. Green stood his ground initially. The umpires had to convene, sent it upstairs, but replays showed that the catch was a fair one, so Cam Green had to go 3 for 21, so still looking for him to finally really make a big score since his return to the Test side. Didn't survive an over in either of his digs in the World Test Championship final. Could have easily gone a lot sooner. Was dropped on just his second ball by King, who's on debut. Brandon King for the Windies, selected at 4 in the batting lineup, and then became 3 for not long after that as well. So Josh Inglis was caught. He went for a pull shot, tried to pull a ball that wasn't in the pulling range. It was not very short at all. Skied it, got a top edge. Shea Hope, the wicket-keeper, came around, judged it pretty nicely. Looked a relatively straightforward high catch for the wicket-keeper, but worth bearing in mind that conditions are very blustery at Kensington Oval, and we've seen it wreak havoc on the ball in terms of the amount of swing and movement that the ball has had in the air. But Hope judged it nicely, took the catch. 3 for 22, the Aussies. They are in all sorts of trouble, and the batting woes that have plagued the Aussies in that World Test Championship final against South Africa looked set to continue. But then, after drinks, a bit of a counter-attack by both opener Usman Khawaja and Travis Head. Both have had to ride their luck a little bit at times. Khawaja was also dropped very early on. He was dropped in the 8th over by Roston Chase, so he had quite a life as well. He was only on 6 at the time as well, Khawaja. But as things stand now, he's guided his way to 32, not out of 72 deliveries, 2 4s and a 6. And Travis Head as well up the other end, doing his counter-attacking best for the Aussies. He's come in, he's made 21 not out off 29 deliveries. So it's been a relief to have Travis Head at the crease. He was the first Aussie to hit a boundary, and that came at the end of the 15th over. So it was very, very slow going for the Aussies. The opening bowlers for the West Indies, Jaden Seals and Shamar Joseph, and even Alzari Joseph, all started really well. Going through the card here, Constas, LBW Joseph, 3 of 14. Usman Khawaja not out, 32 off 72. Cam Green caught Greaves off the bowling of Joseph, 3 for 21. Josh Inglis was caught by Hope off the bowling of Seals, 5 of 15 deliveries. And Travis Head is the other one out there, 21 not out off 29 deliveries at this stage. For the bowling, Jaden Seals, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 20. Shamar Joseph, who you'll remember the last time he played Australia, put put in that Herculean effort up at the Gabba and has picked up right where he left off there. 2 for 18 off his 8 overs with 2 maidens in there as well. Alzari Joseph, none for 20 off his 6 overs, 2 maidens. Roston Chase, none for 7 off 3. And then Justin Greaves right at the end there, 1 over, 1 maiden, none for none. Couple of texts that have come through. One here from Chris. Hi, Matthew. Listening from Adelaide to a very intriguing first session, which could have really set this whole series up. Edge of the seat stuff, anxiety throughout. That's from Chris. Well, it has been a real back and forth opening session, Chris, and the rest of the series is to play out like this first session. We're going to be in for an absolute beauty. G'day, mate. Perfect timing to hear the whole day's play whilst baking away. Cheers. That's from Dave in Bayswater North. Best of luck to you, Dave. Thank you for joining us on the coverage. And Adam from Southbank listening in, doing a night shift on the docks. Shout out to all the Wharfies at DP World. Thank you for that, Adam, and thank you to everyone else who's tuned in so far for the coverage. Wherever you're tuning in around the world, we've had people texting in from all over the place throughout the course of the first session. So if you are listening, let us know where you're tuning in from and what you made of that opening session, because it really was a tale of two halves separated by that drinks break. It was the Windies who were on top right from the get-go. Australia could not get away. It was a very slow outfield, to be fair, so boundaries were always going to be hard to come by. But the bowling of the Windies was terrific. Didn't give the Aussies any free runs. And then when Travis Head came to the crease, he started to get the needle turning Australia's way. And Usman Khawaja, who, as we said, had a little bit of luck in the first half of that opening session. He got dropped very early on, 6. He was on at the time, but he's still in there. He's still hanging in there. He's worked his way to 32 now, so he's still fighting in there along with Head. So the onus will certainly be on these two to get things going for Australia in this second session. But let me know your thoughts, 0433 98 11 16, if you do want to text through and contribute your thoughts, particularly around the batting of Australia. It's certainly been a contentious topic since the World Test Championship final that Australia lost to against South Africa. What to do with Marnus Labuschagne, who's been dropped ahead of this test against the Windies. Cam Green staying in at 3 and Sam Constas being recalled. Well, neither Constas or Green really justified their spot in the order, each being dismissed for 3. And Cam Green could have been out for a second ball duck as well. He was dropped very early on in his innings too. So there's a bit to work through in this Australian top order, particularly with the Ashes coming at the end of the calendar year. Lot for the Aussies to sort out, and we've only just started the new World Test Championship cycle, so a long way to go. But a bit to work out there from the Aussies. And for the West Indies, how about the bowling of Shamar Joseph? I still remember what he did up at the Gabba with a broken toe, and what a performance with the ball that was to guide the Windies home to a famous victory. And has looked to have picked up where he left off. Bowled the entire first hour unchanged, which is a very impressive effort for a fast bowler these days, and came back for a brief spell at the end of the session. But we mentioned with him 2 for 18 of his 8 overs and 2 maidens littered in there as well. So he's had a very good opening start to this Frank Worrell series. Some other news as well, because there's a bit of other news going around in the world of sport which we've got to get to. We'll start with AFL. Now there's one match, depending on where you're listening into, Thursday night, Carlton, Port Adelaide, an important match for these two sides, and both teams have made 4 changes. So just bear with me here. The Blues have dropped Corey Durden, Mark Pitnett, Jackson Binns and Matt Carroll. They've recalled Jordan Boyd and Lewis Young, and they've also handed debuts to Billy Wilson and Flynn Young. Captain Paddy Cripps missed Wednesday's training session. He wasn't with the main group due to an illness, but he has been named in the squad despite all of that. So that's probably still going to be a little bit of a watch there for the Carlton captain. Port Adelaide, I mentioned, they've also made 4 changes. Jackson Mead, Ryan Burton, Jeremy Finlayson and Christian Moraes have all made way. Alir and Travis Boak have both been recalled to the squad, as have Logan Evans and Hugh Jackson. In the NRL, the Panthers and the Bulldogs have also made a raft of changes. The Panthers have made 5. They brought in Brian To'o, Dylan Edwards, Isaiah Yeo, Liam Martin and Nathan Cleary. For the Bulldogs, Jedro Renakama, Kurt Mann, Matt Burton, Max King and Stephen Crichton, all named in the squad for them. And kickoff is at 7:50 Australian Eastern Standard Time at CommBank Stadium on the Thursday night. Some other news, and we'll get to this on the other side of the break. Teenage sprinting sensation Gout has continued his record-breaking streak earlier this week. He surpassed his own national record in the 200 metres. He finished with a time of 20.02, which is an improvement of 0.02 of a second of the time that he ran in December last year. And it's also done in the first time that he's competed abroad. What a feat it is from the sensation, the name that is on everyone's lips in an athletic world. And we will hear an interview from Mitch Dyer, the famous race caller, on the other side of this. And just some other cricket news, some scores going around yesterday or overnight. England secured victory in the first test against India at Headingley. They were set 371 to win in the fourth innings. They chased it down pretty comfortably, actually. 5 wickets in hand when they got to the total. It was royally done off the back of the opening pair, Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett, an opening stand of 188 in the fourth innings there. Crawley 65, Duckett 149. So that really set England on their way. Joe Root with 53 not out and Jamie Smith with 44 not out in the middle order did the rest of the business there for England to guide them home. The second test at Edgbaston, first ball to be bowled on July 2nd. And the second test of the 2-test series between Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. It is stumps on day one. Bangladesh batting first, currently situated at 8 for 220. The first test ended in a draw. So this is really a winner-takes-all test match for those two. Stick around, though. It is lunch here on day one of the Frank Worrell series between the West Indies and Australia. The Aussies winning the toss, batting first, currently 3 for 65. Usman Khawaja, 32 not out. Travis Head on 21 not out. But stick around. We're going to continue our lunch break right after this here on SEN Test Cricket. SEN Test cricket, it is lunch on day one between the West Indies and Australia. Australia 3 for 65, overcoming a rickety start in the first half of that session, losing 3 wickets for very few runs, and then Usman Khawaja and Travis Head on a counter-attacking mission for the Aussies, getting them to a respectable position at lunch. Khawaja on 32, Travis Head on 21 at this point. We mentioned earlier in the lunch break, Gout, the teenage sensation that he is, turning heads in the athletics world, breaking his own record earlier in the week, running a time in his 200 metres of 20.02, breaking his own record that he set in December last year. What a remarkable teenage sensation that he is. And, Jared Waitley, we've caught up with athletics expert and commentator Mitch Dyer earlier in the week to have a chat about Gout and his amazing feats. Let's have a little bit of a listen to some of that now.
The other was breathtaking in his European debut.
There is Gout. Quite a sensation, this young man. Australia love him. Partly because of the name, partly because he is just brilliant. His first race as a pro in Europe, this from Gout. Now he's got a target. Menya moving away from him, Morizzi in the headband. A battle between these two. And Gout working so hard to get to him, and he gets there. Gout takes it by a metre and moving away. 20.04. Battling all the way. The strongest part of his race is always that last 50. He holds his form so well. It's an optical illusion. It looks like he's accelerating, but he's not. Nobody does. Maybe Bolt did back then. And Gout has taken it to Menya and said, anything you've got, boy, I've got more.
What a European debut that was. If you do nothing else today, spend the 20 seconds to have a look at it for yourself. Few follow these matters as closely as athletics commentator Mitch Dyer. Hello to you, Mitch.
Hello, Jared. How are you, mate?
I'm exhilarated by that. What did you think?
Oh, it was breathtaking, wasn't it? It made the 3 a.m. wake-up certainly worth it, and never in doubt that I think it would, but a European debut like no other for an athlete like no other, so it seemed fitting.
How significant a step in his senior journey was it as a schoolboy on holidays?
It's massive. I mean, look, a lot of the conversation lives around him stepping up to race the seniors. We've seen him dominate these juniors. The first taste of it we got in Australia was him versus Lockie Kennedy, and obviously that fell the way of Lockie. Came out and did something amazing at Nationals, but it's a different caper to step into Europe and really assert yourself. And look, I mean, Crammy called it perfectly. You know what you're going to get out of him, that final 50. His acceleration is honestly one of the best in the world. But to take it to that field between 50 to 150, which has sort of been his lacking point in the 200 metres, was probably the most encouraging sign. So, look, it was breathtaking to watch. He looked like a man, not a boy anymore out there, and 20.02, he eclipses his own national record by 0.02 of a second to step into Europe. So fresh off the plane and onto the track, it's probably as good a start as you could possibly ask for.
And he spoke in the aftermath about he's about to break 20 seconds, isn't he?
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's always never a question anymore of if, but when. And look, if he's going to do it anywhere, in 2 weeks, he's going to line up in the prestigious tracks of Monaco. So I would keep your eyes peeled on that one. He's in that under 23 race there, but that track is known for fast times. We've seen plenty of Australian records fall there. We saw Jeff Hull break a world record there last year. So I'm not by any means trying to suggest he's going to break a world record, but a sub 20 might only be, 14 days away for just this absolute sensation of an athlete. So it's incredibly exciting to be a part of as an Australian athletics fan.
One of the interesting parts, Mitch, as to how the international community is talking about him. So I suspect there's probably some in Australia who feel like this is a jingoistic story and it's parochial, but this gave you the light of the way that Steve Cram is talking about him, the commentary and the lead up and the aftermath is the international athletics world is on alert for a global sensation in gout, aren't they?
Oh, they're buzzing. They're absolutely buzzing. This isn't just something that we're tracking here in Australia. I love that Steve Cram talks about at the end there. He said, nobody moves away in the final 50, right? Well, maybe Bolt did, but don't get it twisted. Gout's not quite there yet, mate. We had Gout, but we've caught lightning in a bottle here in Australia. I mean, this kid is every bit the real deal. And of course, it takes time, that sort of level of respect and I think continuity of racing is what's going to alert Australians to being like, no, this isn't just a flash in the pan. This kid isn't just a fantastic junior that we're just harbouring here. This is a global sensation in the making, and he's got a terrific head on his shoulders. You listen to all the interviews, you see him and Di Shepherd before the race over there in the Czech Republic and just chopping it up like, usual day at the track. I think he's built for this moment. I think he's built to be a star, and we are so lucky that here in Australia we are going to be able to watch this kid do his thing for a long time. It's just a generational talent. Let's wrap our arms around him and show him a lot of love. And, the world's his oyster.
I think you've got the right idea. Are you going to head to Europe to catch a bit of it?
Yeah, I will. I'm very fortunate. I'll be over in Monaco in 2 weeks' time to watch him strut his stuff, as well as the other Australians. Mate, our European summer has been phenomenal. The same race overnight, we've got our 19-year-old Cam Myers becomes the third fastest 1,500-metre runner in Australian history, goes under the 3:30 marker. Peter Bowl is back. Talk about having a kid and resurging your career. He's got the young daughter on his hip, and he's back to running the best we've ever seen Peter Bowl run. Curtis Marshall jumping well. Nicola Olaslager's undefeated. So, it's very lucky for me. I'm going to roll over and do the Diamond League circuit again. And obviously my eyes are fixated on Gout. It's impossible not to watch him, but you don't have to look too far to see more world-class talent in Australia. So it's an exciting time to be over there and to chop it up with them. And, the last couple of years, mate, I've been over there, and it's very easy for me to get an interview with an Australian because I haven't quite been on that world radar. I reckon I'm going to be pushing and shoving my way through the major media just to get a glimpse of them now.
They will draw a crowd from here. Mitch, travel well. We'll look forward to talking to you over there, I reckon.
Oh, I appreciate that, Jared. Can't wait to check in from some nicer weather.
Mitch Dyer there with Jared Waitley earlier this morning off the fact of Gout's remarkable 200-metre effort of 20.02, and that was his first run abroad as well. The teenage sensation is turning heads all around the world in an athletics perspective, and it will be a terrific watch as his career continues to unfold. And no doubt, as Mitch said, breaking that 20-second barrier, it looks like it's more and more a case of when rather than if as Gout's career progresses. It is lunch here on day one. SEN's Test cricket coverage of West Indies and Australia. The start of a new World Test Championship cycle begins here for these two countries. And Australia at lunch after winning the toss and electing to bat 3 for 65. They were in a real sort of trouble. 3 for 22 they were at one point. It was a very good first hour there from the Windies. But Usman Khawaja and Travis Head have steadied the ship. They've got Australia back on course. Can they look to ram home that advantage in the middle session? Khawaja on 32 not out at this stage of 72 deliveries. Travis Head on 21 of 29. Stick around. We'll bring you the second session right after this on SEN Test Cricket.
go here at Inglis. Catching cover in position in addition to the slips. High up in the air, top edge trying to pull underneath. It's the keeper Hope, and he takes it. Jaden Seals gets a third wicket of the opening session for the Windies. Inglis not at all in control of his pull. That top edge, 3 for 22. The Windies on fire here. Bowling to Travis Head. He's off the mark with a lavish cover drive. Bowls around the wicket. Kawaja, the chance to pull, and does so with purpose. Over square. They got Jaden Seals in the book for 5. Since then, though, pretty smooth sailing for Australia. Usman Khawaja, who did get a life early on, he moved from 10 to 25 very quickly. He's reached 32 by lunch. And Travis Head's with him, 21 from 29, doing as Travis Head does, of genuine assistance out of the surface, and get another 3 or 4 wickets in this session and win the day. Hello.
Hello to you. Yeah, some early morning moisture was exploited beautifully by Shamar Joseph, and certainly good support from Jaden Seals, who got a wicket as well. And this second session is going to be of great importance, despite the fact that Head has had 1 or 2 challenges, and Khawaja, they've battled courageously in adversity, and they've been able to move the score from 22 for a loss of 3 to 65 for 3, and we want to continue a partnership that is building. As far as the West Indies are concerned, they're going to start with Graves, the medium pacer. I'm a little bit surprised that they started with him. One would have thought that with the rest, they would have looked to a Jaden Seals. That has not happened.
I mean, what's the thinking here? Normally, you try and start your session with your best possible wicket-taking option, and again to their 4th seamer, Justin Greaves.
Well, Adam, is the defensive mindset that is creeping in to Caribbean cricket, which I'm very concerned about, because you would have thought you would have started with a Jaden Seal. He's got 2 steps in the gully, so he's just looking to best keep things quiet rather than try very early in the piece to try and pick up a wicket or 2 here.
I mean, clearly a capable bowler. You look at his numbers at first-class level, taking his wickets at just under 26. He's got 6 at 34 in his 6 test matches, but yeah, it does strike me as bizarre that we're not seeing Shamar Joseph running away from the Joel Garner stand to start this new session. Anyway, it will be Greaves, his first ball of the session, bowled 1 over before lunch. Delivers here, Khawaja tucks him down the fine leg, gets it fine enough to the rope for 4. So a great restart from Usman Khawaja, who advances to 36, 3 for 69. So I kind of get the over before lunch, but it's the staying in the attack after that's bewildering to me.
Yeah, the first ball is meat and drink real, and the legs had to get back into that. Once he did, it was fine. The back was square, didn't have a chance to get across to stop it. But you got to rate Khawaja's innings so far. It's some challenges at the start of the innings, but towards the break he looked much better.
Has picked up Usman Khawaja in Test cricket before, it's worth noting, at Adelaide in January 2024. Greaves bowls here. Khawaja inside edge. You hear through the effects, Mike. They're about to get up and appeal. So yeah, Greaves picked up Khawaja, Carey and Labuschagne in that series. So some pretty good Test wickets there.
A word on Justin Greaves. He's a St. James guy, of course, deep in rural Barbados. Attended the Combermere School, which is a famous school of Sir Frank Worrell. But he's also got some teammates who are also Combermerians. The captain and the former captain.
Right. Brathwaite and Chase around the wicket. Graves bowls here. Khawaja. Edges it off his thigh pad. Nearly runs into the leg stump. Unusual series of events there, in as far as you thought Khawaja was going to access deep backward square there, but it barely trickled beyond the stumps.
Yeah, just talking about the Combermere School, I mean, it's such rich history. If you drive from here, maybe about 10 minutes or so. Of course, at this time of the year now, next week or so, schools will be on break, but it's produced Bess Hall's, the great Bess Hall.
Right.
Of course, Frankie Worrell, the great late, would have come from there as well. And a lot of cricketers want to go to that school as youngsters.
Proper pedigree. Graves in here, bowls to Khawaja, who leaves alone on length. A lot made of Barbados, and now, 343 Test cricketers for the West Indies as of today. More than 100 from this island, where it's not as though it's a massive population or anything quite like it. I mean, I've done some research into it before, but I'm keen for your views on what is it about Barbados that's made it such a hot spot over the decades, not over a short period of time, but a long time. Why is Barbados such a remarkable place for producing excellent Test cricketers?
I'll tell you after this delivery about what is happening in Barbados. Although general cricket in Barbados and the Caribbean is not as its greatest.
Graves bowls here, and Khawaja drives straight back to it, collects in his follow-through.
when you look at the history, I mean, in the halcyon days of West Indies cricket, you had Sir Garfield Sobers, by the way, not as well. We wish him well. Of course, you had tremendous fast bowlers over the years, and that influenced a lot of young people to play cricket. There's no question about that. In fact, the Combermere School, there's a Harrison College, which is the top school, but there's some people who would have passed for Harrison College, but they want to go to Combermere because there's a great deal of cricket there.
Right. Okay. So it's a momentum thing of sorts as Graves finishes the first over after lunch. Khawaja inside edge, back onto his back pad. It spills into the offside, but a couple of times in that over, Khawaja false strokes to Graves. 4 runs from it. A boundary to start. 3 for 69 on the tyre power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts, Khawaja 36 and head on 21. So yeah, that idea of Barbados being a hotspot. So your perception is that...
Yeah, of course. And of course, that was the only thing that youngsters did. I mean, Sir Garfield Sobers comes from an area called the Bayland, which is about 10 minutes away from here. And all he did was play cricket. Cricket, in fact, Professor Henry Beckles, who is the head honcho up at the university, calls it the Natural Academy, where boys would just naturally get together and play cricket, and they were influenced by some great cricketers. It is true the standard is not as it used to be.
So away from us, our Zari Joseph starts the session, bowls here, head onto his knees to thrash it through the offside, or at least it looked that way. Doesn't get it beyond Widish mid-off.
Cricket is so big in Barbados that at the junior level, every Saturday, the actual broadcast of cricket is on radio, and that started back in 1978. Amazing. You can go to any cricket ground on a Saturday in Barbados, and the radio stations in Barbados are carrying the cricket at that level.
I wrote an article about this years ago for the 50th anniversary of Barbados independence in 2016. Just pulled it up here to pull out some of the numbers. Our Zari Joseph bowls and head pushes to mid-on. Bit awkward. Leave it to guess there in the end. At that time, there were 83 Bajan Test cricketers out of a population of 284,000. So it's a tiny country. People think of Yorkshire as this great hotspot in English cricket. A population of 5.3 million for just one more Test cricketer at the time. 84. And then Wagga Wagga, which is an Australian hotspot, if you like. 55,000 population, 4 Test cricketers. So it just outstrips any of them.
Amazing.
One Test player for every 3,500 head of population here.
It's
wild. You look at some of these names as well. You've put together a best of Barbados. Now Zari Joseph bowls and head through point, as he does so well when there's any width on offer. Got down to greet it, caught it on the half volley. His first boundary of the session. 25 for him, 3 for 73.
Yeah, lovely shot. Ball pitched up full. Meat and drink, really. And once he got back into that, it was so very well timed. He went through that point area for 4. But he's looked good. As we said, 1 or 2 challenges at the start. But generally, these two have settled quite nicely. And from that position of 22 for a loss of 3, Australia recovering to 73 for 3.
So Joseph regroups after conceding a boundary halfway through his first over after lunch. Joseph from the Malcolm Marshall end, our end as well, bowls to head, he goes back and plays under his eyes for another single, going very nicely here. He's up to 26, 3 for 74.
And so the gaps are beginning to open now, Adam. You got the backward point of the boundary. Before there were 3 sips, now they're down to 2. And you just have to hang on in there. And it's the West Indies side generally, once they're not getting wickets, they're going to find plenty of real estate. We can just work the ball around and pick up singles, and already we're seeing that. And the pitch is also playing a little bit better. There was obviously the moist at the start, but it's flattened up quite nicely now.
Yeah, needed to make the most of that shaping ball, and they absolutely did early on, but his partnership's now swelled to 52. Joseph bowls and Khawaja plays defensively under his eye to cover. So I've got a Barbados best 11 here at Play Test Cricket.
Please. I'd love to hear that.
Shiel Berry did this in one of his books at the time. Desmond Haynes, Gordon Greenwich, Seymour Nurse, Frank Worrell, captain, Everton Weeks, Clyde Walcott keeping, then Sobers, Marshall, Wes Hall, Sylvester Clark, Joel Garner. Pretty useful team.
Yeah, and look at that Conrad Hunt.
Conrad Hunt's 12th man.
And he was one of the greatest in the 60s. Can you imagine that?
So, I mean, and there are lots of... I'll go through a few of these bits and bobs, what I pulled out at the time. trying to explain why Barbados, why not other islands in the Caribbean in quite the same way. Joseph finishes here and leaving alone is Khawaja outside the line. 36 for him, Head 26 at 3 for 74 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Adam Collins, Andrew Mason with you, talking about Barbados, where Andrew is from. Such a remarkable hotbed of Test cricket. Plenty of people in today. Graves operating over the wicket to Travis Head, and Roston Chase calls it off. First slip, he's not happy with the field. So a few notes here I've got here. It's a very, very small country. It's, as we mentioned before, the population, but it's condensed. An hour to drive.
About 280,000, they say.
An hour to drive from one side to the other. So there's that concentration of people. It's one of only 2 countries in the region where it's set on coral. That allows the rain to drain through the soil to underground aquifers. And that means there's a harder surface for balls to consistently bounce through at a greater speed. Thus the fast bowlers. That explains that kind of. Bowling here is Graves. Leg stump, line, spills away to find leg via Travis Head's front pad. Gets a leg by, 3 for 75. The temperate climate, it doesn't have the same dramatic schisms of other countries in the Caribbean. So it's set to the east of the Atlantic hurricane belt.
It's the most easterly of them.
That's helpful. A very old age is common to live to here. And what have we got here? The UN have found that it has the greatest life expectancy in the region. A prosperous economy, a stable government. The World Bank classified Barbados as one of the 80 high-income economies in the world. So it's stable here, and it's been obviously an independent country since 1966. Graves bowls, Khawaja defends. So there are lots of different inputs as to why it's here, why it's Barbados and it's not other parts of the Caribbean.
Yeah, and, when you get back to cricket in terms of the heavy investment, the Barbados Cricket Association that runs cricket in Barbados, they put thousands of dollars in cricket. You've got various academies very much here as well. A lot of cricket is played on the weekend, and there's a lot of support from the Barbados Cricket Association to keep cricket going in Barbados.
Barbados was the country that represented the Caribbean at the Commonwealth Games a few years ago in cricket. Pulling here is Khawaja. Oh, the ball nearly runs onto his stumps. Remarkable.
He's a lucky man.
Khawaja swung his bat, had a second dart at it. It hit him in the midriff. It spilled down. The ball's going nowhere. Nothing delivery. And as the ball was going back towards the stumps, we'll need a second look at this to clarify the sequence here, but hits him on the back pad off the boot, and as it was heading towards the stumps, Khawaja was savvy enough to use his bat like a hockey stick, like a backhander in hockey.
There we go,
and
right there.
No, he didn't even clear it.
He didn't clear it.
It missed the off stump by mere centimetres.
Yeah.
So a near miss for the Windies, if you like. The second time in the session, Graves has got something unusual to happen off Khawaja's front pad.
And there seems to be the attack to attack him just on about the line of that leg stump as well.
So he's 36, Khawaja. Round the wicket, Graves to him here. Khawaja drives, but not convincingly, to cover no run.
Yeah, there was a big gap between bat and pad when he played that, the ball at the bottom of the mat. But Graves, it's a type that will be just thereabouts. Does a bit with the ball, an honest performer, not one that will give you 4 or 5 wickets. He's a type that will come in bowl 20 overs, 2 batters, and pick up 1 for 50. And that's the role that he's being made to do now with 2 slips and a gully. But so far after the break, he hasn't been all that bad.
So Graves playing a role here. Just 1 boundary off him in his 3rd over. 2 slips the gully. Round the wicket to Khawaja. Change of angle. Behind it defensively. Down the pitch it goes. So the Barbados women's team represented the whole region at the Commonwealth Games a few years ago. And the men have the chance to do the same thing at the Olympic Games along with the women when cricket's played at LA in 2028. So that's they'll have to do well to make it, but still there's an opportunity there, right?
Yeah, indeed. And one would think that there's someone like a Hayley Matthews, who's the pride and joy of Barbados. I mean, Prime Minister Miriam Motley, who is here, she spoke highly of her. a couple of days ago.
What an extraordinary athlete Hayley Matthews is. Round the wicket, Graves to Khawaja, defends, out to mid-wicket, gets one. Quickest single through. Head equal to the challenge to the danger end. Khawaja 37, 3 for 76.
Yeah, in fact, only a couple of days ago, in fact, on the weekend, we had a situation where the 1975 team actually on it. In fact, they're here.
Yeah, here today, right?
They're very much here today. Watching the first day, Sandy Roberts, I spoke to him this morning. So Clive Lloyd, the big cat, is here as well. Lance Gibbs, living in the United States as well. And Derek Murray, who...
famously.
In fact, he's Ambassador Murray. Ambassador from Trinidad and Tobago.
So he is the ambassador to Barbados from Trinidad?
No, in Jamaica.
In Jamaica, sorry, right.
Yeah, but there was a change of government recently, so he's now at home. But he was very much there as well. And, of course, remember that famous partnership with Andy Roberts.
Yeah.
Back in 1975 against Pakistan.
It's one of those iconic images of the 75 final. Derek Murray, the wicketkeeper. Big part of that. New over begins. A beauty from Alzari Joseph. And swung back towards Khawaja, who accounted for that in trying to drive through the offside, but it still beat him on the outside edge.
A little bit of swing. The thing about that delivery was the length. It was full. And as we see it on the monitor, it was a good delivery.
So it swung in and it decked away, seeing it a second time on our Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
Yeah, Joseph has been accused of bowling short generally, but you could see in this test match so far, he's making an attempt to try to pitch the ball up and do something with it.
It's got to be time for Shamar, doesn't it?
I would think
Shamar
so as well.
from the Ghana end eventually. Here's Alzari Joseph. Beats Khawaja again, a replica. Same kind of ball. How's it missed off stump? They can't believe it. So it beat Khawaja on the outside edge, swinging back towards off stump. They all want to see a replay. Like, how's that not castled there? We want to see one too.
Yeah.
Here we go, back to us. Well, it will be in a moment. TV's showing us not the shot we're necessarily after. Here we go. Oh, gosh, it's gone miles. And
tremendous.
It did just deck a little bit away, which might have saved Khawaja. It would have taken out a fourth stump, I reckon. That's on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. So Joseph starts the over superbly to Khawaja. 3 catching men behind the wicket alongside the keeper, Hope. Away from the Malcolm Marshall end. Bowls here, Joseph. Khawaja leaves alone. A little bit shorter.
And very well played as well. It was not all that far outside the off stump. A lot of batsmen could easily go across and nip that. Now that corridor, he played it well. A good bit of bounce as well. As you know, this pitch over the years has been regarded as the fastest in the Caribbean, although I remember when Richie Richardson played, he said it was getting slower and slower. But if you put that effort in, you can see it. I'm not convinced that the pitches in the Caribbean are as slow as some people make it out to be. If you get that effort in, you will certainly get some of the pitch that we're seeing here from Joseph.
Yeah, you hear that a lot, don't you? People speak of the Windies like it's a subcontinent. Well, not today, it's not. Joseph bowls here. Khawaja edging through the cordon for 4.
Yeah.
So 2 slips in the gully. It went through about 4th slip. I doubt it would have carried to a catching man there. Khawaja, with the boundary, moves into the 40s. He's 41 at 3 for 80.
Keep talking about the length here of Alzari Joseph. He must be very happy. As we said earlier, Winston Benjamin is now his personal bowling coach. He actually travelled to Barbados with him. And Winston Benjamin comes from Antigua, country that was produced Sir Andy Roberts and Sir Curtly Ambrose.
4 nights, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And of course, Kenny Benjamin, don't forget him. He was pretty sharp as well. Would have played for the West Indies in the late 80s, 90s. So in addition to having Antigua, the greats in terms of battings, Richie Richardson, of course, and Saviv, the best of them all. They've got some fine fast bowlers as well. And this commentary is also going to Antigua on 3 stations.
Ah, terrific. Had the privilege of touring there a couple of times. Wonderful country, Antigua. Away from us, Joseph. Up here to Khawaja once more, leaving alone in the channel. Was this the ground where Holding bowled that over to Boycott?
1981.
Was that here?
Yeah. I'll never forget it. A little boy coming into the set. But this has changed tremendously, the ground. There's no question about that. Because of the World Cup in 2007, tremendous changes. But that was an over that you would always want to see time and time again. It was perhaps the best over in cricket.
Yeah, gets said that way. Bryce McGain's jumping in as well. Hello, Bryce.
G'day, Colo.
We're reflecting on what a great place this is to be covering a test match in the Frank Worrell Trophy Series. Joseph, great over so far. Finishing to Khawaja, keeping him honest. Middle stump line, angling in, defended to mid-on. End of the over, Khawaja 41, head 26 Australia. 3 for 80 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Test cricket for Australian made by local. Graves to continue. He'll go over the wicket to head. He's 26. Bowls here and head down again. Out to deep backward point, and it misses the fielder and gets to the rope. But that was aerial, and that is exactly why that fielder is there, Bryce. 4 runs for head. He moves to 30, 3 for 84, but not without risk.
And it wouldn't be the first time he's been caught out in that trap that has been set. He's back on the boundary, and sometimes it's set as a 3/4 range. In that backward point, he flays that away, and as that back knee drops down, that's where he gets the elevation on the ball. Now, he's a close observer there as Travis Head, as he watched the screen and had a look at it technically and thought, oh, it's probably a bit closer than I needed to be. Went away for 4. That fielder just needs to be a bit further backward, and maybe up about 10 as well.
So Graves again, close to the stumps, over the wicket. Head tries to play close to his body. He's hit him on the hand. He's hurt. Head tried to cut from right up on the body. It came back towards him off the seam. Head's thrown the bat away. It's his right hand. Looks like, what finger is it that he's looking at? And he's lamenting the lack of padding. You might have heard an expletive or two there from the South Australian as
it's as raw as it gets.
As the Aussie medical staff come down the stairs to the pavilion. Second look here for Chemist Warehouse on the screen.
And that's his top hand. Like right up on the top end of the handle. It darted back and stood up sharply.
Yuck.
And jammed his finger in the glove.
Good skills to bring it back off the seam from over the wicket to a left-hander. So Head sends the medical staff away. He sets up again. 2 slips the gully. Graves bowls here and Head goes back, and this time doesn't cut. So the previous ball, his setup was to fly it away again, despite the fact that it was basically an off-stump line. Talk about no margin for error.
No. That's what makes him so devastating, Travis Head, because he does that. You know, it can be off-stump. If it comes back to him, generally he can just sway his body back and still make his own room, if you like, rather than be dictated to by the line of the bowler. But that one did come back and surprise him.
So it's Graves over the wicket. Bowls to Head, down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it through the gloves of hope.
So I think you both had a query whether Graves was the right option from the Joel Garner end, given that the success they had early with probably both Josephs, really. Shamar Joseph was outstanding in his first spell, and Seals as well. But Graves is doing a pretty good job. He's getting the ball to move around here. So
stepped up. He stepped up. It gives them extra flexibility when they're operating a genuine 4-prong seam attack.
And his pace isn't just medium. It's above medium. It's a medium fast.
He's underrated, actually, as a bowler. Very underrated.
Yeah.
So Graves, 2 to go in the over. Delivers to Head. Down the leg side. Is it back? Is he strangled again like he was at Lord's? Umpire Maiden says no. They're not going to send it upstairs. I tell you what, for a moment there, the way Graves was appealing, he thought he had Travis Head, just as it was on morning 1 at Lord's a couple of weeks ago. Not to be, no review.
Now, it may very well have hit him on the leg, and it probably did. All probability says it did. Travis Head was indicating, oh, that just brushed through there. I'll touch my leg.
Yeah, front leg.
He could have nearly looked guilty. If he knew that, he could have looked guilty, because the umpire had said not out, and they could have burnt a review. So he didn't play his poker cards too well there.
Last ball here, Graves to Head, who turns it into the onside. Good flick. Got it wide of the man at wide mid-on. They'll return for a couple. So 6 runs from the over, but Graves having the better of Head in some respects. He's 32, Kawaja's 41, 3 for 86 the score. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. And Test cricket for Australia made by local and for Henley Holmes as well. This middle session has brought 21 runs in 24 minutes. No wickets as yet. Australia stabilising. Partnership that's now worth 64. Kawaja in the 40s, facing Alzari Joseph. His 9th over begins. 3 slips, leaves alone in the channel, well wide of the off stump actually. Still waiting for Shamar. Feels like there is so much expectation when Shamar Joseph gets the ball against Australia. Watching back on the technology from that shout for the catch down the leg side, there was no spike on ultra edge shape. As we imagined it was the right decision to give it not out and not to review.
The selection of Shamar Joseph and the West Indies team actually caught many by surprise. They weren't expecting that. And Roland Butcher, he was selected and he picked him based on what he saw in the CPL. He bowled pretty quickly.
Here's Alzari Joseph, bowls to Kawaja and beats him. That's not quite as full as the 2 in the previous over. It just held its line off the seam. So good skills again from Alzari Joseph from our end.
And you could hear Kawaja, that exclamation, ooh, hang on.
Yep.
The pitch is starting to liven up here a bit up and down, different bounce. So maybe the early rolling is sort of freeing up and the seam is getting into that grass.
And that has been Kawaja's mode of dismissal. Both feet in the air, bat a long way from the body. So that's a good spot for Joseph to be. He bowls again and Kawaja leaves alone. That's better. Can he leave as many balls out there as he can?
And the way he's bowling now, he's actually influenced the captain to have the 3 slips in the gully. I think that's a good move. Bowling around the wicket, just on or about the line of the off stump. He's certainly done a fantastic job and really has looked good. But you have Sandy Roberts there on the screen. Of course, he was part of that 1975 World Cup team. And he's here at Kensington Oval. In the President's Box, along with Sir Clive Lloyd.
Where is
Lance Gibbs.
Where is the President's Box in?
Just above the Weeks World and Rocket, right there. Have
Lovely spot. Above where all the Aussie fans are.
Right, yeah, above. Right indeed.
Perfect.
And it's President's Box.
Alzari Joseph from our Malcolm Marshall, another one of these legends. Going back and defending his Kawaja out to the offside, no single.
But Joe Garner was there as well. At that 50 years. Of course, tremendous. There's no question about that. I mean, Lloyd 102 and 85 run, Canning 55, 105. But Keith Boyce, well, he's gone to the great beyond now. Comes from deep and roll Barbados. Remember that fantastic game when Murray ran out the last batsman. Gilmore got 5 for 48. Jeff Thompson, what's the cover of him? 2 for 44, and Dennis Lilly 1 for 55.
And that batting partnership, Thompson-Lilly at the end. Ian Chappell top scoring before Viv ran him out. Lance Gibbs.
Yep. Tremendous off spinner.
One of the great nicknames ever in world cricket as well. Joseph bowls and pulling, not that convincingly, as Kawaja gets it 2 straight to mid-on. The electrified tarantula, was that what it was? So Lance Gibbs, who for a time was the world record holder for most wickets.
Yes, indeed. And comes from Guyana.
Yeah.
Like Sir Clive Lloyd. Guyana, they've produced some fantastic cricketers. Of course, Ryan Kanai as well. And on those pitches, they actually produced Colin Croft. He was sharp. Jeff Boycott didn't like to face him. Said he was very dangerous.
So Alzari Joseph will finish here. Up to Kawaja on 41 bowls, and Kawaja defends. So it'll complete the over with Australia 3 for 86 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Maiden with Kawaja 41 and Head 32. We've got Bryce McGain and Andrew Mason with me on SEN Test Cricket for Australia made by local on a sunny afternoon in Bridgetown, Barbados. It's going to be Graves to continue. Done for 11 so far. Bowls to Head. Hits him on the pad with a ball that jags back towards him from over the wicket. Bryce We've seen that a couple of times now. He's giving Head a real working over.
Oh, he is. He jammed his top hand on the bat. Now he's licked a part that wasn't covered by a thigh pad.
That leaves a bruise.
Yeah, it does. Not afraid to give it a rub with his hand on the leg. But he's hanging in there. It's been good by Graves. Certainly above medium pace. It's sharp, it's nippy, and the pitch is just, again, going through a phase of just being a bit lively.
Graves bowls to Head, who drives straight, so straight, as I'm sure you can hear through the effects mic, that he smacked it into the stumps at the non-striker's end, saving what would have otherwise been a boundary. That's the game.
With those pitches we're looking at, I got a little excited looking at those past legends of West Indies cricket as a young boy growing up in Melbourne. Being able to see those legends. There were some collector cards that came out. Now, a local fruit company it was that put these out, and there's a second series that I've brought over here. Now, I've got to find my way over there, Andrew, and look to maybe get some of these signed.
Graves in, bowls to Head, inside part of the bat. Again, a ball that starts outside the line of the off stump and comes back towards the left-hander. Well bowled.
Because those gentlemen are a huge reason why I love Test cricket. And going to the MCG as a young boy and seeing those players, just something extraordinary. And the history of the game, obviously, through this monumental phase of West Indian cricket. And so we have I've brought the cards over, and there they are. These are the Admona Collector Series cards, too, and they've got all the summaries of all the players here.
Class. Graves to Head, through the cordon 4.
Wow.
So Head went back again, looking to access that region behind point, and I suppose he eventually did, but it's gone through third slip where there isn't a catcher.
Yeah, 2 slips in the gully, went through that gap.
No dive came from second slip either. We'll see it a second time. Didn't even move in the cordon there at second slip. John Campbell. I reckon had he moved to his left and moved forward, he would have been half a chance to have reached that, Bryce.
Well, it's one of those... He's hard to pick up those edges, and if you're watching the bat, you're thinking it's going square. There was a ball in line with middle and off that he's tried to hit through the offside.
Graves in the game to Head. Squeezes him up, but he works it in front of square to get himself a single. Man comes in off the rope at deep square leg as well. So Head 37, 3 for 91, 1 left in the over.
I think Graves is ball well enough, and you made a point to pick up a wicket or two. He actually started out playing for Barbados, opening the bowling, but I think he's much better with the old ball.
Yeah, okay.
He gets the ball to move around, good length, and it's been a very good spell, actually.
No, I've been impressed.
Yeah, it'll
to see it live, it's been impressive, Colo.
He'll be a factor in this series, I reckon. Partnership's now worth 100 balls for 69 runs, going at a decent clip. Australia, not quite safe harbour, but 3 for 91, a lot better than earlier. Khawaja last ball defended. The score remains that. 37 for Head. Khawaja 41 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts after the break. Adam White in for me.
SEN Test cricket for Australia made by local Adam White, Bryce McGain and Brad Sundaresan. Part of the coverage. What are you laughing at, Brad?
There's something to be consumed finally downstairs. I've worked the last 10 minutes while keeping an eye on the cricket. I've ensured that the kettle is working.
Okay. There wasn't a kettle up there. There was equipment.
Australia 3 for 91. Now Seals bowls here, and it's cut away by Head out into the deep. It's been hit extremely hard. Sweeper having to do a lot just to be able to make sure it doesn't go for 4. And they just get a single.
And then the kettle did come out, only for them to realise that it had the wrong plug And then we had to find ways. And then suddenly, right below the little platform there's one plug where you could kind of plug it in. However, the wire was not long enough.
So it was in the cupboard.
Yeah.
The plug was actually in the cupboard, not on top of the bench top.
No.
Okay.
And then finally we had to
put the kettle in the cupboard?
Yeah, sort of. It's there, it's working.
Seals again, past the umpire, bowls to Khawaja, who drives, no timing in the shot, and Seals fields on his follow-through. So Khawaja 41, Head 38, Australia 3 for 92, half an hour after lunch on day one here in Barbados.
I've been a little disappointed with the West Indies. I mean, they've still created opportunities. Usman Khawaja still not looked 100% out there in the middle, couple of chancy shots through slips and that ball which could have easily rolled onto stumps. But there's been a bit of flatness, maybe because Justin Greaves has bowled this longish spell.
Yeah, we're just saying that he's impressed me, actually. His pace is up. He's nipped it around.
Seals again bowls. Khawaja squeezes off the front foot. It's a point on the second bounce. It's knocked down, no run.
So I agree. And as a collective before with Colo and Andrew, we sort of thought, could they have been a bit more aggressive, gone to a, certainly, Shamar Joseph, you'd want to start the second session and really put that in. But having said that, Justin Greaves has bowled pretty well. He's been able to nip the ball back. Head's had some difficulty, although he has been able to get him away for a couple of boundaries. And you often see that with Travis Head. Even though he's struggled a bit and it's got a bit tough, he's still able to score and punish.
Seals again around the wicket. Khawaja leaves outside off stump.
And I think it's also a sign of why generally test matches in the Caribbean, it's a cliche, it's a new ball pitch, but most wickets end up being new ball pitches. And also the way this Duke's ball behaves, from if you've seen a lot of cricket here, is it does a lot more than the Duke's ball in England. Just the color is different and all that, but it also dies a lot sooner.
Yeah.
So what I'm really intrigued to see, because the square is quite abrasive, if there's a bit of reverse swing in the next 15-20 minutes.
Yeah.
33rd over with the ball, so maybe possible.
Seals again, bowling to Khawaja, edging and getting runs. Played late, so it was a controlled edge, just with soft hands down to the vacant third man region. That won't go to the rope, but they'll come back for 2. So Khawaja to 43, the score 3 for 94.
And just the sound of ball on bat, that time I know it didn't come off the middle of the bat, it's just become a little clonky. It's just, in the ball becomes soft as well a lot sooner. So I wonder if that has played a role in just the way this holding pattern West Indies are trying to establish and not attack too much.
It is interesting because I agree with you, Brad, and that kind of started before lunch. Even when they were on top, that they went into that holding sort of strategy. Last ball of the over, Seals bowls full toss. It's hit very firmly off the front foot, but straight to cover. And there is no run. Was he missing out there and frustrated at the result of it? 3 for 94 the score. Head 38, Khawaja 43. SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. As again Graves on his way, bowling to Head, who slashes through the covers for 4. No footwork, but fast hands and 4 runs. That's what he does.
And he does it well. He does it really well. He just finds a way.
He's up to 42. Australia 3 for 98.
It was all angle, wasn't it? There wasn't a lot of width. It was just the angle from over the wicket that he used. And he's got probably the fastest hands in this Australian batting lineup. And it made a much better sound this time. The ball just raced away through covers.
It did. He doesn't feel there's a slow outfield to worry about. This time Head forcing off the thigh pad down to fine leg. Just taking the single it's usually a deflection when you play it down there, but the way that Travis goes about it, he really tries to just manoeuvre it with real ferocity wherever he plays. There's no subtleties in Travis Head's game. He's up to 43, 3 for 99.
I don't think there's subtleties in anything about Travis Head. From who he likes to what he does and what he likes to do, the way he speaks about the game. You see what you get. And that's why he's become such a lovable cult hero around Australia.
Khawaja leaves the next ball outside off stump from Graham.
And I'd say our most important batter in the lineup. He really is the key player. Steve Smith, with or without injury, even in the lineup, I think Travis Head is the most important player, and because he can do this. They were in a diabolical mess. At 3 for 22, drop catches going down. Potentially could have been 5 down with the chances who were getting created, and he's just come out and helped Khawaja build this partnership. Suddenly they're a tick away from 100.
Graves again around the wicket, bowling to Khawaja, who's back and across, pushing defensively into the covers.
But the one thing he wasn't able to do just 2 minutes ago was get the attention of the Australian dugout. He wanted a change of gloves, Bryce, so he was waving at them, raised his bat, and then eventually started hopping up and down to get their attention. And it fully packed the balcony, so there are a lot of Australian support staff and players sitting there. But for some reason, they were looking elsewhere.
Well, there's more support staff than players actually on the trip.
It does feel that way, doesn't it?
So for not one to catch the eye, there must have been a good story going on up there that had their focus.
2 slips in a gully. Khawaja squared up again, defending back down the onside of the pitch, and Graves can field on his follow-through. He throws the ball to Alzari Joseph and says, "You work on it, not me. I'm bowling." One thing that's really noticeable, just having a walk around the ground just after lunch, just how hot it is. It's stifling. It doesn't look that. If you're watching on television, you might think it's an overcast, dreary sort of day with the sort of sun coming and going, but it's stifling, the temperature, despite a breeze as well. Last ball of the over, Graves around the wicket to Khawaja, and he's beaten. He felt for that one. That was that line that has just worried Khawaja throughout this innings, but it beat the outside edge, and it's the end of the over. 3 for 99. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Australia 3 for 99. And Travis Head is now changing gloves and having a bit of a towel down. Aussie got a little bit of refreshment into him as well. Osman Khawaja on 43. Travis Head on 43. But they do it so differently, and emblematic here with the fact that Travis Head 43 off 48. Khawaja 43 off 107. For both of them to be on 43. The run rate sitting at 2.9 runs and over. It was very slow in the first hour. But whenever Travis Head's out in the middle, Barat, things start to increase. And it feels like even when, just with Travis coming out to the middle, that it freed up Uzi as well. Seals again, running away from us to start a new over. Past the umpire, bowls to Head, who's pushing and getting a single square on the offside. Trying to get as forward as possible, and that brings up the 100 for Australia. Early trouble, 3 for 22. There were drop catches. It was chaos. But these two, the experienced duo, have settled things down, and they've put on 78 together to get Australia to 3 for 100 in the 35th over.
How much did Australia need this partnership? It looked very bleak when Travis Head walked out to bat. Runs weren't being scored. The scoreboard was going nowhere.
Seals again. This time to Khawaja, who drives. No timing the shot. You could hear that. The sound the ball made off the bat. Very low on the bat. Actually has Khawaja just checking to make sure there was no fracture. Low on the blade.
And it started very early as soon as Travis Head came out. And the rest of the batters had really barely penetrated the field, and then the cover drive he played to get his innings going. And he said Travis Head makes things happen is the ultimate antithesis to all things Adelaide, isn't it? Where people who are not from there say nothing happens there. We like to keep it that way.
Seals again running away from us with a 33 on his back, bowling to Khawaja, who pushes off the front foot, just opening the blade and guiding it into the gully. There's no run. Score remains 3 for 100. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by local. Over in Australia at the moment, it's in most parts the middle of the night.
We've still got plenty listening. A lot of the night shifters. The boys working on the docks. They've been messaging in.
To you personally or to the text machine?
Into SEN. They're not hassling me.
I didn't think you'd know too many people that live on the docks or work on the docks, Bryce.
I know a few.
0433 98 11 16 the text. Khawaja this time plays nicely, flicking from his thigh pad behind square leg for a single. 3 for 101.
Got another one from a crew working in the labs. Dave is doing the night shift. And I think it's indicative of West Indies cricket when you're listening to Australia. I remember it, and it brings back so many memories of being in the middle of the night, watching maybe the last session, getting up so early in the morning back home to tune in. And, well, many people are back on that routine as well. The overnight routine, the Test cricket lovers in Australia.
2 slips in a gully. Seals again, bowling to Head, who gets down low and slashes forward of point. There is that protection, so it's only a single, but it was an attractive-looking shot from Travis Head to move to 45. Australia 3 for 102, 1 ball left in the over.
Now these are really good balls. This is top of off on bail height, and he is just leaning back, squatting his legs down and flaying it through the offside. They've had to put a sweeper out because either side it would be going away for 4. So off really good deliveries, Travis Head keeps scoring. And if you miss just a little bit, it's 4. You're done. And he will punish you badly if you overpitch. He is such a devastating batsman, and he's really finding his groove.
This time Khawaja on strike, pushing defensively into the covers. And the over is complete. Seals 1 for 26. Australia 3 for 102. Head 45. Khawaja 44. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Australia winning the toss and batting earlier today, 3 for 102 with Head on 45, Khawaja on 44. As Travis Head taps away, waiting for the first ball of a new over. That's just seeing him push back down the wicket defensively. Graves continuing into his 7th over. He has the figures of no wicket for 21. Bryce is headed out, I reckon, to go and check the food they're at. But
yeah, I think he was due for 10 more minutes. But yeah, he saw me have my marshmallow hot chocolate.
Is that what it was?
It was.
It's pricked my interest.
Yeah, in a little sachet. Just hot water is all you need. Interesting before the previous delivery, Whitey. We'll come to it.
Graves again bowling to Head around the wicket. Head smashes it forward of square leg out towards the rope. It will not get there. Spectacular fielding by Carty to keep the ball in. And they come back for a couple of runs off the bat. It looked like it was 4.
Yeah, he's known for his fielding, Casey Carty. He's made a good start to his Test career. That was very athletic because that ball was flying away even on this outfield. And the fact that he just picked it up with one hand, rolled over, and just at the last second it dropped off. It's a great save. And just, yeah, so when Travis Head faced his first ball of this over, Whitey, there was this red plastic bag that just went right across the side screen. It would have been in his line of sight.
Graves again bowls to Head. confidently pushing forward up to mid-off. It really raced across the turf. And there's no run.
I can think of so many batters around world cricket who would have just pulled away. If Steve Smith was there, there's no way he faces that ball.
No chance.
Johnny Bairstow the same. Sachin Tendulkar used to be
if there was a red plastic bag that was floating across another of the islands here in the Caribbean, he would have pulled away.
And the fact that Travis Head didn't even bother, and red ball, and the timing was perfect. It just went past Greaves as the ball was about to be bowled.
Greaves bowls again to Head, who slashes very, very firmly, but there is that protection, so it'll only be a single out into the deep. So, again, just to explain for those that are watching at home or in the car, wherever it is you're listening to our coverage, he collapses both legs to get low and then just flays at it. It's in the air, but there's no one in the ring in that backward point position. But they have got the man set deep. Just for that shot specifically, he got a single. He moves to 48, 3 for 105.
Yeah, Bryce mentioned how Travis Head has become the most important batter in this team. The number of times he's walked out to Australia 3 for not too much and bailed them out like he's done again today.
Khawaja back on strike. Greaves bowls. Khawaja flicks finally. It'll just be a single. Away on the onside to move to 45. He is fascinating, Travis Head, because of the way he plays. You're right, he does get them out of trouble a lot, but you always feel you're a chance with him to get him out because of how he plays.
I think it's something that's followed him throughout his career. You speak to players or coaches who've known him from junior cricket. Even Manas Labuschagne, who's played under 12s and under 13s against Travis Head over the years, would tell you that that's just been Travis Head. He just breaks games that are going one way, and then he comes and changes it. But there's always that element of chance or risk attached to it if you're not Travis Head. I don't think he thinks like that. You speak to Travis Head about his batting, I don't think he ever uses the word risk taker, or he doesn't think he's taking a risk when I think it's just a conviction he has in what he does, and also the awareness of the restrictions he has with his technique and everything else about his batting.
They've made a few changes to the field. This last ball of the over, Head tries to slash, bottom edge, bobbles out of the offside to a new man in that position at backward point, and there is no run. So they put that man inside the ring. Over bowled, 3 for 106, Head 48, Khawaja 45. SEN Test Cricket for Australia made by local. Adam White and Brad Sundaresan with you with Australia. 3 for 106 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Seals is going to continue, but he's had quite a long chat to Alzari Joseph at the top of his mark. And now he's ready to go around the wicket to bowl to Usman Khawaja. And he has been caught! No dropped! Another one's gone down in the gully. Diving away to the right. It would have been a spectacular catch. Khawaja playing off the back foot, trying to guide it with the horizontal bat. And really it was catching practice on a Thursday night, the way he played it. But it's been put down with the one hand.
Brandon King again. It's not really been a great entrance to Test cricket for the Jamaican. Dropped a sitter earlier on of Cameron Green. This one is slightly tougher. It's flying to his right, but he got enough of his hand to it, and he'll be really disappointed with that. Uzi continues to survive.
He's riding his luck, Khawaja, and this time he's flicking down to fine leg for a single to get off strike. So, as you said, Brad, King was good enough to be able, in that gully position, to be able to get a hand to it, but really he could have got two hands to it. It wasn't as far away as he thought.
He got too close to it in the end.
He did. He thought it was a sort of a Hail Mary. I'll just throw my hand out, and if it sticks, it sticks. But really, because it wasn't an edge, it came off the face. Yeah. That's the one you want at training.
Correct.
When you've got the assistant coach down on the knees with the gloves on, just giving catching practice, and he put it down. Head flicking this one fine, but again just a single. Off the bat it might have been his half century. Just a one to move to 49, 3 for 108. So that's the third catch to go down. The second time Khawaja has a life. He was dropped on 6, and now he's dropped on 45.
Yeah, there's been a lot of plays and misses in this innings from Usman Khawaja outside edges, but two very straightforward chances. Roston Chase was the one who dropped him at first slip. The regulation edge from around the wicket, the way Uzzi's got out a few times in recent months. But this one was, you're right, just helped it into Gully's hand, but Brandon King couldn't hold on.
Seals bowls again. Very similar ball to the one that Khawaja did play into the gully. This time he leaves alone. So just looking at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse, that was a classic example of, as you said, Bharat, that he dived too far. It looked spectacular, but looking at the replay, and you've got the benefit of slow-mo and all those sorts of things. I won't say he made a hash of it, but he made it look a lot more difficult than what it actually was. And it's so unfortunate on debut that Brandon King now has put down 2 in that gully position. Khawaja this time gets one that kind of spits at him. He tried to play and swivel through behind square, but kind of stood up on him and almost took a leading edge back to the bowler.
Yeah, it did. Like, he's surprised in the first over from Shamar Joseph earlier today. The ball jumped at him. This one just stopped at him. It's been a chancy innings in comparison to Travis Head at the other end, but like we do as a veteran opener, he's just ridden his luck. And
that's right, a wily old man that just knows how to get the luck. 2 slips in a gully, last ball of the over from Seals. He bowled full toss and it's stroked firmly but straight into the covers, and there is no run. So the completion of that Seals over, so he has 1 for 28. Australia, bit of luck in that over, 3 for 108. Australia 3 for 108. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. There is a change at the Worrell Weeks and Walcott stand end of the ground. Shamar Joseph is back, and it has a lady dancing as a result.
She is.
In the Hall and Griffith stand in a bright yellow dress. What has Shamar got for us here? He's bowling to head on 49, who will get a single and get to 50, just dinking it away into mid-wicket. And immediately raising his bat and acknowledging both the crowd and his teammates. Another important half century from Travis Head. Coming in with a score 3 for 22. It's not quite a rescue operation yet, but it almost is, with Australia 3 for 109. Travis Head 50 off 57 balls.
A familiar script since 2022, to the extent you feel if Australia are in trouble and Travis Head doesn't fire, that's when they've lost games, including the World Test Championship final last week.
Shamar Joseph to Khawaja, that one down leg side.
Because in the first innings as well, they lost 3 quite quickly. And just before the lunch break, Marco Janssen just slid one down the leg side and strangled Travis Head, maybe even the last over before lunch. And that changed the complexion of the game. So Australia, with this on and off top order in the last few years, have relied so heavily on Travis Head just doing what he's done so well for his state and now for his country.
Shamar Joseph in the sunshine, bowling to Khawaja, tries the pull shot, doesn't make contact. And that ball probably didn't get up as much as what Khawaja thought, maybe not as short as what Khawaja thought. It was close to the edge. It was almost close to the stumps as well, Barak.
He's just so skitty, isn't he, Shamar? It's very difficult to line up for a pull shot or a hook shot. Obviously, small sample size. But I don't think he's been pulled or hooked too much so far in his short career. He's short and wiry. So I think it was the right length to play the shot, but just somehow snuck under his back. But lucky for Uzi, he didn't take the inside edge or hit the stumps.
Joseph again bowls this one down leg side, and Khawaja tried to catch up with it and didn't. And it's probably lucky he didn't, because it could have easily been another one of those strangles down leg side. So this is going to be the last over before drinks. Adam Collins isn't too far away from rejoining you. I wonder whether he's had food, Colo. He hasn't. Oh dear, this is going to be interesting, this next half hour.
Hungry commentators coming to you from far, far away.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. 2 balls until drinks. Joseph storming in. Bowls, and that one spits at Khawaja, and he did very well to keep that out of the hands of the cordon.
Yeah, that one was
dropped it at his feet.
Very similar to that first over delivery I just described a while back. That one got the splice of Uzi's bat, maybe even the glove, and ballooned over the gully region. This time, he somehow got on top of it. A lot more control this time, but yeah, Shamar Joseph just on and off gets that extra bit from the pitch, doesn't he? That the others haven't been able to do.
He's got the airspeed that the others don't have. Last ball before drinks. And it's a leave from Khawaja. A late decision to leave, as he often does, taking a hand off the bat and waving it as it goes past the line of the off stump. So that is the over, and it is drinks here at Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados, Australia. 3 for 109. Travis Head on 50. Usman Khawaja on 46. So no wickets in that hour of play, but a couple of anxious moments, and particularly just a short time ago, that drop catch. Khawaja surviving again. We'll take a break and be back with more after this.
Here and head down again, out to deep backward point, and it misses the fielder again.
Fast hands to bowl to Usman Khawaja, and he has been caught. No drops. Another one's gone down in the gully. Diving away to the right, it would have been a spectacular catch. He's bowling to head on 49, who will get a single and get to 50, just dinking it away into mid-wicket. And immediately raising his bat and acknowledging both the crowd.
Gordon caught. No, he's not. I'm afraid to say it's been the story of the West Indies day so far. 3 chances going down. The last of them the most complex, with Brandon King. He's had 2 touches in Test cricket. Both have been dropped catches. It means that Travis Head still there on 50 with Usman Khawaja on 46, a partnership that's taken Australia, well, from the depths of despair at 3 for 22 to 3 for 109 as we reached the middle stage of the day. Not by overs, 38 gone, but in terms of the time, in theory, allocated. Khawaja's been the beneficiary of 2 of those lives, Baz, and Travis Head just letting the good times roll in the best traditions of the South Australian when playing against the West Indies.
Oh, loves it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's on back-to-back hundreds at the Adelaide Oval.
Got a 99 at Perth against them as well.
He did, yeah.
He got that king pair, which kind of rather ruined his average. But
and then 3 zeros in. Remember, he was out of 3 straight balls. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah. Yes.
So the Gabba wasn't to be, but it's all happening around the Kensington Oval. It's still pretty like semi-empty. The stands, a lot of Australian fans, but we're getting a preview of what we will get to see in Oistins on Friday night. Adam Collins.
Yeah. I saw that. It's great.
Yeah.
Bit of a performance there with a woman wearing a yellow outfit.
Yeah. Flame outfit, 3 drummers. And she's been entertaining the 8 people who sat there.
It's funny, isn't it? Like, there are probably more people here than you think. The seats are a bit like the Gabba, in that they're multiple different colours, and it can be a bit hard to work out who's a person and who's a seat. It must have been in fashion in the 90s when they redid the Gabba in between 92 and 95 when those new seats went in. I know it's a bit later here in 2007 where they got this done up for the 50 over World Cup. Here's the spin of the captain, Chase. Away from us. Bowls to head on an even 50. Goes back and it nearly sneaks through. Ever so close to skidding through with the arm. Good bowling. Good restart after drinks.
Yeah, there was one that almost did the same in the last over before lunch. I said it before, he's much more than a part-time spinner, this Roston Chase.
He's played as the sole spinner quite a bit in Test cricket when the Windies have wanted to go with that configuration. Chase bowls here, head gets forward, finds long off through the back. 1 of 2 men back on the offside, head to 51. And that takes Australia to 3 for 110.
Yeah, bowled West Indies famously to victory against England with an 8-for a few years ago. So uses the drift, not someone who will bowl a big off break, but he's always targeting the pads and the stumps while bowling to the lefties.
Playing his 50th Test match, Roston Chase. Bowls here to Khawaja nearing 50 himself, but defends on 46 back to the bowler.
Field's really been brought in for Khawaja, isn't it? The mid-off and mid-on were both back for Travis Head, almost telling Usman Khawaja, why don't you take a chance? Maybe he'll toss one up as well.
4 catches on the round the bat, 2 round the bat, sorry. 4 men back on the onside. Flick to deep fine for a single here. Takes Khawaja to 47, 3 for 111.
And going back to the seats, they're all coloured in the Barbados flag colours, so the blue and yellow.
I loved the Barbados national anthem this morning. It was unexpected. The Australian team were all arm in arm waiting for Advanced Australia Fair. The TV cameras were trained on the Aussies. We were looking at each other. Always heads blazer out towards cover. That familiar posture where he bends the knees and crunches, but picks out the one fielder on that side in that gap. Yeah, the Barbadian or Bayesian national anthem was an absolute belter. Had a really good name as well. I'll come back to it in the next over. There'll be a break after this ball. Chase bowls and Head defends to the same man at cover. 3 for 111. He's there on 51. Head's on. Khawaja's on 47 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. SEN, a Test cricket for Australia made by a local. So that Barbadian national anthem in plenty and in time of need. So quite a poignant title. Bowling here, new over. Shamar Joseph driving straight is Khawaja, but he cuts it off at his follow through. Here's the chorus. We loyal sons and daughters all do hereby make it known. These fields and hills beyond recall, and now our very own. We write our names on history's page with expectations great. Strict guardians of our heritage, firm craftsmen of our fate.
Beautiful.
Good stuff.
Yeah,
good stuff.
It was in that period, wasn't it, when all the islands were becoming independent as well from British rule?
It's 1966 over here. Shamar bowls and Khawaja squared up, but it hits the shoulder of the bat and spills out to cover point when there won't be a single.
And speaking of their connection with England, I've had to be very careful with not going with the old Sir Garfield Sobers or Sir Frank Worrell and Sir Everton Weekes because they've obviously automatically dropped their knighthoods.
Run through that for me. So they were knighted by the British government, those 3 men, and they've chosen to drop their...
No, I think Barbados has broken away from it's becoming a republic.
Right, no, I understand that bit. Bowling here is Joseph, and defending into the onside is Khawaja, no run. In the past, as I understood it, when countries became republics, which Barbados is doing, has become, you still kept the honorific. But they haven't here.
They haven't here.
Interesting. So there's no... So Garfield Sobers, he's just Garfield Sobers. He's lost the cert.
Yeah. And all of them have, so...
Well, there you go. It's a gorgeous trophy. The Frank Worrell Trophy that we had the chance to get up close to yesterday.
Very close to yesterday, yeah.
Here is Shamar Joseph bowling in. Under edge from Khawaja. Gone! He's done it again. He cannot be kept down. Shamar Joseph having a big say on the first day of this series. Khawaja went back to pull. Didn't get quite high enough for him. A little under edge, he's gone for 47. 4 for 111 Australia.
The pull shot has led Usman Khawaja down there. Exact replay of what happened in the previous over when he went for a pull shot when he wasn't in position. That time the ball snuck under his bat. This time it's caught a feather on its way to Shea Hope. And Shamar Joseph is once again all over Australia and all over the Kensington Oval. What a celebration that was. And Usman Khawaja's fortunate or fortune-ridden stay at the crease finally comes to an end. Dropped twice, lots of plays and misses. Crucial partnership with Travis Head. But boy, has Shamar Joseph deserved this.
As we hear Rihanna bellow out around the ground here, the local fans are loving this. Shamar Joseph, seeing those performers that were performing only a couple of moments ago, dancing on our screen here. They are up and about. A 4th Australian wicket. The partnership of 89 that promised so much after lunch coming to an end, and predictably Shamar Joseph is the man. He's got 3 for 19. Every ball he bowls is a major event right now as Bo Webster makes his way to the middle at number 6 for Australia.
Yeah, I said it at the lunch break, Adam. This test match has really started the way the last test between these two countries finished, with Shamar Joseph just putting on a show.
Yeah, 7 that day, 3 here. I reckon those 7 were all in a row, weren't they? Joseph. So it's 7 of the last 11 wickets that Australia have lost in Frank Worrell Test matches have been Shamar. We're seeing it on Ultra Edge. It was very low on the blade. Bo Webster, who top scored in the first innings at Lords a couple of weeks ago. A job to do. Shamar Joseph, he'll have 3 slips in a gully behind the Tasmanian. Charging in from the Ghana end. Bowls here. Webster's first ball squared up in defence. You can see Shamar Joseph sprinting through in his follow-through, wanting to make his presence felt with every ball.
Yeah, those gold chains around his neck are jangling now as he's charging in. He's pretty much been up and about in every spell he's bowled in Test cricket, especially against Australia. Things just seem to quicken up, and Usman Khawaja's, I think, the 4th time in recent Test matches that he's fallen to the pull shot. Mistimed a few, got a bottom edged a few today as well, earlier today.
He's in a funny part of his career, Khawaja. Joseph bowls here to Webster, pushes him back. Yeah, 1's the call, just in front of point. Through comfortably. Webster off the mark. It completes the successful over. He'll keep the strike as well. Head down the other end on 51. 4 for 112, and that's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. SEN, a test cricket for Australia made by a local. It's going to be Alzari Joseph from the Malcolm Marshall end away from us. Bo Webster, the new man. Alzari Joseph needs to step up. Needs to get his name in the book. Needs to play a role with the other Joseph down the other end. He's bowled some lovely spells on either side of lunch. They need him here. First ball here to Webster. Hits him on the pad at pace. Ballooned up. Well, I say ballooned up. It spilled out into the offside, but it did beat him 4 pace. Yeah, I think Khawaja finds himself in an interesting phase of his career, Bharat. I mean, you think about the last World Test Championship cycle, which you referred to before, having been the leading run scorer in that, which is noteworthy. It's not for nothing. But he averaged right on 40. Yeah. But that overwhelmingly is helped out by the double hundred in Sri Lanka. And I don't want to, like, what on the internet sometimes called as root maths in this, which is what you extract the numbers that help make your case. However, bowling here to Webster is Alzari Joseph, and defended out to cover. It isn't for nothing that Khawaja's returns after the 100 at Edgbaston, with the exception of that one remarkable innings at Gaul, have not been anywhere like it was in the previous couple of years. And that's okay. That's just a numerical reality. He desperately wants to go around for the Ashes, which makes perfect sense. But it doesn't strike me as a straightforward thing. It doesn't strike me as a guaranteed lock and load that Khawaja gets to have the farewell lap, the one that he would like. Acknowledging he's just gutsed it out for 47, but as Joseph delivers here to Webster, he's forward in defence. The lived experience of watching that innings is that he never looked truly set, with the exception of a 2-over spell before lunch where he moved from 10 to 25 and looked fluent. Outside of that, it was sketchy.
It was very scratchy as well, and I think it's a great question. How will his 47 get judged? I guess it'll come down to how long this Australian first innings drags on and where they finish up. Now, I said it earlier, I interviewed him 3 days ago, and the one thing that really stood out was he said, I could have retired 2 years ago. From now on, or what the stage I am in my test career, it's all about the team. I'm doing it for the team. It's no longer about myself.
Joseph into Webster, the new man. Leg stump line, no movement. Defended down the pitch, well bowled and well played.
And what he meant by that was it's all about Sammy Constis at the moment. He wants to impart the knowledge and kind of guide him through this early bit in the boy who's half his age. I guess at a time where Australia have just had, after the retirement of David Warner, that opening slot has just not looked settled at all. They started with Nathan McSweeney, then Constis, and obviously Head in Sri Lanka was a different story, and then they ended up with Marnus at Lords 10 days ago.
Alzari Joseph bowls to Webster. Inside edge onto the pad, not far away from sneaking through again. Back off the seam. Really good start to the spell from Alzari Joseph here. Bowling at pace, threatening both edges. Can they go bang-bang, the Windies here? Such an important passage of play on day one, Baz.
Yeah, and Roston Chase just bowled 1 over, and immediately as that wicket fell, has gone to his senior most bowler. He needs to strike Alzari. He's been okay today. Bowled a few decent deliveries, but he needs to back up his fellow Joseph at the other end.
So last ball from Joseph. Up to the crease. Wider on it, bowls to Webster, plays comfortably out to cover. Retaining the strike from the final ball for a second time. He's 2, Head's 51. Australia 4 for 113 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. The leading wicket taker in the match so far is Shamar Joseph. 3 for 23 of the 4 to fall for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. And he will continue from the Joel Garner end in front of the Worrell, Weeks and Walcott stand. Webster. He's the new man there. 3 slips behind him. Joseph bowls and beats him with a jam. That's quick. That's hitting the seam. That's moving away. He's got it all going on today, Shamar Joseph.
Yeah, that's how you open up a slug. He just opened him up like, he had no idea about Webster. And the West Indian slip cord, and you can see very chatty.
I mean, he doesn't look like a brutish fast bowler, does he?
No.
He's on the shorter side for a quick. He's slingy. You could argue that there are similarities between him and Malcolm Marshall with respect to the body type. Don't want to say that he's the next Malcolm Marshall. That might be overplaying it, but we'll see. Joseph delivers here, going forward, just about going forward is Webster, playing out to cover point, no single.
Especially while we're sat at the Malcolm Marshall end. So, no, he is, and we saw that on Australian pitches where he had the ability to hit the stumps more than any other bowler we saw in that series. It's the skiddiness. It rarely bowls a bad ball. He rarely misses his mark.
Which makes it incongruous that his time as a professional player since the 7-fer has been fairly sketchy, both with white ball and red. But he's bang on today, loves these clashes against Australia. We know that much for sure. Delivers to Webster here, and Webster pad and bat close together, squeezing it out to mid-on, but that's the gap he's trying to go through with the ball angling back towards the stumps wide on the crease.
Just life as Bo Webster hasn't been easy of late, has it? And I mean, what a story for Bo Webster as well. 7 months ago, I wonder if he thought he'd play Test cricket. Now he's played Test cricket in 4 different countries. Sri Lanka, England, and...
Good point. So it's his... So Webster played, 1 in Australia, 2 in Sri Lanka, 1 in England and 1 here. That's an unusual start to a career. There can't be many people who in their first 5 Test matches done it in 4 different countries. We'll check that. Joseph bowls here to Webster, plays out to mid-on forcefully. There won't be a single though. And maybe there's someone who can text in 0433 98 11 16. It's nearing 4 a.m. Just ticked over, 4 a.m. in on the eastern seaboard of Australia. Have you got the tools to work out whether anyone has played their first 5 Test matches in 4 different countries? Is that the type of thing you can work out? If it is, 0433 98 11 16. We've got some correspondence filtering in.
Mostly from North America, I see.
Okay. Tell us all about it.
Yeah.
Shamar Joseph. Sun beating down. Bowls to Webster. Webster forward for the 3rd time placed to cover point. 2 of them got singles, but they've tightened that gap. No run there. Well bowled and good captaincy from Roston Chase.
Good fielding as well. You need to keep Webster on strike. So, here we go. Someone's listening to us from Sunnyside, Queens, New York. It's 35 degrees and day 5 of a heat wave. So sitting in the AC watching cricket.
I think I went out there last year to Sunnyside when we were doing the World Cup. We had a beer at after the India-Pakistan game. We ended up going to
I do remember.
Up to Queens.
That's
great
right.
experience.
Yeah, that's good.
Shamar Joseph to finish his 11th over. 3 wickets so far. Into Webster, doesn't make it. The second slip off the outside edge of the bat. Passes through the cordon, they get a single. Shamar Joseph is everywhere. Ends the over. Head hasn't faced a ball since Webster arrived. He's 3 from 14. It's 4 for 114. That's all in the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, seeing a replay. Last ball of the previous over, it landed a foot in front of Justin Graves at second slip. It was a big booming drive from Webster that didn't quite go right. Surprised it didn't carry with the pace Joseph's bowling at. The other Joseph here, new over. Webster, leg stump line, turned down to fine leg. He will give head some strike. Hasn't faced a ball since the 4th wicket fell. 4 for 115. Second session of this first day.
Speaking of people listening to us, here's one. 4:01 a.m. somewhere in Sydney or Melbourne. Shamar Joseph, 10 for 88 in the last 22 overs he's bowled against Australia.
Love it.
It is sensational. Also, someone accusing us of whinging about the humidity. They are watching it from Victoria. It's 3 a.m., 2 degrees. At least they have a couple of whiskies in their hand.
We definitely cannot complain about our humidity situation in this air-conditioned box. On the roof of Gaul in the hothouse, different story. But we've migrated away from that tent into the lovely facility here in the Tony Cozier Media Centre. So just one slip now. I would call it a floating second. Set back, a gully as well. 2 back for the short ball on the onside and a deep point for head as well. Alzari round the wicket, flays it out to that deep point, but it was in the air. Not for the first time in this session where Head's pinned the ears back, got down near enough to his knees and tried to thrash it through the offside without control. 4 for 115. Make that 4 for 116. Head's 52.
I mean, it's the kind of shot we're accustomed to seeing him play in white ball cricket. yes, he does play a lot of deliveries through the offside, but when he goes down and tries to go from down to up, that's generally a very one-day or T20 shot, but he's probably the pace of the pitch as well. He's tried it a few times, especially off Alzarri Joseph.
Seeing back on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse that he did look up towards that deep backward point. Bowling Alzarri Joseph, steered into the gully region by Webster, who went back and tried to find the gap. Not quite. Good bit of fielding there from Brandon King. Gets a couple of pats on the bum from his teammates after putting down 2 catches so far today on his first day as a Test cricketer.
I think that's the first time he's held on to a ball as a Test cricketer. No wonder. Also listening to us, Ray from Vero Beach in Florida, USA. So,
g'day, Ray. In Florida, so presumably same time zone as here. Near enough.
Yeah. More or less.
Now Alzarri Joseph away from us, bowls here. Webster behind it, defends to point, no single. Getting a lot right here, Alzarri Joseph, since being brought back into the attack.
And this is why West Indies have not been the easiest team to beat at home. The bowlers have rarely not delivered. It really comes down to a question of if the batters can back them up. It is a pretty inexperienced batting lineup, or players coming back to Test cricket, like whether John Campbell or Shea Hope. Obviously the debutant and Brandon King, but the bowlers just keep delivering series after series.
They need Alzarri Joseph to take a bag today. It's been a challenge in his career. He's only taken 1 fifer. Up to the crease, bowls to Webster, who plays it off the front foot through point. That takes some doing. Found the middle of the bat, work to do for the man running out from the cordon, just keeps it inside the rope in front of the Greenwich and Haynes stand. They come back for an easy 3 in the end. So Webster moves on to 7, head 52. So Alzarri Joseph, 111 Test wickets at 35. He's got 1 fifer. Bearing in mind, he started his career in August 2016. 1 fifer. That was in 2023, 7 years into his career. And 2 forfers. They were both in 2024. Wow. So for a strike bowler, for an attack leader, a stack of 3fers. But do 3fers win Test matches? Not really. So that's where they need him here. They need to get him not just bowling balls that threaten, but trying to find a way to get right into this lower middle order. Carey next at 7. Round the wickets ahead. Now Alzarri Joseph arrives and bowls, and head plays out to mid-on, no run. He's 52, Webster 7, 4 for 119. Our coverage is for Australia Made by Local. Our coverage here at the Kensington Oval is for Australia Made by Local. And it's going to be that man, Shamar Joseph. A spell that's promised plenty and earned the wicket of Usman Khawaja. He was caught behind for 47. One of his 3 wickets today. For Webster, who's 7, there are 3 slips and a gully. In here, Shamar bowls. Webster plays late under his eye to backward point, no single.
And he's got Webster in his sides. Bo Webster just struggling to get off strike against Shamar Joseph. I mean, we all reveled in his story, didn't we, Adam?
Oh, yeah.
15 months ago, coming from the little fishing village of Barakara on the other side of the river, no access to the mainland, takes the big gamble with his then partner, works as a night watchman, plays some cricket. And here he is lighting up the Kensington Oval, running in from the Joel Garner end.
Yeah, proper fairy tale stuff. Shamar Joseph bowls to Webster, forward in defence. Same fielder picked out at backward point, no run.
I think up there with Yashasvi Jaiswal and his backstory, when you look at world cricket right now, 2 young 24, 25-year-olds who are lighting up Test cricket in 2 different parts of the world, those 2 really stand out. And now an IPL player as well. I'll never forget when I took him around Rundle Mall and people were asking me for selfies, and despite my insistence that I'm with the future superstar of West Indies cricket, they ignored me.
Yeah, what a fortnight that was for him after making his debut. Here he is. Shamar Joseph bowls to Webster, goes back and defends to cover.
So, obviously, I've mentioned the story where I took him to the cricket warehouse in Adelaide and bought him the arm guard. And I remember telling them, this he's going to wear it in a test match. And they didn't believe me. But then I went there recently to buy some left-handed gloves for our sake.
Yes.
And this time they did remember me, or they remembered the incident. They said, yeah, we remember seeing him buy the arm guard, and the next day we were like, hang on, it is him. It was Shamar Joseph who walked into our shop yesterday.
How has this happened? How brilliant. Here is Shamar Joseph, halfway through the over to Webster again, plays back and finds backward point. He's looked quite comfortable there so far. One in here from Moondog in South Morang. He's driving past a wet and gloomy MCG at 4:07 in the morning. Freezing 6 degrees, go Aussies. Cheers. That's Johnny, sorry. Johnny in South... I can't quite decipher whether that's...
Yeah.
Well, South Morang's where he's from.
All right.
Maybe Moondog, maybe Johnny. Either way.
Yeah.
Either way.
Johnny Moondog.
We appreciate your company, as always.
Bert's listening from Dallas, Texas. So hot, apparently, you could cook a steak on the bonnet of the car.
Well, we were there this... Well, did you go to Dallas in the World Cup? You didn't go there, did you?
No,
You came straight to New York.
Yeah.
I did a couple of games in Dallas. That was a great experience. It feels like if US cricket's going to really land, it's going to be that facility in Dallas, because there's so much subcontinental diaspora, which is based in that particular part of Texas. Shamar Joseph up to Webster bowls here, and he plays it out through backward point, this time for 4. He's threatened to do that. He's picked out the fielder in that corner of the ground 2 or 3 times, but this time he gets it past him. A boundary for Webster, first for him. He's 11, 4 for 123.
Yeah, almost a half volley. Kind of just squeezed it past the point fielder. We're obliged to say long levers when Bo Webster is batting, and he used those long levers there. Wasn't very convincing, but good enough. Much needed boundary for him against Shamar Joseph. Maybe he'll give him some confidence and conviction against Joseph at this spell.
He'll finish his 12th over to Webster here. Webster's bowled! He's knocked over! What a delivery! Top of off. That is stunning stuff from Shamar Joseph. He's got 4. Webster knocked over for 11. 5 for 123. That is simply sensational fast bowling. Oh, don't tell me he's been called back. Oh, do not tell me he's oversteps. Standing by, umpire Nitin Menon has told Webster to stay put. Wait a moment. Confirmation. He's gone. He was behind the line. Let's come back to the moment, though, Bharat. Had to play down the middle stump line. Decked away, top of off, the stuff you dream of as a quick.
That's the kind of delivery that fast bowlers go to bed dreaming about and wake up and dream about it again. That's just sensational. That is the ball of 2025. We often write songs about Pat Cummins and Josh Hazelwood, the way they can angle the ball in and hit top of off. There's absolutely nothing Bo Webster could have done. He played the line of the ball, and the ball just went past his outside edge, and what a moment.
5 for 123. Some further thoughts from you, Bharat Sundaresan, then it'll be Adam White in for me.
Shamar Joseph just having a laugh with umpire Nitin Menon. His heart would have been in his mouth when umpire Menon went upstairs. Adrian Holstock, the third umpire, just checking the front foot. And like he's done after almost every wicket he's taken, he's flashed a big thumbs up to the West Indian balcony, where the new coach Darren Sammy has acknowledged it. Just what a moment for you to come in, Adam White. We've seen this boy from Barakara do some special things, but this could well be right on top of that list.
The most amazing thing about it is that we saw him do it in Australia. But then, it's not that he disappeared, but we haven't seen it really since, until today. And they talk about top of off. That was top of off and top of middle.
Yeah.
It hit the very top of the stumps. And it was just too good for Bo Webster.
So good that they just let Shamar Joseph have his moment. None of the West Indians went and hugged him. They just said, revel in it, young man.
Bryce McGain back with us as well. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by a local. As Alzari Joseph continues bowling to Head. So Travis Head is still there, importantly for Australia. He's 52 not out. Alex Carey, the new player, at the crease for Australia, 5 for 123.
What a spell, Whitey. He has meant business every time he's had the ball in his hand. Shamar Joseph, that is a outstanding delivery. Stumps are in play, the very top of them. And why not get rewarded? You beat the outside edge, I'm going to hit your stumps. So it was lateral movement on a length that is awkward for every batter in the world.
Half an hour till tea. Joseph bowls here. It's Alzari Joseph bowling to Head, who strokes the ball stylishly up to mid-off, but there's no run.
And Alzari tosses a ball to cover, who came forward to try to keep the ball up in the air. And
so a question for you, Bharat, and it might also be for Andrew, that with this performance today, what does that mean for the locals potentially tomorrow? Or do we have to wait for the weekend?
No, I think it'll be more time of the day. You'll see a lot more people come through after work or from work, post 4 o'clock, 4:30 in the last session. Tickets are still pretty cheap for if you are a local.
Alzari Joseph around the wicket bowling to Head, who's in defence, playing forward up to mid-off again.
So if you sit in the Greenwich and Haynes stand, it's 10 Bajan dollars. The 3 Ws is... But there's no space left because the Australians have taken over, the Australian fans. So, yeah, you'll see a lot more people streaming in towards the last session. Because the test match starting on Wednesday.
Yeah, because the reason I asked the question is that I was listening to Andrew's radio show last night, and there's a lot of passionate Barbados cricket fans, but they didn't have a lot of belief that this was possible. Now that they now know it is possible, that might mean that they do come tomorrow. Head tucked up in defence, just working away actually into a pocket of space where they get one. Alex Carey wanted 2. Travis Head said, no, thank you, Alex. I'm just taking 1 and getting down the other end. 5 for 124, Head 53. Carey yet to score.
Well, I hope so. I do hope that is the case, but I think we'll have to realistically wait till the weekend before you see more people come through during the first 2 sessions.
Well, let me tell you, if this is game on hit Saturday, it's going to be packed.
It's going to be packed, yeah.
Packed. Might be finished come Saturday. Well, based on the fact we're already 5 down on day 1.
True, but if it does get to the weekend, the crowd will be here.
Of course.
Yeah.
5 for 124. A bit of an adjustment because to the field, because Alex Carey to face his first ball. Alzari Joseph runs away from us, bowls Carey, just tucking it into the onside to mid-wicket and getting himself a single. He's probably thinking, I'm off the mark, that's good. Oh, that means I'm down Shamar Joseph's end, and he's only 1 ball away from getting back into the attack.
He was one of Shamar's victims, wasn't he? On that famous evening in Brisbane. It felt like he didn't even see the ball.
No, that's right.
Only 3 guys avoided him, so...
Yeah, true. Just unbelievable. He's taken 11 of the last 15 wickets to fall in test matches between these two.
He's taken 11 of them?
Yeah, the Gabba last innings.
Yep.
Back in defence is Head. Back and across in defence. Over bowled. 5 for 125. Head 53. Carey on 1. Australia 5 for 125. And Shamar Joseph will continue. He is the leading wicket taker for Belgravia Apparel, providing high quality New Balance teamwear to community cricket clubs and associations around the country.
Big push by the West Indies now. 3 slips in a gully. Alex Carey, who's Made an art form of rearguard action is on strike.
Shamar Joseph bowls to Carey. He's just tucking it nicely into the onside and getting a single to mid-wicket. It's the way he plays.
Yep.
Busy cricketer, nudging it around, rotating the strike. And importantly, in this situation, getting down the other end with Shamar Joseph on a tear. 4 for 26. Australia 5 for 126. It's Shamar Joseph's 13th over. He has the figures of 4 for 26. And there's 2 drop catches as well off his bowling. 2 slips in the gully. Shamar Joseph bowls and edge. Did it carry? No, it didn't. It didn't carry. They're not sure. Head slashing at that one through the offside.
No.
Now the umpires are actually going to come together here. There's no confidence from the West Indians, but there's also a lack of surety. We are going to go upstairs here. So DRS is going to get involved for IMAR, for Trusted Tradies Insurance. Call 13 IMAR.
Justin Greaves' second slip is a fair indicator here, Whitey. He just waved it away. No, it went into the ground, and he is absolutely parallel, side on.
Yeah, the West Indians are actually going back to their positions. We are getting the replay now. It was an under edge. And looks like it looks like it did carry. There's definitely an edge. I think this might be out. We're having a look.
No.
Oh, it's touch and go. I think that's out. I think that's out. The West Indians think it's out. And that would be 5 wickets to Shamar Joseph.
Well, he's going off. This is... has it hit the fingers and gone up, or has it hit the grass and gone up?
The West Indians didn't think it was out. It wasn't even really an appeal, but the umpires got together and decided that they would send it upstairs. There's definitely an edge, and now we're getting multiple looks. Grainy vision, very, very much slowed down to determine whether it actually got through to the keeper on the full. It's a forensic investigation. Well, here we go. We're going to have a decision from TV umpire Adrian Holdstock. Let's hold our breaths. Let's all wait. Let's see. And we're going back to a wider shot now. Just when it looked like we were going to get a decision, we wait. It was Travis Head slashing at a wide one outside off stump, losing balance. The head went back and edged through to the keeper. We're now having another close-up look at this. The umpire just isn't sure. Sometimes you look at it, you think it's carried. Another time you look at it, you don't think it's carried.
A frame after you think, oh no, that it's carried. It's hit the hands and then the fingers under the ball. Now they're keeping gloves, so
the West Indians, who weren't interested initially, now think it's out. It's given not out. It's given not out. So this could be a huge moment in this match. Shamar Joseph thought he had a 5th wicket. The West Indians thought they had wicket number 6 and the big one of Travis Head, but it's given not out after about 3 minutes of deliberation from the TV umpire. That was a bizarre one, Bryce, again, because when it initially happened, no one really thought much of it.
No.
It was just a regulation sort of, that's a half volley, because what Hope did is when it's often that reflex action where it's sort of a half volley, you sort of look away. So he wouldn't have known.
All it needed to do is touch a blade of grass on the way through, and I think that's where the doubt was.
Shamar Joseph, full head of steam, bowls to Head again, who's defending, nearly chopping it back down onto the stumps. Fortunately, went into his pads and dribbled out on the offside. So that was, very unusual. And looking at that replay again, when it's a bit quicker, it looks out. When it's really slow, it doesn't look out, if that makes sense. But the West Indians, they genuinely thought, because they could see the replays going up on the screen, they thought they had him. Shamar Joseph to head. Oh, gets one that rears outside off stump. Whoa! Head dropping the hands instinctively at the right moment, and it went through to the keeper. And Travis Head, beaming smile. He's loving this battle. It's missed the bat by a long way because it just moved too much.
Well, it's hit a patch of fluffy grass out there. It's a patchy wicket, and it's hit an area and seamed away and stood up. And Head, well, he missed it by a long way, but boy, what a spell this is.
Shamar Joseph again, past the umpire, bowls the Head, cuts over the top of the cordon and down to the rope for 4. That was a thick outside edge. Travis Head throwing his hands at it. And it flew over the cordon and down to the rope for 4. Head to 57, 5 for 130.
You can't have fielders everywhere. That was that top edge type shot, not really in control, but we know that Head's going to fight fire with fire. It's very interesting. I wonder, just with the way he's playing here and the pace that's been bowled, a fly slip is better than a deep backward square.
Last ball of the over. Shamar Joseph bowls, Head beaten, trying to smash it through the covers. It beats the outside edge. What an over. So much happened in that 6 balls. Unfortunately for Shamar Joseph and the West Indies, there wasn't a wicket as part of that 6-ball over. 5 for 130 Australia. Welcome back. SEN Test Cricket for Australia made by local. Just a reminder that next networks will be leaving us from 5 o'clock Australian Eastern Standard Time for Bunnings Trade Radio, and then the breakfast shows in your respective states, but you can still listen to us, listen to the cricket on SEN Fanatic and through the SEN app.
And if you're here live, SEN Stadium.
Absolutely.
And many are. Give us a wave if you are. There they are. All the hands go up.
Alex Carey on strike. He's on 2. 5 for 130. Seals back into the attack. Carey tugs it over the top of square leg and down to the rope for 4. But for a moment, it looked like that was catchable.
He didn't get much of it. He got enough, and it was just enough to get over the top of the infield. Did it get high up on the blade? Yeah, it was. It was up near the stickers and got enough. And it went away for 4.
5 for 134. Carey to 6 off just 3 balls. It was one of those, I think I described it as a tug. That's what he does. He gets on the front foot and tugs it away over square leg with the horizontal bat. 5 for 134. Seals again bowls. Carey rushed with that stroke. And goes out to square leg, but he didn't know too much about that one. Seals 1 for 32. It feels he's been better than that.
Oh, yeah. I don't think the figures show just how well he has bowled. His ability to move that new ball was a real handful. Khawaja battled his way through. Big swing. Got the wicket of Inglis.
Carey this time trying to drive, no timing in the shot. So Seals continuing to come around the wicket. So just repeating again that at 5 o'clock, which is Australian Eastern Standard Time, networks will head off to Bunnings Trade up to regular programming. So the breakfast shows and Bunnings Tradio as well. So that's all to come. But you can still listen to us on the SEN app or SEN Fanatic on your digital radio. Carey here comes forward and leaves with the ball coming back into him from around the wicket.
And that's not to say if you are a trader you have to go across. You can stick with us and tune into the cricket.
Yes, for those AFL fans, I almost said Bunnings Trade Radio. That's in a couple of months' time, but it's Bunnings Tradio. 5 for 134 here, Australia. Travis Head 57, Carey on 6. Controversy in the last Shamar Joseph over. It's only, 11 minutes till tea. You just want Shamar just to keep bowling. He went off for a moment. I hope he's ready to bowl the next over. We need him bowling right through till tea.
We finished that over, went straight off the ground, up the stairs, the Garfield Sobers Pavilion. He's in there somewhere.
Let's hope he comes back.
He's box office.
Carey on 6, waits for Seals. Inside edge that went onto the pad and to the slip cordon on the bounce. It feels he has only been out there for a handful of balls, Alex Carey, but he hasn't quite got the pace here. He's being rushed, which doesn't usually happen with Alex Carey. Taking the inside edge and then the back thigh pad before ballooning to slip on the bounce.
Immaculate length. That's what's impressed me with the Seals. He's been able to do that. All the bowlers have, to be honest. They haven't tried to scramble up the batter's feet by bowling short or anything. They're using what's in the wicket. It's been excellent bowling.
2 slips in a gully. Carey tries to drive. He gouges it out through cover point. It was a very full ball. Carey just almost threw the bat at it because of the width and was able to get 2 runs as a result, and that does complete the Seals over. So Australia 5 for 136. Head on 57. Carey on 8, and it won't be Shamar Joseph. He hasn't come back out onto the field.
Oh, hold on.
He's running down the stairs now, and he's saying, I'm ready, but I don't think he's going to bowl. So we'll come back and have the next over after this. It's a bit of a setback that he's not bowling and continue that surge up until tea, Shamar Joseph. Instead it'll be Graves to bowl with Australia 5 for 136. Travis Head is still there. He's batted almost through this entire middle session. He's 57 not out. As Graves bowls and Head chops at that one straight down into the ground as it somehow found its way out to point. They're usually ones that go straight into the ground and the ball can get tangled in the pads or just drop away in front of the batsman. Shamar Joseph, 4 for 30 from 13 overs. He bowled 6 overs in the first hour and has kind of set the tone for this test match with the way he's gone about it. Even though it's been 2 years since he last played Australia, he's continued that momentum on. There's been a lot that has happened in between those 2 years. But it's like this is just the third test of that series, just with a 2-year break on the other side of the world. Graves again bowling to Head, who's tucking it away to mid-wicket and getting a single. Moving to 58, 5 for 137. Adam White and Bryce McGain with you. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes and Australia made as well.
Well, on form, Whitey, you wouldn't have predicted this. And I think it was Ian Healy on the SEN network had sort of said, well, you're not Curtly Ambrose, so, your form's not looking great.
Well,
as he singled out Sam Constant.
It's funny you mention that because I know Collar will like this. We'll wait for this ball first from Graves, bowling to Carey, who's up on his toes, pushing up to mid-off, because, of course, it was Craig Brathwaite that got stuck into Rodney Hogg out of in extraordinary circumstances on the presentation dais at the Gabba. Maybe Ian Healy is now going to be in the crosshairs of the West Indians if they taste success here, and it'll be a real sort of Ian Healy, you are wrong sort of conversation. Maybe he's
The West Indies keeping
Heels is the one
receipts.
that's just fired the West Indians and Shamar specifically up.
He is fired up.
Graves bowls to Carey, who's again rushed, defending into the onside. Maybe the West Indians do listen to SEN on the app, waiting for this Test series.
Well, you can get it everywhere.
You can indeed.
It's globally available, and even more so live at the cricket on SEN Stadium.
5 for 137. We've got 6 minutes until tea.
Not before time. Give us a chance to have some nourishment. It's been a long time since our breakfast, Whitey.
Carey here trying to drive, no timing in the stroke, up to mid-on. And that is another dot ball. So Carey just has to find a way to get through this little period. Just a handful of minutes until the tea break. He knows how important it is that he can get his team through. Only 5 down at the break, having lost the wickets of Khawaja and Webster in this middle session. Pat Cummins the next in. Last ball of the over. Graves from the Ghana end bowls. Carey forcing up to mid-off, finding the middle of the bat. It's probably the best shot he's played. He doesn't get a run for it. 5 for 137. SEN Test cricket for Australia, made by a local, for Henley Holmes as well. We appreciate their support through this Test series, live from the Caribbean. We're in Bridgetown, Barbados. Even just saying that doesn't feel real. Such an absolute treat to be here on such a famous cricket stadium, or at a famous cricket stadium. Again, the Australians are in no hurry, but either of the West Indies, you'd think they'd want 2 overs here before the tea break. 4 minutes to go.
How's the over rate looking?
Yeah, it's horrendous. No surprise. Seals bowls here to Head, who again just gets onto the back foot, rocks back and lashes it out to the sweeper on the offside and gets a single into the deep. Head moves to 59, 5 for 138. So just talking about that, Bryce, if they get this over into one more, it'll be 25 overs in the first 2 sessions. So 50 in 4 hours of cricket. It is hot and humid, and I get all of that, but I don't understand the lack of urgency here from the West Indies. You'd think they'd want to be bowling as many overs as possible before the tea break, rather than just sort of dragging their feet. Even here we're seeing some changes to the field, but no one's really moving into position quickly. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Seals again around the wicket, bowls to Carey. He's hit on the pad, trying to flick away forcefully through square leg, and there's no run.
The next question is, how are they going to get through 40 overs in the last session?
Well,
There's an extra half hour, but they're just not.
Well, they won't.
And where do those overs go?
No, they go... Well, they just disappear into...
Gone out of cricket.
Yep.
It's a bit disappointing.
Travis Head from the non-strikers end, doing a bit of gardening, again trying to make sure this is the last over. And it will be, you know. They started this over with 5 minutes to go. 2 minutes have passed. They've only bowled 2 balls. Seals again. Carey down the ground. No, it doesn't get past Seals, who does well on his follow-through. Carey thought it was past. He was off running. Realised and had to quickly get back into his crease. Seals didn't throw the ball. So what was the lunch score?
So at lunch, 3 for 65 of 25 overs.
So 73 runs in what will probably be 24 overs. 2 further wickets. Carey taps away at the crease. Seals around the wicket, bowls. Carey edges. This time it's taken. What a big moment in this match. Carey falling just minutes from tee. A brilliant catch from Chase, who had to move to his right and up. He took it with two hands. Carey slashing outside off stump. Seals gets his second wicket. Australia 6 down at tee and now officially in big trouble.
You couldn't have gone at that drive any harder. And I guess there's one thing to suggest, that's how I play, but in the game situation, within the 2 minutes before the break, it could have been a ball that he may well have left alone and been there, got through to the break and looked to cash in that last session. Of course, as we said, there's going to be 40 overs in the last session. Lots of cricket to be played out. But we see the back of him and all the players, well, they're walking off.
It's an astonishing dismissal on the stroke of tee. Tee will now be taken. Carey out for 8. Australia lose a third wicket for the session. So it's 3 in the first session, 3 in the second session. Australia 6 for 138, and so much now rests on Travis Head. Seals 2 for 35 to go with Shamar Joseph, who has 4 for 30 and clearly is the story of the day. But what could also be the story of the day is Australia floundering again with the bat, having won the toss and elected to bat. So Bryce McGain, a couple of moments from you before we take a break ourselves here and just take in what's just taken place.
Well, it was a big partnership that looked safe and sound as Khawaja and Head came together. They've put on 89 and they looked like they were just steering the innings, and the missed opportunities were going to hurt the West Indies. But in walks Shamar Joseph, said, not on my watch. I'm going to give the spell of a lifetime. And he's just continued this form against Australia. Other than Australia, he really hasn't performed to this level. It is world class, and he picked up a couple of big wickets in Khawaja and Webster, and the game's just turned on its head. That wicket there of Carey puts the West Indies in control now at the tea break.
Okay, so 6 for 138. Before we head back to Matt Donald in the studios, you'll get all the highlights as well through the tea break. Just a reminder as well that networks are about to leave us for Bunnings, Tradio, and then the breakfast shows, depending on where you're listening. But you can listen to the cricket on SEN Fanatic and the SEN app. And, of course, we've got the new ball as well after play. So just the score again here at Barbados. 6 for 138, Australia. This has been one hell of a day.
Joseph bowling in. Under edge from Khawaja, gone! He's done it again. He cannot be kept down. He'll finish his 12th over to Webster here. Webster bowled! He's knocked over! What a delivery! Top of off. That is stunning stuff from Shamar Joseph. He's got 4. Webster knocked over for 11.
Shamar Joseph bowls, and did it carry? No, it didn't. It didn't carry. Now, the umpires are actually going to come together here. Sometimes you look at wicket bowls. Carey edges. This time it's taken. What a big moment in this match. Carey falling just minutes from tea.
The tea break.
Welcome back, everybody, to SEN Test Cricket's coverage of this first test of the Frank Worrell series between the West Indies and Australia. It is tea on day 1, and the Windies have struck back Australia 6 for 138 as we turn for the final session on day 1. Going through a call of the card here, it is Matthew Donald with you for the tea break. By the way, the team at Kensington Oval just having a bit of a breather. It's been a hectic day 1 here in this Frank Worrell series. Call of the card, Sam Constas at the top of the order was the first man to go for Australia. He was dismissed for 3 of 14 off the bowling of Shamar Joseph. LBW overturned on appeal. It was originally given not out. Cameron Green fell soon after, 3 for 21. He was caught by Graves again off the bowling of Shamar Joseph. We'll hear a fair bit of him throughout the course of the day. Josh Inglis was caught by Hope off the bowling of Seals, 5 for 15. That left Australia at 3 for 22 in all sorts of trouble. A counter-attacking partnership by both Usman Khawaja and Travis Head then followed, those two getting through to lunch. Khawaja was the man to go in that second session. He fell for 47 off 128 deliveries, playing at a pull shot that was a bit too full for him to be pulling. Got a bottom edge and was caught behind off the bowling again of Shamar Joseph, 47 for him. Bo Webster was dismissed, as you heard in those highlights there. A beauty from Shamar Joseph once again, 11 off 24. And then right on the stroke of tea, Alex Carey caught it slip by Chase off the bowling of Jaden Seals, 8 for 15. Means Pat Cummins will join Travis Head at the start of the final session. Head on 59 not out of 76 deliveries. He's been the one who's been able to hold his head high for the Aussies in this test match thus far. Bit of controversy, though, in that second session. And if you want to contribute to the conversation, 0433 98 11 16. Travis Head Well, he played at a shot. Again, it was off the bowling of Joseph. It was in the 46th over. There was a definite edge that was picked up in real time and then on Snicko, on RTS. It fell short as far as the West Indies fielders were concerned. Nobody appealed for a caught behind catch off the bowling of Head there. Yet the umpires still sent it upstairs anyway. And the replay showed that it was close. Third umpire ultimately gave it not out. But an interesting one, and I'm sure there'll be people who have thoughts on this one, whether the umpires should be able to send that one upstairs. I could be wrong. I could have missed it. I didn't think there was an appeal. So if there's not an appeal, do the umpires have any sort of obligation to send a potential wicket upstairs in that situation? Because I don't think the Windies players were very confident that carried. It looked close on the replay, but certainly the wicketkeeper, Shea Hope, who would know whether he caught it or not, or at least you'd think he'd be most likely to know, he wasn't interested in an appeal for a caught behind at all. So if the players don't appeal it, the umpire is still obligated to send that one upstairs. It's an interesting one. I'm sure it is one that we will debate throughout the course of the rest of the day. But that was an interesting one, and could be a crucial moment as well throughout the course of this first innings, because Travis Head has certainly been the most capable of the Aussie bats. He's the only one who's got past 50 at the moment, and he's scoring at a pretty decent rate as well. He's scored 9 boundaries. The rest of the Aussie batters combined have scored 6. Or 7, sorry. That's 7 to 9 in favour of Head. So he's been the one who's looked most likely for the Aussies. And he'll continue in this final session. Pat Cummins to join him. Australia 6 for 138. The bowling, just very quickly. Seals 11.4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 35. Shamar Joseph 13 overs, 2 maidens, 4 wickets for 30. Alzari Joseph 12 overs, 3 maidens, none for 37. Ross and Chase 4 overs, no maidens, none for 9. And then Justin Graves 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 26. That's the call of the card. Stick around though, because we're just going to wrap up the tea break very shortly. We'll take you back to Kensington Oval. It's Australia who are still batting and in trouble, 6 for 138. How will the final session go? Stick around. We'll bring it to you right here on SEN Test Cricket.
ball that really hurried up. The new man Cummins, who's there to face the music at the completion of a successful Seals over, striking just before the short break. Alex Carey caught it first slip for 8, ending a session where Australia lost 3 for 73, all 3 of those wickets in the last 45 minutes. So away from us, Seals to finish, bowls to Cummins, back half of the bat, sneaks it through past the gully for 4. So it was the top corner of the blade. Waves straight after tee, gets the danger man head for 59, safely pouched by Shy Hope behind the wicket. This day goes from bad to worse for the Aussies. They're 7 for 142.
Oh, this is entering into embarrassing areas for Australia. Travis Head, who's batted so well, batted right through that middle section. Justin Graves has ended and started every session today with the ball. And he's challenged the left-handers in particular. He's not the quickest, but he's just got enough movement to challenge the outside edge. And this time, Travis Head, so many times, he just flayed at those deliveries outside off stump. Thick edge, sharp catch. And Australia are now into the bowlers with just 140 bowling-friendly conditions, really.
So it goes again, Graves to Stark, who plays into the onside where short leg isn't. There won't be a single.
Yes, have been some spots on the pitch where a couple of balls have jumped up, but you look at these dismissals, either it's been terrific bowling or some ordinary shots. This is the latest collapse. Question marks will be asked, and I guess should be asked.
You better believe they're going to be asked. Australia wakes up. What time is it at home now?
It's 5 o'clock in...
5 a.m. People wake up to hear that it's 7 for 142 and Stark leaves alone. 1 ball left in the set.
And there was so much talk about this series almost being used as not a dress rehearsal, but an audition for what's to come in a few months' time, the Ashes. I think the focus is, or needs to be more on getting the house in order, especially with the top order.
Well, that's right. It's the start of a new World Test cycle, and obviously they've made the last 2 finals, and at home they've been sensational. But away points, Cummins spoke of that. Graves to finish here. Stark plays from the crease out to mid-wicket. Ends a wicket maiden for Justin Graves. He's got 1 for 26 from 9. Australia in real strife at 7 for 142. Stark yet to score. Cummins on 4. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by local. Away from us, Jaden Seals. Couple of wickets today, 4 in the cordon. Bowls here to Cummins, forward, pushing in front of point, gets 1. Moves him to 5 and 7 for 143. Stark was outstanding with the bat in the second innings at Lords with a half-century. That was his best innings in Test cricket.
It really was, and at that point we thought he'd somehow managed to give Australia the kind of total that they'd back themselves to defend. It wasn't to be. Thanks to Aiden Markram and Temba Bavuma. Yeah, these collapses in different kinds of conditions, especially against seam bowling, Adam, becoming a common occurrence, which will be a concern for Australia. You just go back, even last year, Matt Henry opened them up in Christchurch, wasn't it?
Not wrong. Here is Seals bowling. Edging, taking a second slip. Stark's gone as well. This collapse is now 5 for 32, 8 for 143, a 5-ball duck for Stark. Seals gets a 3rd. It's all happening at Barbados. Goodness me.
Look, where are you, the people of Barbados? Because your West Indian team is putting on a show here. They spoke about showing a lot of spirit and a lot of fight. This has been a dominant performance from their fast bowlers. So often visiting teams have come to the Kensington Oval and been shown up by some of the greatest fast bowlers cricket has ever seen. These three young men, led by Shamar Joseph and young Jaden Seals, have really turned it on here. Kensington Oval is alive.
It's a throwback, but it's also about the West Indies over a couple of years now saying they want to get better at Test cricket and they're going to build it around their fast bowlers. Jaden Seals has been front and centre of that conversation. His third wicket on the day, probing all along, swinging the ball early. Now wickets either side of T. The two left-handers, Carey and Stark, both in his pocket. Now Nathan Lyon, he played a Test match on this ground back in 2012 and made 40 not out. Let's not forget. Walks out here with an enormous amount of work to do to keep Australia's day one even vaguely competitive.
Yeah, and to go back to the start of the day when Pat Cummins won the toss and elected to bat, it seemed like a no-brainer. And again, if you're waking up in Australia and you're reading the score, I don't think the conditions have had anything to do with this collapse. It's been terrific bowling. The catching's got better as the day has progressed. It's just not been very good batting.
Seals to Lyon. His first ball, bowls here, plays back out to point no run.
Yes, at Lords, you could say the clouds came in and, you know, you're up against the likes of Rabada and Janssen. It wasn't easy to score runs. But from what we've seen so far, really not the pitch. It's the techniques, at some level the temperament as well, which has been tested and to an extent exposed by the West Indians.
So Jaden Seals got 3 for 40. Operating away from us at the Malcolm Marshall end. 3 slips to Lyon and beats him outside the line. If you want to be generous, Lyon might have pulled his bat inside the line, but either way, hits the gloves of Hope hard.
Just the celebrations for each of these West Indian wickets. Darren Sammy has been jumping up and down in the balcony.
Love this from Thomas and Murrumbina. No Adam Voges to save the day this time. It's a bit of a throwback to the first test at Dominica back in 2015 when he hit a quite remarkable century on debut after a collapse. It felt a bit like this. Who was the bowler, Baz?
Ooh.
Who went through Australia with 5 of the best?
2015. Was it Kikima?
Devendra Bishu.
Oh, yes, my old friend.
Here is Seals bowling here at Lions forward in defence out to the offside. Bishu, who to Haddon bowled what was thought of as the ball of the 21st century. It was on the same day as Warne's ball from 1993, which certainly helps the colleagues who are writing that story, myself included.
But the last I bumped into Devendra Bishu was at Oyston's last year on a Friday night. So
if we're so lucky we could get him out this Friday night. What's he up to?
Well, it's always up for a good time as Devendra Bishu, I can tell you that much. We've had some interesting experiences around the world.
So there's 3 slips remain, as they might. Last ball of the over. They've got 2 after tea. Line facing Seals bowls, drive through the covers. We'll get at least 2. And they'll be happy with that. So Line off the mark with a couple. 8 for 145 Australia, losing Head and Stark right after tea on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan with you. It's going to be Shamar Joseph brought back into the attack now. This is where it's happening. Shamar Joseph didn't start after tea. Justin Graves gets a wicket, but now the tail's in. Here comes Shamar. He's got 4 already today. Bowls here to Cummins. Plays back out to backward point where he's very comfortable. No run.
Yeah, to mop this up. It's been Shamar Joseph's day. Was obviously in demand before this test match. Every Australian journalist on tour made sure they interviewed him.
Yes, I did detect that. I feel like I read the same interview 4 or 5 times with Shamar. Whether he could repeat the dose, well, that's been answered on day 1 of the series.
Just Just lights up the series, doesn't it, Adam? Whatever
Does it
happens
ever?
from here.
Got a proper contest here. Shamar Joseph bowls to Cummins. 4 catches behind him. On the up, through point. Lovely shot. Cummins looking to counter-attack. He'll get 2. He'll move to 7. Australia 8 for 147.
Yeah, he's taken this route of late. Pat Cummins did it famously at the MCG. He came and attacked the likes of Bumrah and did dig Australia out of a deep hole. He walked in 7 down. Australia had barely any runs on the board. Marnus Labuschagne was his partner on that day. He tried doing it at Lord's as well, wasn't to be. But yeah, he'll try and play some shots, somehow try to drag this score to as close to 200 as possible.
Shamar Joseph bowls here to Cummins, who plays it in the air, running back with the fright. Opportunity to dive, doesn't quite get there. It felt for the briefest moment as though that was on. But instead, Cummins gets a couple. Not in control of the shot to wide extra cover. 8 for 149. He's 9.
Yeah, it was the veteran Craig Brathwaite under it. I think for a while he misjudged it. Wasn't sure where it was and just reacted a bit too slowly. So always seemed like he wasn't going to get there. So didn't even get a hand on it. But Pat Cummins making very clear he's going to play shots. Shamar Joseph is pushed deep backward square leg onto the boundary. Will he go short? Will he target the stumps again?
Shamar Joseph bowls to Pat Cummins here, wide on the crease, attacks the leg stump, worked out to deep mid wicket where he's got space. He'll get 2. Cummins quickly into double figures from his 7th ball, and it brings up the 150. Not much of a response from the Australians on the far side of the ground. However, there are a few flags waving. 8 for 151.
Yeah, what an experience for the Australian fans as well. They've come from a long way. And they've seen a masterclass of fast bowling from Shamar Joseph.
It's that man again. 2 left in the over. Bowls to Cummins, looking to hit him, edging him over the slips for 4. Way above the cordon. So he's taken 10 runs from 4 balls here, and you're spot on, Baz, in terms of the approach from Cummins, which tends to be in situations like this to really throw the bat at the ball.
Yeah, and this is a bit wild from Pat Cummins. This is not calculated swinging. He's realized that the way this day has gone and the way Joseph's bowling, there's no point hanging in there. I could see the 4th umpire in the Australian balcony. They're already choosing the new ball, or the ball that they'll be bowling with.
Not a great sign. In the 50, what are we, the 52nd over? Already turning their attention to that. So Joseph gets one more crack at Cummins. Bowls here. Cummins off the thigh pad. Out to square leg for 1. See if it's a leg bye, whether he got something on it. It was a leg bye. He'll keep the strike. An expensive over in relative terms. 11 from it. Cummins 16. Lyon 2. 8 for 156 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. The fall of wickets makes sorry reading for Australia. So that 89-run stand took them up to 3 for 111, having at one stage been 3 for 22. But after that, 111, 123, 138, 142, 143. All on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. And Seals will continue. Andrew Mason jumps in with us. Bowling here, Cummins, leg stump line, turns it out to deep square leg where there's a sweeper. He's 16, 8 for 157. Andrew Mason, what a day this has been for the Windies.
It has been, but it looks at the construct of the side here, because you realise that Warkan hasn't bowled as yet. And when you look at the fact you've got Joseph, Graves, Seals, and of course Chase, you begin to wonder, why is it that Warkan is in the side? But of course he was named vice captain. He hasn't bowled a ball as yet, and we're into over number 53. That's interesting.
Suppose you'll have work to do later in the test match, Baz.
Yeah, can you stop being a radio host and just revel in what's happening, Andrew?
Here he is, short ball to line, work down from Seals. They'll get one, taking on the keeper, hoping getting through. Leg buys or runs, we'll find out. Runs this time, 8 for 157. Line's got a couple.
As a regular...
You were supposed to have my show last night.
Yeah, well,
oh, come on.
Oh,
you went to dinner at a posh restaurant on the West Coast, I'm told.
We did.
Is that true?
I was asked to.
Okay, all right.
I'll just listen to the boss's orders. And
I got the late call very late, but of course I decided to go with Jeff Lemon, who was here, and we had a wonderful show. But of course the ratings would have gone up had you been there.
I have a recollection of going on your show years ago, Andrew.
Yes.
There was talk back and it was very assertive.
Muscular discussion.
Yeah, there you go, muscular, well put. Cummins here facing Seals and plays him over the top of the court. Out towards deep third. Has it carried? Looking for the signal from the umpire. No, bounces before it reaches the Soapers Pavilion. So 4 more for Cummins, who's reached 20 from 11 balls, 8 for 162.
Well, he has spent a lot of time hitting balls in between the Lord's Test and this one. And remember, he had a session at Windward Cricket Club on the southern coast here. We spent 20-25 minutes just playing like this. And I bumped into him and I said, I just saw you play the best cover drive of your life. And he said, yeah, it all seems to come off in the nets or in practice. It's not coming off out there in the middle. So he was hoping that it would. And so far, already 20 runs seems precious considering the way that this day has gone.
So Seals up again. 2 in the cordon bowls here. Cummins off the hip. There's going to be runs into the deep, probably 2 if they scamper. He'll be to the danger end. He gets 3. He's batted really well so far, Pat Cummins, to put a little bit of pressure back on the Windies. 22 for him. Looking for a front foot no ball signal there from umpire Canterbury. No, it wasn't. 8 for 164. So 8 runs from the over so far.
There's no predictability of bowling short term. I think they've done so well in terms of length, and you also don't have the third man wide. So it's an interesting field, and there's also the forward square as well. Let's see what he'll do here. Will he pitch it up or will he go short again?
Seals 2 to go in his 14th over. Away from us to Cummins. Some beating down here at Barbados. Bowls here. Opens up the offside. Lifts it over cover. Beautiful strike of the cricket ball. Wow. And that time it has gone the journey.
Yep.
Pat Cummins is flying. Up
tremendous.
to 28 from 13 balls. That's a proper cavalier shot out towards the Greenwich and Haynes stand. It gives a sense of what might be to come. So they've added already. Hasn't yet been signalled 6. It will be in a moment, I reckon. Just waiting for that third umpire to take a look at it. Seeing the replay here
on the
Chemist Warehouse screen. That takes some doing.
Into the Greenwich and Haynes stand as well. Both of those would have been proud of that shot.
Yeah, wonderfully played as well. He's a decent lower order batsman, and these are important runs for the Australians here.
So confirmed by umpire Kettleborough. 8 for 170. Cummins 28 from 13. Second 6 of the day. Both have ended up in the Greenwich and Haynes.
Has to keep the strike though.
Big over. Last ball of it. Seals to Cummins. Leg stump line defends. And throws at the stumps as well. And the follow through Seals to make sure Cummins is safely back. Ends the over. 3 for line. 28 for Cummins. 8 for 170 the score on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Great day for the Windies so far in SEN Test cricket for Australia, made by local. The wickets after tea, head and stuck with the score on 142 and 143, but they've put on 27 in a hurry here. Lyon and Cummins, the latter's got 28 not.
But the big thing is Shamar Joseph now has 6 balls at line. That's what Cummins was trying to avoid in the previous over.
Here's Shamar Joseph, 4 wickets today, bowls to Lyon, goes back and defends. Flicks in the follow through.
I mean, we obviously wouldn't know the old cliche of 2 teams need to bat on the same surface. Honestly, it's just been enough in there. The ball, this Duke's ball we spoke a lot about, does swing a little more when it's new. But West Indies have bowled some terrific lengths, though. They've kept the slip cordon interested throughout the day, especially Seals and Joseph.
Here is Shamar Joseph. In here to line, hits him on the splice of the bat out to cover. Came back off the seam though, stumps were in play.
So I think the question to you, Andrew, is does this kind of lift everyone in the region, and does this mean that more Bay agents will come through over the next few days?
I would think so. Yeah, I would think so, particularly if the West Indies could end the first day in a good position. I would think it'll inspire people to come. And it's pretty cheap to get in here as well.
That's true. Yeah? Only for the locals.
Only for the locals.
Yes. It was up to over $100 for the Aussies who are over here. We heard yesterday. Shamar Joseph bowls to line here on the hip. Tried to shovel it behind square. Ended up with forward square leg, no run. The vice-captain Warrican does the fielding.
There's been a lot of talk about, the lack of interest. And I suppose because of the way the West Indies have been playing. But lest we forget the last Test match they played against Australia, they won. And they went to Pakistan.
Yes.
And they won the last Test as well. So not bad. And they've had a pretty good day so far.
You're tough to please.
Yep.
They haven't beaten Australia in 30 years. They go there and not bad.
Not bad. Joseph towards us, towards line. Bowls here, line. Back in place to mid-on, no run. 2 left in the over. So this was an important over with line on strike to Joseph. Can he find a way through and get a 5th wicket? Speed up at 140 kilometres an hour.
Just the kind of performance you expect from a Darren Sammy coach team as well. He's not a trained coach, is he? But he coaches with attitude, with energy. A reluctant coach when he was asked to take over a couple of years ago.
8 for 170. Shamar Joseph up. Bowls to line. 5th ball of the over down the leg side. Misses out there. Goes through to the gloves of Shai Hope. So a couple of missed opportunities earlier today. 3 of them behind the wicket for the Windies. It's been that kind of day. All consuming here at the Kensington Oval.
A lot of slip catches. Right? The Australian fast bowlers will take a lot from that. They'll see the way the West Indians have gone, and especially coming off Lords where none of the balls carried to the slip fielders.
Yeah, no helmets needed here as there was at Lords a couple of weeks ago. Last ball, Joseph to line. Plays out to cover. Knows the call. Maiden from Shamar Joseph to line. The strike goes back to Cummins. The captain's 28 lines 3. It's 8 for 170 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Two for 32 so far in this session. Our coverage is for Henley Holmes. Got Barrett Sundaresan, Andrew Mason with me. As Jaden Seals will continue. He's picked up 3 wickets today. Josh Inglis, Alex Carey and Mitchell Stark.
The field is spread out far and wide now.
Operating from our Malcolm Marshall end. Bowls wide from the crease, and Cummins, who's looking to attack, plays it out to mid-on. So a deep point now. Fine leg, deep square leg.
And a deep third as well.
And a deep third. There you go.
So which means that he's not going to pitch anything up because mid-off and mid-on are up in the circle. Cummins obviously did play the uppercut in the previous over, picked himself up. A classy boundary, but there's a fielder back. So does he back away and try to hit it horizontally in front of the wicket?
One more here. Can they get a look at Hazelwood? Seals into Cummins. Bowls here, and Cummins, legs up line, thinks about swinging, thinks better of it, defends into the onside, and Seals collects off his own bowling.
We've been waking up in Australia.
Yeah, you can imagine the nature of our text line at the moment. Some very grumpy people. 043398 1116. Listening through the night. Players being sacked left, right and centre.
Just a question. So when you're listening, if you are listening through the night, do you go through your whiskies and your beers till? Is there a cutoff when like that turns into coffee?
I think from some of the texts they've been clearly drinking all night. That's pretty clear to me. Some very grumpy types who are probably onto God knows what. Seals bowling here to Cummins. And plays out to the offside, no run.
Yeah, I would love to know, like, when do you stop and say, okay, and then what's the lag between your last drink and your first cup of coffee?
What was the time difference like when you were in India? Because for Australian Test cricket, the toughest time difference is the Windies. What was it for you?
Now, for us, again, we would have to stay up till around 3 a.m. So it would start at around 7 p.m.
Yeah. So that's what it is when Australia are watching cricket from England or South Africa.
Yeah.
Whereas this has always been a midnight start, 11 p.m. at some times of the year. I remember that 91 to as a young lad as Seals gets up and bowls here to Cummins, who plays out to mid-off, and it gets there. Seals get to fourth. Cummins' counter-attacking innings comes to an end on 28. Australia lose their 9th wicket with the score on 170. The Windies have taken 3 since tea.
Yeah, well, he said he won't pitch the ball up. The mid-off and mid-on were up in the circle. Pat Cummins said, I'm going to chance my arm regardless. Didn't make good contact. He's made such good contact in this innings, in this rapid innings. And Jayden Seales also pointing towards the Australian dressing room, giving the Australian Test captain a bit of a send-off. That's interesting, but he has sent him packing. So Australia now down to just Nathan Lyon and Josh Hazlewood.
You know, Pat Cummins in the interview said he doesn't know what to expect from the West Indies side, and you get these kinds of performances from the West Indies team. They've been aggressive. I think the captain has done an excellent job in terms of the way he's marshaled his forces. I think the fact that he's kept Joseph in the attack. He's a wicket-taking bowler, but he's also gotten good support from someone like a Justin Graves, who has, in my view, been good. He's an underrated bowler, and Seales is now seen as the lead bowler for the West Indies. So that combination has worked well.
Yeah, and so good to see. I mean, yeah, you don't see send-offs anymore. It wasn't an aggressive send-off. He just pointed at the dressing room, but
wasn't nothing.
Yeah, it wasn't nothing. Yeah. But I like the fire from Jayden Seales. It was a bit more than.
It's quite finger wagging.
Yeah, it's finger
towards
wagging.
the Sobers Pavilion. It was Craig Brathwaite who took the catch, if you're wondering, at mid-off, the former captain.
There's something about Jayden Seales, right? He's always like, you just see him at training as well.
So round the wicket to Hazlewood. He's got 4 for 56. Seales bowls here. First ball through the cordon for 4. Well, it may not quite go for 4. There was some pace taken off it. It'll be collected by Chase in front of the rope. So Hazlewood's off the mark with a couple.
You think he should have had a third slip there?
I wonder whether he might have, just on how slow the ball got there, he might have played it into the turf. We'll see it again here. Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Yeah, I think he did. He played it into the turf and it ballooned through third slip.
Yeah.
Josh Hazlewood did bat for quite a while.
I would have a third slip. What about you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Round the wicket, angling the ball across the left-hander. He's got 2 slips in the gully. Go for the third slip, Mr. Chase.
So Seales has got 2 more cracks this over. He's bowling at Australia's number 11. You're spot on, Baz, that Hazlewood batted terrifically well at Lords in the second innings. And the third slip jumps in. You
they heard me.
All over
they heard me. Yeah.
Of course they hear you. You're the voice. Mason and friends.
Yeah.
John Campbell's the man at third. So 4 catches back there. Seales bowls to Hazlewood. Plays defensively. Gave him the stumps. Seales collects and throws back to the keeper. Oh, it's the end of the over as well. My apologies. 9 for 172. Adam White will be in after the break.
Australia 9 for 172. Shamar Joseph on his way to bowl to Nathan Lyon, who's defending up to mid-on, trying to get onto the front foot as much as possible. Lyon on 3, Hazlewood on 2. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by a local. Adam White with you And the voice of
Barbados. Yes.
Are you happy with that?
I'm a Bajan. You could either be a Barbadian or a Bajan.
What's the difference?
Okay, well, it's a colloquial thing. They say the Bajan.
Okay. Shamar Joseph to Lyon, who edges through gully.
Dropped again.
That is a third drop catch in the gully.
King as well.
Poor old King.
He's not living up to his name.
He is not. He's dropped 3 catches in that position on debut. That's gone through his hands.
Yeah.
He's saying to his teammates, I didn't pick it up.
Oh,
it
no.
almost took his head off.
But he's got on some brand name shades. You got to take that.
So it's cost Shamar Joseph a 5-wicket haul potentially.
And they may have to review having King at gully.
They got 2, Lyon to 5, 9 for 174. Shamar Joseph again, Lyon beaten. That was quick. Beats the outside edge.
This reminds me of the old time fast bowlers at Kensington Oval. You would come as a little boy and watch Holden, Garner, Marshall. And this is really good, aggressive. And in terms of someone like a Shamar Joseph, we know that he can bowl all day. And he's excited to test buds here at Kensington Oval. And it's been a wonderful performance by the West Indies.
Andrew Mason with us on SEN Test Cricket, the local. And he's pretty proud at the moment. Shamar Joseph to Lyon, tugging the ball down the ground. He's got a fair bit of that. That might go to the rope for 4. It will. It didn't feel like it come right off the middle of the bat. But he'll take the 4. Australia need all the runs they can get. Lyon to 9. 9 for 178. Bryce McGain with us as well. It's been an amazing day of cricket.
It sure has. A late flurry now. Lyon's taken over the licence that Pat Cummins issued to himself, and as he went out said, keep going.
Shamar Joseph comes in, bowls to Lyon, forcefully driving up to bid off, no run. That would have given Lyon some confidence, the way he played that shot. 1 ball left in the over, 1 more chance for Shamar to get 5.
Well, maybe in Lyon's mind, the on-drive was as elegant as Mark Waugh, but it was just a bit of a heave and a tug down the ground. Every run counts here as Australia stumble their way to 9 for 178.
Backward square leg goes back into the deep. Shamar Joseph on the runway. Lyon, bottom edge, doesn't make contact, and as you can hear there, Lyon a little bit frustrated he missed out on that short ball outside off stump. Over bowled, 9 for 178. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Australia 9 for 178. They were 3 for 111. As Seals comes in again, bowls to Hazelwood, who stays leg side of the ball and pushes out to point. There's no run.
Well, Shamar Joseph has been absolutely outstanding. He's had 3 drop catches, let alone the figures that he has returned for 46.
So created 7
of 16.
chances.
It's quite remarkable.
And then there was also the edge that didn't quite carry to the keeper that went upstairs. So sort of 7.5 chances he's created. 7 3/4. Seals again, runs away from us, bowls to Hazelwood, who drives firmly, but straight to mid-off, and there's no run.
Interesting about that, because Cricinfo is saying Shamar denied 5 after debatable catch review. That's coming from Cricinfo. What do you thought of it? Thought it was a good call?
I thought it was probably the right call.
Okay.
But it could have gone either way. I think it was sort of just benefit of the doubt went to the batsman. It was a tough one because in slow motion it looked like it didn't carry. In normal motion it looked like it did carry. Seals bowls to Hazelwood, who's in defensive mode again, exposing all three stumps. What did you think, Andrew?
Yeah, in fact, there's been a lot of debate about it. In fact, I had an opportunity to go around the grounds, and obviously, West Indies would expect it to have been given. But when I saw it on a couple of occasions, I thought perhaps it could have been given. I don't know, what's your view?
Well,
you thought it should have been given?
Yeah, look, it's so difficult, and on those types of catches, it's hard to reverse a decision.
Right.
Is there clear-cut evidence?
Seals again, past the umpire bowls to Hazelwood, who plays nicely, backward of point, off the back foot, just opening the blade, out towards the rope. It won't go for 4. They get 2, and they are happy with that. Hazelwood to 4, 9 for 180.
Yep.
Yeah, so, look, it was a really tough one. Look, for me, he deserves another 2 wickets, given the catches and all those sorts of things from a Shamar Joseph. Look, all it needs to do is brush a blade of grass before it's completely controlled.
That could have happened.
Yeah, and it's likely that happened. Yeah.
The interesting part about it, Andrew, was that the West Indians didn't think it was out.
No, it didn't at all.
And then they got excited.
So when the umpires
when they saw the first replay, yeah.
Seals again around the wicket to Hazelwood. Oh, he gets hit. He gets hit, and he is... Well, this is interesting. Hazelwood was walking. He's out.
Yes, he is.
He's out. And Australia are all out. And it's Seals with 5 wickets. Australia all out for 180. So from 3 from 111, they have collapsed here at Kensington Oval to be dismissed on the opening day for 180, having won the toss, and did not hesitate in batting first. It's been a terrific day for the West Indies. Seals with 5 wickets, Shamar Joseph with 4 wickets. You can see Hazelwood trying to evade the bouncer and just taking the glove or the handle on the way through. Initially, the umpire wasn't going to give it out, but Lyon was walking off, realised the finger didn't go up, kind of came back, and the umpire said, no, you've given it up, you're out.
Yeah, and again, good aggressive fast bowling from Jayden Seals, good pace, and in fact, he was batting outside the leg stump, up the edge, and was taken behind. But this represents a very good performance by the West Indies side. There's no question about that. They were aggressive. First of all, the length was good. Shamar Joseph certainly was brilliant at the top, and of course Jayden Seals, who is now said to be the lead fast bowler. The combination worked well, along with, and as you said it earlier, the underestimated Graves. We had a couple of overs from Ruston Chess, but overall the pitch gave something to the bowlers. I think West Indies will be quite happy with this performance. 180 all out.
Bryce McGain?
Well, the mission they went out there, Royston Chase said right at the very start, we want to play with passion, we want to give our absolute best. We'll tick those boxes, because they have done that. And look, it could have been, had they've taken their chances, it could have been devastating for Australia. As it is, they've found their way to 180. But it's going to be a real challenge out there. There's no doubt the Australian bowlers will be looking to
I would think so as well.
Perform quite well on a wicket that looks to be favouring the quicks, that is for sure.
Of the Australian fast bowlers, who do you think could be the most dangerous here on this pitch?
Well, Cummins, because he rarely misses, and look, it's Captain Obvious. He's outstanding because he rarely misses, and that was the strength of Shamar Joseph. I think he was so accurate, and he challenged over and over, and there was movement with the new ball. So, and often we say that in the West Indies, they're new ball wickets. So, look, it's not going to be that easy, but we're in for some exciting cricket as Australia wakes up to hear that they have been dismissed for 180, but there's still some action to come.
So on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, Australia all out for 180. Travis Head, the top scorer with 59. Osman Khawaja, 47. And Pat Cummins, 28. So Khawaja and Head put on 89. But when he fell, Khawaja, that is, when he fell, from 3 for 111, all out for 180. So I'm not very good at maths, but I believe that is 7 for 69 the Australians lost. That is officially a collapse, no question about that. Seals with 5 wickets, Shamar Joseph with 4. So it was the pace that worried Australia, and certainly was the key reason they were dismissed for just 180. We've got the Australians out there at the moment already starting to warm up. We'll take a short break here from Kensington Oval and come back for the West Indies. It's their turn to bat. SEN Test Cricket.
Here is Graves bowling to head on 59. Edging copper high, and he's got him. Justin Graves, straight after tee, gets the danger man head for 59, safely pouched. Here is Seals bowling, edging, taking a second slip. Stark's gone as well. This collapse is now 5 for 32. Young lad as Seals gets up and bowls here to Cummins, who plays out to mid-off, and it gets there. Seals gets a fourth. Cummins' counter-attacking innings comes to an end on 28.
Seals again around the wicket to Hazelwood. Oh, he gets hit. He gets hit, and he is, well, this is interesting. Hazelwood was walking. He's out.
Yes, he is.
He's out. And Australia are all out. And it's Seals with 5 wicket action in just a very short period of time post-tea, can you believe? So much happening here at the Kensington Oval here in Bridgetown, Barbados. Australia all out for 180, and I can tell you that is the lowest score by Australia against the West Indies in a first innings since 1995. So that just shows how significant today has been. We're going back 30 years. Australia were in trouble early, 3 for 22, and then Khawaja and Head steadied things. It was 3 for 111. And then all out for 180, Australia losing 7 for 69. Adam White and Bryce McGain with you. The Australians have been out there getting ready now for, well, pretty much the moment Hazelwood was given out trying to evade a short ball. And now Bryce McGain with still an hour and a half to go in play today. I mean, there's still so much that could happen. It could swing dramatically back Australia's way. But if the West Indies could somehow get the stumps none down or one down even, they're in a very strong spot.
Absolutely, Whitey. And, yeah, look, other than a flurry by Pat Cummins at the end, 28 off 18, the last 6 wickets fell in 12.5 overs.
What was that?
The last 6 wickets fell in 12.5 overs. So very disappointing from a resilient batting performance by the middle and lower order. And it has been something that Australia have prided themselves on. They bat all the way down. Even in the World Test Championship, we saw Stark making a 50. And as Colo said earlier in the coverage, it was his best ever Test innings. So, but to just drop away, yes, there was some good fast bowling, and credit must be given to Seals, who's 15.5 overs, 5 for 60, and Shamar Joseph was absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, absolutely. The umpires are back in the middle. The Australians heading out there, and now the West Indian opening batsman as well. It's sunny here at the moment. There's still lots of clouds around, but for most of today, we've seen the sun. It's quite hot. The wind's probably dropped away a little bit, but it's been quite windy as well. But we're in for a power-packed next 90 minutes. There's no question about that. So everyone is starting to get ready. So Mitchell Stark from the Joel Garner end is crouching down, trying to get some grip on his hands, brushing the grass, brushing the turf. Craig Brathwaite, we know him as one of the most experienced opening batsmen in the world, let alone in West Indian cricket at the moment. Not so much John Campbell. He's played 21 matches. His best just 68. So this is going to be a tough test for Campbell.
Well, the field is set to attack. Pat Cummins at mid-on, just adjusting the cordon. 3 slips, 2 gullies.
Brathwaite to face the first ball. Mitchell Stark at the top of his run. In he comes. He bowls to Brathwaite, who's rushed in defence, but actually finding the middle of the bat. It went past Stark, past the stumps. It can't beat the field, and a dot ball to start. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by a local. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, doesn't look good from an Australian point of view at the moment.
Some questions coming through, and clearly you wake up and you want answers, and the text machine is lit up. What do you reckon, lads? Have the batting conditions been difficult? Is the batting performance as bad as it seems? Let's get into that.
Stark again. Past the umpire, bowls to Brathwaite, works off the hit. Came off at a great rate of knots down to Hazelwood. At almost a backward square leg rather than a fine leg. He's quite square. They get a single, and the West Indies are away.
It's not been an easy pitch to bat on. Early on in the innings, the ball was moving around, swing bowling. Seals was exceptional early. Really quite prodigious
the ball
swing.
Swung a lot early.
It did.
A lot more than you'd usually see.
Yeah, and there was skillful bowling. It was fast, it was hostile. Not because it was short, but because it was bowled, pitched up, bail height, and it was very challenging. So it's credit to the bowlers, really. A few deliveries stood up a bit in this surface that is patchy.
Campbell on strike, the left-hander to face his first ball. Stark on the way. approaches, bowls, jammed down nearly under the bat. Fortunately for Campbell, he keeps it out. That was a fast Yorker at 144.2 kilometres an hour. And somehow Campbell kept it out.
It's an early search. Stark, full, late movement at the stumps. He's made a career of it. And how many times has he taken a wicket in his first over?
Now bright afternoon sunshine. Kensington Oval looks absolutely spectacular. As Stark is on his way again to Campbell. He bowls. Campbell, that one down leg side. Carey diving away to take the ball with two hands. That was a bit wild there from Mitchell. West Indies, 1 for none. And as everyone is starting to wake up back home in Australia, Australia winning the toss, batting first. They were 3 for 22, then 3 for 111, then all out for 180. Head 59, Khawaja 47 and Cummins 28. Stark steaming it again. Bowls to Campbell. Short one over the top of the cordon. He tried to get out of the way of that almost and bladed it over third slip, Josh Inglis, and down to the rope for 4. It was quick. It was vicious. Somehow Campbell got 4.
Well, he's picked the right fielder to put it over. It was Josh Inglis. He went to fly up. To his right is Bo Webster. He could have caught it. And to his left, Cameron Green could have caught it. But little Josh Inglis, he couldn't get up there. Couldn't get tall enough.
So looking at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, I think Campbell thought it was going to swing away and was trying to really give it everything. And it came back at him, jammed him. And he sort of half played it, half tried to get his bat out of the way. No wicket for 5. Last ball of the first over. Stark to Campbell. Plays this nicely into the onside. Taking a single, clipping into the mid-wicket region and comfortably getting a run. A good start to the Windies. No wicket for 6 after 1. Brathwaite on 1. Campbell on 5. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by local. The West Indies, no wicket for 6 in reply to Australia's 180. Day 1 action here. SEN Test cricket live from Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados. The sun for the moment goes behind the clouds as Josh Hazlewood comes in to bowl his first ball. He's bowling to Campbell. Campbell is beaten outside the off stump, trying to drive.
Well, there's a short leg in play here, Whitey. So the field 3 slips in a gully. Huge gap, and that's what drew Campbell into that shot, looking to drive. There's only a wide mid-off level with the stumps at the bowler end and a massive gap, so he went after it. That ball nipped away, beat the outside edge. But there is a short leg, a backward square, and a mid-on. Little adjustment now.
Yeah, so another
line
one
goes across to the offside to become another catcher. So 3 slips, 2 gullies. It's a cordon and a half.
It is indeed. Hazlewood again running away from us. Bowling to Campbell, who's playing nicely again late, playing off his thigh pad down to fine leg for a single in full control. Campbell to 6. The West Indies no wicket for 7.
Just noted off the last ball of the first over, Stark bowled it. Campbell worked it to wide mid-on pretty comfortably. Pat Cummins zipped around and threw it to the stumps. Now, Josh Inglis probably forgot what his role was as third slip. He sprinted up to the stumps and took it like a wicket keeper. It was an awkward throw. He then took it And he then looked at Alex Carey and sort of went, well, what am I doing here? I haven't got gloves. I haven't got anything. But it's just this reflex movement from behind the stumps. He's a third slip.
So we've got Brathwaite, like Shivnarine Shamdapal used to do, took the bail off and hammered it in to the crease to mark guard. And now he waits for Hazelwood, who bowls now, and Brathwaite playing late, defending up to head and mid-off, and there's no run. The Australians like that one from Josh Hazelwood. That's Sam Constas you can hear under the helmet at that pad.
I think he likes a lot of things.
So he's 2 pitches away, almost on the crease line. In fact, he is straddling the crease line. It's sort of very, very short square leg, bat pad if you like. Hazelwood again gets closer to the stumps here, bowls to Brathwaite, wants a single and then says no. Unfortunately, Campbell at the non-striker's end was listening. He stayed at the non-striker's end.
Travis Head has seen something from mid-off. He stopped the single with his fast movement, then trotted over to Pat Cummins at mid-on and shared some information.
I've got a feeling we're going to get pretty annoyed by Sam Constas by the end of this series under the helmet. We've got great stump microphone here. We can hear everything.
We've got a volume control there, so we can remove him if you wish.
It's good for the atmosphere.
Indeed.
Hazelwood again, bowling to Brathwaite, gets a good one that beats the outside edge, moving away off the seam. It was a Hazelwood special. Brathwaite, fortunately, staying inside the line. But that one, looking at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, definitely moving off the seam and a little bit in the air as well, using the Duke rather than the Kookaburra here in this series. It's doing a little bit more for the bowlers, as you'd expect. So 3 slips and 2 gullies. Last ball of Hazelwood's first over. Here's bowling to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite defends from the off-stump line up to mid-on, and that completes the over. Australia, after being dismissed for 180, the West Indies no wicket for 7. After the break, you'll hear from Andrew Mason, who will be calling along with Bharat Sundaresan.
So the action continues. It's Stark as he starts his run, comes in, bowls to Campbell. Campbell gets one of the leg stump, looks to whip the ball away, hits the bottom of the pad, goes down towards that square leg area. There's no run, 7 without loss. My good friend, how are you, my friend?
Andrew,
yes.
Our listeners are waking up in Australia. It's none for 7.
Oh, right, indeed. Interesting, yeah. So, none for 7. It's been a good day for the West Indies. Stark to continue. Operating from the northern end of the Joe Garner end. The World Weeks walker stand behind him, now turns. And with a shadow alongside him, looks up and sees that Campbell is ready. 3 sips and 2 gullies. Comes in to bowl to Campbell. Campbell allows the ball to go outside the off-stump, taken by the keeper. The other batsman is Craig Brathwaite. And interestingly, when you look at Craig Brathwaite, he needs 65 more runs to be the 10th West Indian batsman to reach 6,000. And he's in good company.
He really is.
Yeah.
First time I came to the Caribbean, Andrew, was in 2011 when Craig Brathwaite was, I think, 2 test matches old. So it was an India series that come to cover. And at that point, West Indies were restarting under captain Darren Sammy. And he looks the same, though, Craig Brathwaite. 14 years later, he looks exactly the way he did all those years ago.
Here's Stark as he comes in again to bowl to Campbell, who's got 6 to this delivery. Campbell is allowing the ball to go over the top of the off stump. He judged it impeccably in terms of the height. And the ball with good pace goes to Carey.
So And Australia are no strangers to Craig Brathwaite. They've been seeing him for those 14 years as well, going back to the 2012 tour when Nathan Lyon came here. The last time they played a test match here. They made runs against them, that famous 100 in Perth a couple of years ago, batted so well with Tej Narayan Chanderpaul. And I'm sure there are some Australian listeners wondering what happened to the son of Shiv Narayan.
Well, he went off the boil badly. In fact, couldn't even really get a permanent pick in the Ghana side. Here's Stark again. Comes in to bowl to Campbell. Campbell gets them outside the off, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. But when we look at the company that Craig Brathwaite could get into, you've got Lara Chanderpaul, Richard Sobers, Greenwich, Lloyd, Haynes, and of course Gale and Rohan Kanai, who couldn't make it when they were honoured the wonderful team of 1975. He's now living in England, I'm told. Have you ever met Rohan Kanai?
I think only when he was team manager of the West Indies and I was a child watching. Bumped into him at the wicket, and it must have been in the mid-90s at some point.
But of course you met the big cat.
Yes, many times,
So 7 runs on the board as Stark again comes in to bowl to Campbell, and Campbell to this delivery. It's wide the off stump. Just watches the ball go by to be taken by the keeper. Ball just pitched and left him. In case you're getting up in Australia, of course it's just past 4 o'clock. Eastern Caribbean time. In Jamaica it's 3 o'clock. Of course that's your favorite country. We're going to be going to Jamaica after we stop in the Spice Island, Grenada. Situation where the Australians all up for 180 thanks to some magnificent bowling from Seals. 5 for 60, 15 overs and 5 balls, and supported by Shamar Joseph, the man from Baracara, deep in row Guyana. He picked up 4 for 46. Here's the delivery from Stark, which is a good one. Now he's bowled outswingers. That one came back at him, and the ball squeezed away down towards the square leg. To end the over, 7 up lost. That's the latest score at Kensington. So it's going to be Hazel to continue the attack. He comes in to bowl this time to Craig Brathwaite, and to this delivery, he's forward, or pitched on that middle stump. And with a bit of suspicion, plays the ball down towards that mid-on area. There's no runs.
That classic Craig Brathwaite defense. Doesn't move that front foot too much, but he always plays it under his nose, and the ball rarely goes too far away from him when he plays that dead defense.
I've got a question for you. Australia won the toss this morning, elected to bat. Were you surprised by that?
Not at all. I mean, it looked like a bat first pitch. It took Pat Cummins, I think, around 1.8 seconds to say, yeah, we're batting. And he had to say it again on the mic.
Here's Hazelwood, operating from the southern end of the Malcolm Marshall end. Comes up now, bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite gets a full ball. The ball comes from the bottom of that, not that full-blooded drive. And the ball goes out towards Head, who comes across to his left at wide mid off to pick it up. There's no run.
Yeah, and again, people will be waking up in Australia and be in shock that the West Indies have managed to bowl out Australia for 180. But few factors there. It's a, if you want to call it that, a makeshift Australian batting lineup, or at least a lot of players playing in positions that they're not used to or are at the start of their careers, like Sam Constis. It was just really good bowling.
Here's Hazelwood again, looking for that first breakthrough. He's in and bowls the ball, which is bang on target. He's so good in terms of his control. That's on the off stump. And of course, we know that Brathwaite's a very dour batsman. Just comes forward, pushes up towards that mid-off area. We're at Kensington Oval, and Craig Brathwaite lives. You can actually walk from here to Craig Brathwaite's house, Wavell Avenue in Blackrock. Just a couple. No, I suppose in the Spring Garden Highway, which is out past the World Week's Walk at Stand. So he is known to Kensington Oval and has made a lot of runs here. There's no question about that. He's got a 277 first-class game here. He gets another good delivery. You can see the movement as that ball pitched to the line of the off stump. He comes forward and just plays it into the offside down towards cover. But ever since he was a schoolboy.
No, before you get to that, Andrew, I have one question. So now you told me where Craig Brathwaite lives.
Yes.
So if I walk down there, will he let me into his house?
I think so as well. But he now lives in St. George. He was born in a tiny house. But of course, these guys make so much money now. He now lives in a very posh area in Barbados in St. George, but goes back to Wavern Avenue quite often and plays cricket every day. 7 runs on the board, no wicket down. Here is Hazelwood, comes into Brathwaite's got 1, and Brathwaite is forward. He will bat all day, as they say in the West Indies, he'll bat until the cows come home, and that ball is pushed down towards mid-on, there's no run. So Australia faltering 180, thanks to some very good bowling from Jaden Seals and, of course, Shamar Joseph.
Oh, I think it was Shamar Joseph who really lit up the day. Jaden Seals bowled beautifully with the new ball and came back and got deserved rewards, finished up with 5, but till that point on, it was completely the Shamar Joseph show. With the new ball in that first 6-over burst, when he got the first 2 wickets, could have had 2 more, and then he came back and broke the back of the Australian.
Here's Hazelwood, comes up now, bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is forward again. Will get a single as the ball goes out towards that extra cover area. Head has to come across to his left to pick it up, but the batsman come through for the run. In fact, I got a WhatsApp message from someone who was listening to the commentary, and in fact, the over comes to an end. It's 7 without loss. Right, so 8 without loss, and they listened to you. Of course, I said there's as many as 8 stations in the Caribbean carrying the broadcast, and there are 3 in Antigua.
Oh,
yes, indeed.
3 alone in Antigua.
Yeah, 3 alone in Antigua. In Barbados, the local station is carrying the broadcast. The Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation up in Jamaica, Omega Radio. We want to welcome them to the broadcast. So 8 without loss. Now start. Looking for that breakthrough as he comes in to bowl to Craig Brathwaite, and did this delivery. Brathwaite is steering the ball away down towards that backward point area for 1. We'll get a second. There was a big gap between bat and pad as he played that, but that's Brathwaite 4. He comes back for the second, and with that he goes to 4, and the score goes up to 10 without loss. Just getting back to that WhatsApp message that was sent. You made the point during your commentary that you thought that Joseph's spell here at Kensington Oval was better than in Australia. They want to know why.
No, I mean, it was just the skill level that he showed. I mean, there was so much drama around what he did at the Gabba, and nobody expected him to even be at the ground. Then he arrives with the broken toe, the magic pills, and there he just attacked the stumps. I think it was more a feat of endurance and spirit.
Here is Stark, comes in, bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is steering that outside the off stump, fishing and flirting. That could have taken the outside edge. The typical angle across the right-handed batsman for the left-arm bowler. That was very well bowled by Stark.
Oh, exactly. And this is what we saw from the West Indian new ball bowlers as well. Shamar and Seals, where they kept challenging the outside edge. This Duke's ball, the bright red one you find in the Caribbean, does swing. So Mitchell Stark has been waiting for a ball that swings early. And he's got one, and he is bowling with fire. You can see he's pumped.
Well, he should be, given the fact that the Australians just made 180. Very aggressive field, as you would expect. And he comes again, Stark. Comes in and bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is getting the ball. Is it taken? I think it is. Brathwaite departs. Beautifully bowled. The edge found. The ball goes to second slip, and Australia, they're making the breakthrough. The West Indies now 10 for 1. Well bowled, Stark.
Well, he does it again, Mitchell Stark, with the new ball. He just spoke about how fired up he's been in this spell. He's been staring back at the West Indian openers. Australia humbled earlier today, 180 all out. We weren't quite sure what to make of the surface. That's just classical left-arm spin, swing bowling. And one thing they say about Bo Webster when he's in the slips in Australia, if the ball goes anywhere near him, just turn around and start walking because it's not going down. That was a sensational catch from the big man. It was so low down, but that's what Bo Webster does, and Australia have drawn first blood. This game is moving rapidly along.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Tremendous piece of bowling that pitched outside the off stump, and that chord of uncertainty edged it, and the catch taken. And these are some good catches, there's no doubt about that. And West Indies will have to improve in that area. Just get the feeling that this could be a very interesting battle. I mean, 180, on a pitch which has offered something to the bowlers. And the Australians have got the bowlers to exploit the conditions at Kensington Oval as Casey Carty comes out, 6 matches, 179 runs, averaging 17.9, best of 42.
Yeah, I mean, I think his background is as interesting as his career so far from St. Martin's, isn't he?
Yeah, St. Martin, yes.
So
not known for his cricket.
Not at all.
Known for his duty-free shopping.
There you go.
Yeah, indeed.
Well, this will feel like a little bit tougher than just walking through a duty-free. Batting out there in the middle against Mitchell Starc steaming in.
As he starts his run, comes in to bowl to Casey Carty, in bowls to Carty. Carty is coming onto the front football, pitch on the leg stump, pitches up towards that mid-on area. The bowler comes across to pick it up, and there's no run.
Very young still in the game. He's got 100, I think, in one-day cricket, Casey Carty. So he's, again, another white ball player coming through.
And that influences selectors to put him into the test squad. In fact, he's done very well. And we just have to wait and see how he performs here. It's not going to be easy for the West Indies by any stretch of the imagination, I can assure you that.
Just on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen there, that catch from Bo Webster.
Here is Starc as he starts his run again, comes in, bowls to Carty. Carty gets a wide ball, that's going to be called a wide. Very wide the off stump. Carey had to move almost in front of second slip to take that. Score goes up to 11 for 1.
Yeah, that was very wild. First wide of the game. I mean, umpires have started widing bowlers these days, a lot more in Test cricket. But again, I think this is Mitchell Starc has been in terrific rhythm for a while now, through the summer, at Lords as well. He bowled an outstanding spell against South Africa with the new ball. And this is not going to be easy for Casey Carty and the inexperienced West Indian top order to survive now that Craig Brathwaite's gone.
Here's a delivery from Starc to Carty. Carty's forward will get runs down towards right third, but has the legs to get there. It does. It goes for 4. Outside the off stump. He reached for it and got it square in the offside. It slowed considerably. It got close to the ball, but had the legs to get there. And that means that Carty's off the mark with the boundary. It's now 1 for 15.
Well, Mitchell Starc won't mind that he was playing away from his body. It was a full ball. It wasn't half volley length, but he got the right-hander reaching. And with the slip cordon that he does have in place, and no surprises that as soon as that boundary has gone through, Nathan Lyon has been put into almost a second gully position.
Yeah, this is aggressive field placed in 3 slips and 2 gullies. 1 for 15. Carty's got 4. And Starc will look to angle the ball across the right-hander as he comes in again on his way with a shadow alongside him, goes past the umpire, he's up and bowls a ball which is on the line of that off stump. Carty comes forward, pushes out towards that mid-off area to end the over. 15 for 1. So the action continues with Hazelwood in Barbados. So the population of 285,000, but they always thought it was 250. You sneak people into Barbados, right? Indeed. And he comes on his way. This is Hazelwood to bowl to John Campbell from Jamaica. And ball this is on the leg. So there's an appeal for leg before that ball is headed down the leg side. And of course, it's the most eastern of the Caribbean islands. They say it's largely of coral formation and surrounded by white sandy beaches. I'm sure you would agree with that. And we are in crop over. Now, you're going to be leaving to go to Grenada, then you're going to go on to Jamaica, you're going to miss crop over.
I know.
It's a massive festival.
Yeah, the carnival.
Oh, come on.
I always miss crop over.
Yeah.
I am planning to go to the rate at which this test match is going to the Powder Fest on Saturday night.
Yeah, indeed, that's going to be great. Take the full team. Here is Hazelwood outside the off stump. The ball is going through to be taken by the keeper. 1 for 15. Campbell is kept on 8. Yes, so you're going to go to what? A powder what?
The Powder Fest?
Yeah, Powder Fest.
The Powder Fest. I've heard that.
Who invited you?
Well, I get myself invited to places, Andrew.
Yeah,
I've heard, and there's this other party I heard about which might be around that period. If the test match does finish in 4 days, it right up Bryce McGinn's alley. Starts at 10:30 p.m. and goes up till 10:30 a.m.
Oh my golly. Okay, hope you've got the stamina. Take some good old Bajan rum with you as well. Here is Hazelwood, comes in bowled. Oh. Beautifully bowled indeed. A ball that was on the line of the middle stump, came from the inside edge, went up the pitch, and that almost breached his defence. Well bowled by Hazelwood.
Oh, well, look at the moment with that delivery. We've spoken a lot about this Duke's ball and how much it swings. That snaked into the left-hander. It started somewhere around off stump and just kept coming in. Had to get the bat down at the right moment, John Campbell.
Yeah, this is a serious examination of quality fast bowling. Hazelwood comes in, bowls to Campbell outside the off stump. A bit of effort in that delivery, and Campbell just watched it go by to be taken by the keeper. Just getting the head go back towards that square leg area. But this is good bowling. How good is Hazelwood?
Well, I mean, I think he's already proven to be one of the best Australia has ever produced.
Would you consider him great?
Oh,
is that a good, fair question?
It's a very fair question. I think together Cummins, Hazelwood and Stark satisfy the great category.
Right. Here is Hazelwood starts his run, comes in to bowl to Campbell into this delivery. Campbell is forward. Now looks to push that ball up to cover instead. The ball goes up towards the position of mid-wicket. And Cummins comes across, doesn't pick it up clean. Is that Cummins? No,
it is.
It is. The captain not leading by example. But that was beautifully bowled. Looking to push the ball into the offside with a swing into him. The ball hit the inside edge, went down towards mid-wicket.
Yeah, this one kind of threatened to shape back in like the last one, but held its line, and that's why I think Campbell got that inside edge. But yeah, Pat Cummins, wild throw from him. So Josh Hazelwood, I think he is a modern day great. The fact that he's dominated now at least 2 formats, 50 or 20 over cricket and test cricket.
Well, he's in again to bowl to Campbell, who's got 6 into this delivery. Campbell is forward, the Jamaican, of course inspired by his national anthem. It says stir response to duty's call. Comes forward and pushes down to cover, gets a single to end the over. 16 for 1. So we're going to continue this very intriguing match with the West Indies up against Australia. What a battle it has been. In fact, when you look at the overall stats, they've played each other 120 times. And it's going to be Stark to look for wicket number 2 as he comes in to bowl to Campbell. And Campbell gets one outside the off stump, the left-hander. Watches the ball go by to be taken by the keeper. In terms of the head-to-head, Bharat, Australia have won 61 times, the West Indies 33. They've been 25 games drawn, and of course you will never forget the famous tied tests when the West Indies toured in the 60s. So 120 times Australia, of course, winning a lot more after 1995 when they had that period of dominance by the West Indies between 1980 and 1995. But ever since, it's been all Australia. Here's Stark. Great fast bowler, begins to move in to bowl to Campbell into this delivery. Campbell gets one outside the off stump and allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper.
John Campbell just looks like he's a little settled. He was all over the shop for the first 10 or so minutes of this innings, just making a comeback to test cricket as well. And Mitchell Stark's really getting stuck into him. There's the ball that just reared at him, and Stark just stood there in the middle of the pitch, staring right into his eyes. So just in the last couple of overs, he's leaving more confidently. His feet are moving better. That quick single at the end of the last over as well. Some good signs for John Campbell.
I agree with that assessment. Here is Stark as he comes in again. This is from the northern end. Comes in, balls banged in. He can do that for you. Can pitch one up, look to York, and then fizzed that short ball in. It had good pace. He ducked, went over, said to be taken by the keeper. Great aggression from Stark.
Yeah, we didn't see a lot of bounces from the West Indians. There was one to Pat Cummins from Seals, I think the first ball after the tea break. But already Australia, like I said, the only way they can redeem themselves or redeem the day for the visitors is if they knock out 3 or 4 by tonight.
Yeah, I agree with that.
If West Indies go to stumps just 1 or even 2 down, they'll take it.
And then Kensington Oval should have a lot more patrons coming to the ground. Here's Stark, comes in and bowls, and he's getting all the edge, caught behind. Beautifully bowled by a great fast ball outside the off-stump, edge found, the catch taken, and listen to this, the West Indies are in trouble, they're 2 for 16.
Well, that's exactly what I was talking about. They need to keep striking, and Mitchell Stark is getting this new ball talking here at the Kensington Oval. Again, just that movement away from the left-hander kept going away. John Campbell was dragged into it, played wide away from his body. That's terrific bowling from Mitchell Stark. Easy pickings for Alex Carey behind the wicket. So just like that, the West Indies are starting in the same fashion the Australians did. 2 for 16. And now into the debutant and the underbelly or the soft underbelly of the West Indian middle order.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where Sheho bats. Of course, back into the side, hasn't played in a long time. But this is a tremendous comeback by the Australians, and you expected that. It's a great side. Of course, they're fast bowlers now in the November of their careers. But someone like Stark, how much longer can they continue? Hazelwood, Pat Cummins, but they're great fast bowlers. And they've responded to the challenge here, as you'd expect. 180 all out, and the West Indies are in a spot of bother. They're now 2 wickets down for 16 runs, thanks to some magnificent bowling by the Australian. Brandon King comes to the battle, and he hasn't been around for quite a long time. A lot of debate as to whether he should actually be in the side, and in fact we have a situation where he now comes in this side. But just have a look at the monitor. What a delivery.
It is. Once again on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, it was just that movement, the way he dragged it out. Yep. And you can see how late the ball moves away from the left-hander, and that's what got John Campbell flashing and going wider than he should have. And that's just outstanding swing bowling from Mitchell Stark.
Well, of course, Coach Darren Sammy has said he wants to get the white ball players to come and play red ball cricket, and he's influenced King to play some red ball cricket. And there's been a lot of talk across the Caribbean, from Kingston, Jamaica to Bridgetown, Barbados. Should King be in the side? He's there, and we shall see. Let's hope he can live up to his name. So Stark to continue, he'll want to be a star here. It's been a tremendous comeback, as I said you'd expect from the Australians. Look at this field, very aggressive as he starts his run. This is Stark. You can hear the chant by the Australians in the World Whitson Walker stand. He comes in and bowls to King. King is getting a ball, a French colour Chinese cut. He almost dragged the ball into the stumps, went past the keeper. That's gone for 4. A shot in the dark.
What a debut this has been so far for Brandon King. 3 drop catches earlier today. Gets the in-swinging Yorker from Mitchell Stark, and he somehow just manages to squeeze that ball past his off stump.
Yeah.
Probably one of the more unconvincing starts to someone's test career. Oh, it was so close.
Yeah, that could have gone onto his stumps. It's interesting to see what Stark will do. This is the last ball of the over. Will he go with a short ball? Look to Yorker. We shall see as he comes in again. Great aggression to bowl to Brandon King. King is getting a lot of swing out. This is fantastic cricket. Come to Kensington Oval and watch an exponent here. And of course, you're talking about someone like a Stark. The over come to an end. Beautiful cricket. 20 for 2 is the latest score at Kensington. Did you select the music that they're playing?
It is my kind of music.
Oh, yeah, lovely, lovely.
Obviously, it's only to our ears, Andrew. People back home are obviously listening to
they are indeed.
About our wonderful sponsors who make all of this possible.
Yeah, I think the sponsors are going to have a big dinner tonight at the Cliff Restaurant, one of the finest in the Caribbean. And one of the finest bowling, of course, is our good friend Hazelwood. Ball pitched outside the off, some a bit of movement. Carty comes forward, and the ball swings away, beaten comprehensively. This is a tremendous exhibition of high-class fast bowling.
Oh, this is what you've come to expect from these two so far, Stark and Hazelwood. But Pat Cummins is warming up as well just beforehand. That's just outstanding bowling with the new ball. Well, Mitchell Stark is on fire. I know Jaden Seals has got 5, which makes him our Belgravia Apparel leading wicket taker for quality New Balance cricket team wear.
Here's Hazelwood again. 2 for 20 on his way to bowl to Carty. Carty's forward ball pitched up, pushes firmly down towards mid-on. There's no run.
But the way Mitchell Stark is bowling, and even the first 2 deliveries to Brandon King, he might replace Seals as the leading wicket taker for Belgravia Apparel at this stage, Andrew Mason.
Yeah, indeed. So in case you're joining us for the first time, of course, people getting up all the time in Australia. Well, the news from Kensington is that Australia won the toss, chose to bat. Contest leg before to Sylvester Joseph, a ball that was pitched up. Of course, Shamar Joseph, his contribution was 3. Here's a ball pitched right up on the line of the middle stump. And there's Hazelwood bang on target. The batsman comes onto the front foot, pushes up towards mid-on. There's no run. Khawaja was caught Holt ball by Joseph. This is Shamar Joseph for 47. Green was caught by Graves off Shamar Joseph for 3. And certainly a situation where things didn't look good at all. Unless he was caught by Hope off Seals for 5. Travis Head eventually caught by Hope off the ball of Graves for 59. Bo Webster, ball by Shamar Joseph for 11. Kerry was caught by Chase off Seals for 8. Cummins caught Brathwaite bowls Seals 28. Here's Hazelwood, comes in and bowls. And Carty gets the ball inside the off stump. And the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. The score's kept on 20 for 2. Cummins made 28 from 18 balls. He's dropped 3 4s and a 6, which will start. The last man to go caught by Graves off a short ball from Seals. His contribution was 9. Josh Hazelwood. Well, certainly he just got 4. 180 all out, 56 overs and 5 balls. I shall look at the bowling figures for you. With Jaden Seals, 15 overs and 5 balls, 1 maiden, 5 for 60. Shamar Joseph, 16 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 46. Here's Hazelwood. He comes in and bowls to Carty. Carty gets the ball inside the off-stump, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. He's got to be a mathematician. That ball shaved the off-stump.
It certainly did. Young Sam Constis is enjoying himself at short leg. Wasn't a great morning for him. Didn't hang around for too long, but that did go just over off-stump. So close. Good leave.
Yeah, good leave. Azar Joseph, 12 overs, 3 maidens done for 37. Chase, 4 overs, no maidens done for 9. And Graves, underrated, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 26. So the action continues with Josh Hazelwood, who's bowled very well as he comes in from the southern end to bowl to Carty, who's got 4. And to this delivery, Carty is coming onto the front foot to a ball that's on that off stump and play the way down towards the gully area to end the over. 20 for 2. The latest score at Kensington.
SEN Test cricket for Australia, made by local Adam Collins jumping in. Great Sundaration with me. Australia, after being bowled out for 180, the response they needed. 2 early wickets, both by Mitchell Stark, who will continue from the Joel Gardner end. A gorgeous evening here at Kensington Oval. On the way to King, the man on debut. Bowls here over the wicket. Plays straight back down the pitch. No run. Brandon King, who put down a couple of catches in the field.
3, wasn't it? Towards
3,
the end
yeah,
as well?
that last one, that's right. So, yeah. So the Responsibility shifts onto his shoulders here. 31-year-old getting his first chance at Test cricket.
Yeah, when you look at this West Indian batting lineup, Adam, I think that's going to be a challenge for them throughout this series. Like, how do they survive this onslaught from Australia? It's so inexperienced. A lot of players who have dominated other formats or done well in other formats being thrown into the deep end.
5 catches behind the wicket. Stark bowls to King, who plays out to cover confidently out the middle of the bat, where Travis Head does the fielding. So the slips cordons: Kawaja, Webster, Inglis, then Green in the gully, and Lyons so far behind. Point that you'd call him a second gully at this stage.
Yep, exactly. Cam Green, I've never seen him field in full sleeves before, so that's unique. Not sure whether it's humidity or what it is. It looks a little odd to see him in full sleeves.
And given he's got such long arms, it looks like a 3/4 shirt,
Yeah,
like what you might imagine in the 1990s, Ricky Ponting or something like that. So a long way to go on this first evening. 9th over of the West Indies reply. Stark up here, bowls to King, goes back and defends down the pitch. So play started at 10 o'clock local time, which will mean the cut-off's 5:30, so about 57 minutes from now. Much as it was in the World Test Championship final on day one, this could be very advanced by stumps on day one.
It already is, Adam.
There was 14 wickets on day one, there in day two as well.
And then it just died off. They got 4 wickets on day 3, but yeah, there's something about Mitchell Stark. He's charged up once again, followed through, landed up right in front of Brandon King, had a couple of words with him. Australia know they have to make this new ball count. They have so far.
Stark running away from the Australian fans. Bowls here and driving aerial out past backward point for 4 it goes. So a couple of catches in that direction, but he really threw his hands at that. King moves to 82nd boundary. 2 for 24. They trail by 156.
Well, this is why they brought him into the side. We've seen him do this in one-day and T20 cricket. There was a stat earlier up on TV. Nobody's played as many international matches as Brandon King has for West Indies before making his Test debut.
Yeah, right.
So almost 118 matches across formats. And that is straight in the Brandon King area. Any kind of width, he will throw his bat at it.
3 one-day hundreds. Up to 8 here. Stark up to him. Bowls over the wicket. Goes back and defends King. So those hundreds were against the UAE, England and Oman, if you're wondering. So the one against England was here at Barbados in 2024.
And how many T20s is it, Adam? 52?
Yes, more than 50 again.
Yeah, I know. Because the stats showed the second most was Ravi Rampal with just 51 games. You have to wait a while. Maybe didn't expect to play Test cricket. So Darren Sammy's pulled him in. Darren Sammy also coach of the white ball formats, don't forget.
Stark to finish. Shadows lengthening here at Bridgetown. Bowls here and driving beautifully. One of the shots of the day. Brandon King on debut. Out towards the deep cover rope, but this slower just before it runs into the boundary sponge. So 2 boundaries in the over. He's 12, Cardi's 4. West Indies 2 for 28 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. So the West Indies trailing by 152. Our coverage is for Henley Holmes. Bryce McGain jumping in as well. G'day, Bryce.
G'day, guys. And, well, hang on. This game is accelerating. We thought it was quick before. Good spells by both Australian opening bowlers, Stark and Hazlewood. We've said that before many times over the past decade. And it doesn't let up. Change of bowling.
Yeah, on cue. Hazlewood replaced by Pat Cummins. 301 wickets at 22, if you don't mind. Away from us, 3 slips, a couple of gullies. Bowls here. Riding the bounce is Cardi. Out to backward point, no run.
Can we just talk about that shot from Brandon King for a second? Oh, that was... He smoked it. We saw some shots from Travis Head earlier today. Oh, that was just It wasn't a very extravagant shot either.
All timing. Big boy. Seeing the replay on our Chemist Warehouse screen. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse.
Well, it's nice to see him have a little bit of success today. He's been leaking in the field, dropping 3, and he has found the timing on that one, though.
So Cummins operating from our Malcolm Marshall end. He's got a short leg, set quite deep. Bowls here and beats the bat of Carty, who might have just pulled inside the line. Either way, through to the gloves of Alex Carey, moving it away off the seam straight away.
Yeah, that was more off the seam, wasn't it? See, Pat Cummins, over the years, the outswinger hasn't really worked for him, has it, Adam? So this is just...
Same. Yeah.
Classic Cummins.
Off the pitch, yep. Used to have the big booming outswinger, didn't he, as a youngster when he started off.
That test debut, Johannesburg, he was swinging it all over the place. Long time ago now. Cummins, the captain. He's got head at that short leg position. 2 pitches over for Carty on 4 bowls here. And head does take it at short leg, not quite. Stuck out the right mitt, got to the contest. Constas under the lid, my apologies. Didn't quite drag it in. Was it bat? Was it pad? It was pad. It was a leg by, so signalled by Richard Kettleborough. 2 for 29 becomes the score. We'll see it again. Didn't rear back off the seam.
Yeah, just a bit too much hang time for there to have been an inside edge.
Interesting that it is Constas doing that role, given that when we were at Melbourne late last year, where Constas made his debut, Travis Head was performatively grumpy about the fact that he couldn't get out of short leg. Well, Constas, the young man, now doing that role under the lid. Cummins, halfway through his first over. Bowls here. Hits King on the pad, back off the seam. So he's got it going both ways right away, Bryce McGain.
Oh, he's a handful. And I think it suits just having a look. Seals is a bit different. He was swinging the ball around in a handful, and then he wrapped up the tail. Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood all into his bag really quickly at the end. But Shamar Joseph was skiddier, and it was a real handful on this pitch. And I think Cummins, out of the 3 quicks, is going to be potentially the most difficult because it is a bit skiddier. It's taking that seam, taking it away, and then back in. He's probably not sure with the wobble seam, but it is so difficult to face Cummins on this length, at this speed, with the movement.
And with that bounce as well, Cummins again, it's a beauty. Past King's edge. Some over this to start from the captain,
Good
just
luck.
when they need him to step up.
Yeah, I think the Australian fast bowlers in particular are smarting with what's happened again. Another collapse with the batting. You can see Stark was fired up and Pat Cummins as well. It's just, I saw a bit of this at Lord's from Captain Pat.
How's that miss the edge? Watching it a second time, that's as close as you can get without kissing it on the way through. So Cummins superb to begin. Last ball of his first over. Brandon King on debut, waiting at the other end. Catches everywhere. Cummins delivers. Hits him on the pads. Of interest from those in the gully, but not from the keeper nor the bowler. Ends a maiden. 151 behind the West Indies at 2 for 29 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. SEN Test Cricket for Australia, made by local. Adam Collins, Bryce McGain, Bharat Sundaresan with you at the gorgeous Kensington Oval in Bridgetown. First test of this Frank Worrell Trophy series. I'm always careful to get that right. Frank Worrell Trophy. You don't want to go full Brendan Julian on day 1 of the series from a decade ago at Jamaica. Hope you're listening, BJ.
Maybe after we've gone to Powder Fete.
So Stark's going to go round the wicket now to Kesey Carty. Change of angle. Field remains. Up to the crease. Bowls here, leaving alone in the channel, but there was some movement. They liked it behind the wicket. Stark did too. Yeah. Interesting again. We've got that catcher, not quite at short leg, but a few pitches over, which Bryce must speak to the bounce they think that's still there in the pitch.
Yeah, well, he's 3 wickets now, probably even a little bit further. At a forward square leg. No helmet.
No. And just on the short leg thing, Adam, I'll be shocked if Travis Head isn't in there when Nathan Lyon is bowling. Remember, Nathan Lyon had said till the time he retires, Head is not going anywhere. So this must be just for the fast bowlers.
So round the wicket, Stark wide on the crease, full and straight and dug out by Carty to wide mid on, no run.
And just going back to the last ball of the previous over, it was a little surreal, an LBW with Australia playing and no Marnus in the captains here. It's been such a feature of Australia in the field for the last 6 years. It just really stood out. Otherwise, you would have been charging up to the captain and trying to convince him to go for the review.
So Stark bowling from the Worrell, Weeks and Walcott stand, away from that where the three Aussie tour groups are sat on the second deck. Delivers here to Carty round the wicket. Carty goes back and defends. So we've got the yellow shirts working from left to right. The yellow shirts, I think that's AST. Then ACT, Luke Sparrow and friends with the flags right behind the bowler's arm, behind the Joel Garner ensign, the best seats in the house. Then Ken Peace and his Calypso tourists.
Yep.
The Calypso crew, I think they're called.
And
to the right of that.
And Dizzy's crew as well.
And they're beneath AST, Jason Gillespie's crew.
Yeah.
I think they're over 2,000 here as part of tour groups. Cricket Australia are running a tour as well.
Oh, right.
We saw them being addressed a couple of nights ago by one of the Australian squad players who wouldn't be in the 11. It's usually a pretty good guide of who's not playing. Stark up. Bowls here. On the up through cover point goes Carty, safely though, with a big gap. Work to do for Travis Head. They come back for a couple. Carty 2 for 31. They trail by 149 after Australia, if you're just waking up, were bowled out for 180 in the 57th over. 5 wickets for Jaden Seals. 4 for 46 for Shamar Joseph, who got the party started. Top score of 59 for Australia. That was Travis Head. 47 for Khawaja. They put on 89, but a collapse of 3 for 22 early and 5 for 32 late, which defined the day so far, at least for the West Indies. But a long way to go till stumps. 45 minutes till the cut-off, and Stark's already picked up a couple himself. Up here, bowling wide of the crease, around the wicket, and Carty plays behind point, where Lyon runs in and collects. 1 run added. 7 for him, 2 for 32 the score.
It's a feature of this West Indian top order. I said a lot of them coming from wide ball cricket don't move their feet really. Anything on the up, they just kind of throw their hands at it. So when you're up against Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood, it's fraught with danger. But I think the one thing they will do is they'll score quickly. Brandon King has already shown that with his 3 boundaries. The first one obviously was fluky.
So 1 ball left in the over. This is Stark's 6th over. Won't be long before we see them go through the rotations. Hazelwood might follow Stark. Can see a world where Nathan Lyon's an attractive option with the bounce in this track as well early on. Into King on 12 from 11 balls, and King once again plays through the offside with style. Out to the cover rope for a second time off Stark. Nicely played. He's up to 16. At the end of the over, the Windies are 2 for 36. And that's all on our Chemist Warehouse screen. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse.
Comes in and bowls to Brackett. Brackett is getting the ball. Is it taken? I think it is. Does it be passed? beautifully bowled, the edge phone. The ball goes to second slip, and Australia will making the breakthrough. Here's Stark, comes in and bowls, and he's getting the edge caught behind. Beautifully bowled by a great fast ball outside the off-cup edge phone. The catch taken, and listen to this, the West Indies are in trouble. They're 2 for 16.
Into King on 12 from 11 balls, and King once again plays through the offside. He's stuck. And they went off for drinks. It is finishing that break now. The Windies 2 for 36. Both of them, Mitchell Stark, as you heard there. Brathwaite caught in the cordon by Webster. The bowling is Stark for 4. They were 1 for 10. Then they were 2 for 16. A gem to get rid of John Campbell, finding the outside edge, pouched by Carey. Stark now up to 389 test wickets. What a bowler he has been, Baz.
98 test matches as well.
Yep.
What a moment it will be for him if he does get to play that 100 test under lights at Sabina Park.
Loves the pink ball.
Yep. And the way he's bowling, you'd think he would have already gone past the 400 wicket mark. I mean, we were privileged to see him put on a show at Lord's 10 days ago with the ball. Obviously, he's made runs with the bat as well, and he's just continued in the same vein. But some good signs from Brandon King on debut. He's just got himself 4 boundaries, but especially the last 2, all about timing. But yeah, those 2 wickets that ball to John Campbell, you might look at it and say, oh, it was a wide delivery that the opener did not have to chase, but it was the late movement that sucked him into playing that shot.
Very similar to a ball he bowled late on day 1 at Lord's a couple of weeks ago, getting Ryan Rickleton out when he was setting him up with a few back of a length deliveries, and went a little bit fuller and found the edge. So with where the cutoff will be from here, 41 minutes away. So a drinks break before a final thrust for Australia. Pat Cummins, his first over was a gem. He's getting the field as he wishes. So the short leg, that's Sam Constas, a fine leg. Josh Hazelwood at mid-on. Not quite sure who they're pointing to. They're pointing towards...
No, they're pointing to the scoreboard, and Andrew McDonald is doing an interview. And the players on the field are pointing to the off-field to Ronnie and going, hey, how good's that? We've got you on the big screen.
Love it.
And he was holding up play, the Ronnie interview.
So Cummins has the 3 slips, the 2 gullies, or a gully and a catching backward point at least. Into Cardi on 7. Delivers here. The one back off the seams, defended from the middle stump line out to mid-off, where Travis Head does the fielding.
I think the big question will be, in Australia will hope that we're talking about another 14-15 wicket day. Wickets, are we talking treacherous batting conditions? And my personal opinion would be no. It's been top-class fast bowling. The ball swung around. I still don't think it's a 180 all-out wicket.
So Cummins arrives and bowls, and going back in defence is Cardi out to cover point. What's your take on the conditions and the extent to which it contributed to Australia struggling today, Bryce?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more that it wasn't the wicket. It was the fact that the ball was swinging early. That was difficult. And 3 for 22 plus a couple of drop chances as well. Could have been 5 for 25 maybe, around that sort of figure. So it was the moving ball at pace. Has that been an Achilles heel for Australia for some time? It has been. So again, it's exactly the same.
Cummins up, bowls here, hits Cardi on the pad, it spills into the onside. No interest from the bowler. Going over the top end down the leg side, I reckon. Yeah, well, quality fast bowling where they're getting it right on morning 1 with the moving dukes. I mean, it was a high degree of difficulty, but as you say, that you combine that with the surface rather than the other way around, right? It was quick. It was old-fashioned West Indies.
Fast.
Yeah. Shamar Joseph as well, having that extra yard at his disposal. He was the guy who opened Australia up either side of lunch. Cummins in his second over. Up and bowls here, and going back in defence is Cardi. No run out to cover. Head does the fielding again.
I guess it's a global trend as well. I mean, we constantly talk about diminishing batting averages around the world, where we almost reached a point where the moment the ball starts moving around, whether it's in the air or off the surface or starts turning, we're seeing more and more collapses, aren't we?
I mean, the batting averages across the 3 completed cycles of the World Test Championship, vastly different to before that tournament started. Whether that's correlative or causative, hard to know for sure, but it is a thing. Cummins up, 2 left in the over, 2 for 36 the score, full and straight and driven, punched by Cardi. Great timing. work to do for Hazelwood, racing around from mid-on. He will just get there beneath our commentary position in a relay effort with Travis Head. Cardi into double figures. They turn for 3. Nicely played. 2 for 39, the West Indies. Fine piece of batting this, just letting the ball come to him, not overhitting it, trusting his swing.
Isn't it cool to have someone from the Dutch Caribbean, though, Adam, playing Test cricket?
Yeah.
Could also be the first Test cricketer from the non-English speaking Caribbean. Check with Andrew Mason.
Cummins to finish. Last ball here, finds the outside part of the bat, but with soft hands from King. Out to line at backward point. King 16, Cardi 10. Trailing by 141, the Windies are 2 for 39. And that's on the Chemist Warehouse screen. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. Australia's leading wicket taker is Mitchell Stark for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. 2 for 32. He'll continue in his 7th over. Change of angle, back over the wicket to Kesey Cardi. Being clapped in by the Aussie fans in here at Kensington Oval. Bowls here, Cardi. Inside edge down to fine leg. Gets 1. 11 for him. They trail by 140.
As we saw at Lord's as well, I mean, this is just again a testament to Mitchell Stark's fitness. There at least the conditions were cool and you weren't sweating too much, and this extreme humidity for him to run in as the way he has, bowling 7th over on the trot. Also a sign that Australia know this new ball is still doing enough. They need to make more inroads. 2 for 40, suddenly West Indies feel like got a bit of a platform.
In we go, Stark bowling here over the wicket, going back and riding the bounce for the horizontal bat. King down to backward point where Lyon will field no run. I wonder what the response will be like in Australia. I've got a feeling I know what it'll be.
Yeah.
Usually when Australia do poorly, it's cricket in crisis. It's 6:55 a.m. in Melbourne, Bryce. Just waking up to the news that Australia were bowled out inside 57 overs on day 1 of this series after winning the toss and batting.
Yeah, the feeling off the text machine has certainly been around some devastation expected for the Ashes to come.
Yes, that's true, yeah.
We got no hope against them.
Yeah, we're sacking everyone. It's usually how it rolls. Stark here, bowling to King over the wicket, driving out to mid-off, no run. King's on 16.
They're also fearing fast bowlers who currently aren't even on the field for England. Archer Wood and Tongue are going to rip Australia apart. I saw one of the comments. I'm sure somebody will use while Australia slept, so on and so forth.
Oh, yeah. All part of it. All part of it. That's where this is it can be the most fun series to follow if you're nocturnal. Remember in 95 and 99, staying up through the night, going to school the next day.
Oh, yeah.
Huge part of it. Stark halfway through. Bowls here. Leg stump line. King tucks it for 1. He's 17. They trail by 139 at 2 for 41. I mean, the fair criticism that'll obviously be there as well. They've collapsed at Lord's last week a couple of times.
Yep.
And this is a reset, a reconfigured top 6. And they've failed today. It'll be a major talking point. I don't think people expected Australia to come to the West Indies and be rolled on day 1. I think the expectations were that this was the chance for Constas and Inglis to get their feet under the desk, and neither have done so today.
Cam Green, I think, is just 3 innings in, but his stays at number 3 have not been convincing at all.
He was dropped on naught this morning. Stark up again, bowls here. Back goes Cardi and plays it into the offside in front of point. Gets 1. He's batting nicely. He's up to 12. 2 for 42. 1 left in the over. Got a message in here from Damien Charry to you and me here saying making cold early morning gym sessions more enjoyable.
Oh, thank you,
Got the
Damien.
treadmill here from Damien. I can't quite see. He's been Can't see if that's how long he's been running for. 26 minutes with us.
Oh, not bad.
You've got to make a call. You're going to stay up till lunch, or you're going to wake up at tea if you're going to try and do one session, if not staying up the whole night. If you have been with us all night, thank you for that. We'll be here every day of the series for Henley Holmes and for Australia Made by Local. Stark to finish up here. Bowling and squaring up King, but does well enough to keep it down out to cover. Stark's bowled 7 overs, 2 for 35. It's 2 for 42. Carty's 12. King's 17. And our coverage, as I say, is for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. $18 overs left today, but in reality, 31 minutes, maybe 7 or 8. Cummins bowls here, start of a new one to Carty, who's on 12 and thrusting forward on the front foot. Outs at wideish mid-off, no run.
Yeah, just in the last 15 or so minutes, these two seem to have settled things down a little bit.
Indeed, yeah.
The ball's not moving as prodigiously as it was just before then. Still pretty new, this ball, just into the 14th over. But these two have done well. Again, really no real experience to talk about. Carty's highest score after 5 test matches is 42. Brandon King on debut.
So all the catches there for Cummins. He started so well here. Can he get another before the close? Bowls to Carty, beats him. Doesn't actually carry to Carey, and that's not been something that we've said often today. Is their pace off? No, 134 clicks. Interesting.
I wonder if he ran his fingers over the ball. It almost felt like a quick leg cutter. Just missed that replay.
I think it was one that he really tried to swing with an angled seam, so the seam was probably pointing at second slip, and it just tilted over, and I think it just caught the shiny side and just skidded on the pit rather than hitting the seam and moving around.
Cummins again. Bowling from our Malcolm Marshall end, delivers here. Angles back in off the seam to Carty, who keeps it out. If you've got the telly on in the background, by the way, sync us up with the pictures. 34 seconds if you want to get us on the app and watch the TV coverage from Australia in particular. It's on ESPN.
And if you're watching it on TV, you can see Shamar Joseph signing autographs to a lot of young, excitable young Bajan kids. What a moment. I mean, West Indies cricket has been searching for a superstar.
Oh, yeah.
They're getting inspired right now.
Just want to set the record straight here. A text in from, where is it? Brett, I think it was. Saying if there's 12 wickets in a day, there could be a demerit point coming for the pitch. It's not quite like that, Brett. As Cummins bowls, leg stump line pushed out to mid-on, no run. If you're just waking up, or if you're just driving in to work and you're seeing 12 wickets, you might be of the view that this has been a minefield. As Bryce McGain's been explaining with Barat in the last 20 minutes, it's not that. They bowled exceptionally well, the West Indies, and Australia didn't combat it well enough.
Yeah, I mean, whatever technical frailties that the Australian top order had, Sam Constas, who's been an LBW candidate for a large part of his young career. He was LBW. Cam Green, who has been reaching at Delhivees that doesn't need to, was dropped once and then caught there. Osman Khawaja around the wicket, should have been out, was dropped.
Here's Cummins again, bouncer. The lesser spotted today, but Carty's equal to it, getting out of the way, ducking.
Well, it just reflects that the plans that the West Indies were able to put in place and then the bowlers executed to them were known deficiencies that you've just pointed out with all those players. So they went straight to them, and largely it worked. It was Khawaja who hung around with chances, got a couple of lives. One on 6, one on 45 before he's eventually dismissed on 47.
Cummins finishing up here, and he beats the bat to finish. Full and swinging away from Carty's blade. Nicely done. Maiden from Cummins, 2 for 42 the score. The Windies trailing by 138. Carty's on 12 and King's on 17.
And often we see it. Travis Head, the saviour, 59, was pretty exceptional.
Sorry, Bryce, I'm going to do a change in commentary. I'll get a few further thoughts from you. Of course, we thank Henley Holmes for their support of our coverage over here in the Caribbean wouldn't be possible without them. Adam White jumping in after a few further thoughts from you. He'll take you through to the close.
So it's just 3 real innings that held it together. Khawaja with a couple of lives, he's 47. Travis Head, 59 off 78, and was exceptional. He made it look a different game and was scoring quite aggressively out there. And Pat Cummins, 28 off 18 with a flurry at the end, knowing that the end is nigh. He tried to get as many as he could in a hurry. Good. Oh, it's nearly evening, but
it almost is.
Good morning for those in Australia. Whitey, great to be alongside you here in the Caribbean.
Thank you, Bryce. Josh Hazlewood coming in from the Ghana end. He bowls, and it's another single to King, working it around behind square leg on the onside for a single. So he's up to 18. Carty on 12, 2 for 43. This partnership starts to be one of meaning now. It didn't look good early for the West Indies. Almost a bit of predictability about, oh, here's another collapse. And they'll give up all their good work. But they've settled in, and 2 for 43 looks pretty good on the scoreboard with about 30 minutes to go before stumps.
Doesn't seem like a lot, but a 27-run partnership with these two, and some nice strokes in there.
Hazlewood on the approach, past the umpire, bowls, and it's clipped firmly. Nice shot behind square leg by Carty. It won't be 4, it'll be 2. Stark comes around to do the fielding. Retrieves the ball just inside the field of play. Some more runs to the West Indies. Carty to 14, 2 for 45. So the deficit is just 135 after Australia were dismissed for 180 in under 55 overs.
I like this. Text message from 007. We'll get to you in a second.
Hazlewood again in the late afternoon shadows. Bowls. Good delivery. Beats the outside edge of Carty. Was caught on the crease, fending at that one, seaming away, and through to keeper Carey.
So clearly just waking up as 007. OMG. Get Maxi and Marsh on a plane. Steve Waugh and Alan Border, if possible, who did well for the Windies. Well, there were 2 key bowlers. All the bowlers bowled particularly well, but Shamar Joseph, 16 overs, 4 for 46, was absolutely outstanding.
So he went through the top order and set it up for them. Hazlewood again, bowls and defending. Carty up the onside of the pitch.
And the leader of the West Indies attack, I would say now, Jaden Seals, 15.5 overs, 5 for 60.
He seals the deal.
He did. Wrapped up
getting
the tail,
fifer.
Strapped on the parachute, came in and just tore them apart, got Carey. The last ball before the tea break, which opened up an end, and then it was in pretty quick succession. Head went after the break, but then it was Stark, Cummins, Hazlewood. He shoved into his pockets, did Seals.
Hazlewood again bowls and beats the outside edge of Carty again. That one was a bit quicker, bounced a little bit more, but fortunately for Carty, it seemed a little bit more as well, and was able to beat the outside edge. Carty on 14, King on 18. 2 for 45 the score. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by a local. Last ball of the over. Hazlewood bowls in the air through the covers, and it'll be 4. Carty punching away.
Or maybe not.
It might not quite make it. Yes, it will. Of course it will. It was always going to, Bryce. Don't doubt me. Terrific shot from Carty. He moves to 18. King also on 18. And the West Indies, 2 for 49. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by a local. The West Indies 2 for 49. Cummins again on the approach to King. And King lunges forward and gets a single, pushing out to point. Finding the middle of the bat, looking very, very confident. Certainly looking a lot better with the bat than with his hands in the gully. That brings up the 50 for the West Indies after 15.1 overs. So the run rate at 3.3. So King on debut dropped 3 catches in the gully. 2 really easy ones and one a diving attempt where he probably made it harder than it was. So it's a bit of a setback for King. But he's actually batting quite nicely. 19 off 19 balls. Carty on strike now. Cummins bowls. And it's a tight leave. But it was a good leave. Cummins kind of thinking that it very nearly hit the stumps. For me, and we'll get the benefit of a replay, it looked like it was well over the stumps. And it was. It jagged back a long way. That was the thing that got Cummins excited. But it was kind of left, I think, on length, Bryce, more than anything else.
It was a tight leave. It was tight. Still some good movement off the seam.
Cummins again past the umpire bowls. Oh, Carty leaves again. That one didn't come back off the seam. So even just in the last 10 minutes or so, it has got a bit gloomier here. No hint of rain, and we will get through to stumps. The light's not bad enough to stop play, but we are in bonus time already, and we're going to be well short of 90 overs in a day, even with the extra half hour, which has become a normal thing, unfortunately, in Test cricket. But we have certainly been entertained throughout the course of the day. Again, bowls, clipping nicely through mid-wicket. Carty, more runs here, at least 2. Stark on the chase, and they'll just amble through for 2. So Carty moves into the 20s. 2 for 52, the West Indies.
We noticed last night, Whitey, when we're here with our pre-game preparations, that it got dark in a hurry. And it was around this sort of period, the 5:30, it really... The sun went down quickly, the shadows came across, which they are doing now, and the sun disappeared past the horizon. It was rapid.
3 slips, 2 gullies. Carty waits for Cummins, who bowls, and that was a feather that didn't carry through. You could hear it just touch the bat on the way to Carey, and it got to him on the bounce. He was able to knock it down. He didn't glove it cleanly, but it was an awkward one, just where it pitched in front of him. Took the inside edge and fell about 30 centimetres short of Carey. But Cummins is just starting to get that ball to jag off the seam both ways, which is causing some problems to the West Indian batsman. One ball left in the over. Carty on 20. Edge out. Cummins strikes late in the day. Carey takes a comfortable catch. Carty out for 20. And again, that ball seaming, it bounced, it just feathered the edge on the way through. And Carty's impressive 20 ends with him walking off, and the West Indies 3 for 52. You cannot keep Pat Cummins out of the game.
You keep bowling good balls, you're going to get rewarded, and that's what he's done. Cries of anguish throughout the over. The ball's seaming in. That's why he had to play that. That one nips away off the seam, takes the outside edge on the way through to Carey, and the third West Indian wicket goes down. Terrific bowling by the skipper, Pat Cummins.
They needed that too, the Australians. They really did. That was becoming a really important partnership, and you can see now as Carty leaves and starts to walk up the stairs of the Gary Sobers Pavilion, he's really frustrated. He had 18 minutes to get to stumps, and if he was sort of 25 not out and West Indies were 2 for 60, it would look really good. And now the West Indians put in a night watchman, Warricane, to come to the crease. His best is 41. He averages 17. This is all about trying to chew up time and get the stumps as the game starts to balance up again late on day one. 13 wickets to fall. And it was also the last ball of that Pat Cummins over. So his first wicket of the series. You just kind of knew it was about to happen, Bryce.
Yeah, it was building. You wonder if the luck would stay with the batters as the ball goes past the outside edge. It didn't.
So King on strike to face Hazelwood, a new over, and King is batting nicely here. Back and across, and then try to press forward, defending up the onside of the pitch. Constas polishing the ball on his trousers before hurling it to Travis Head. Constas fielding in a sort of a shortish mid-wicket. Head at mid-off. So can the Australians get at least one more? That would make dinner taste a lot nicer tonight after a pretty bruising day with the bat. Hazelwood, past the umpire bowls. King pushes forward confidently in defence up to Head at mid-off. The Worrell Weeks and Walcott stand, so we're at the other end of the ground to that, but we look at it all day. It's such an attractive looking grandstand. It's full of different colours, all the different Australian tour groups. There's a big pocket of yellow, a maroon pocket right above the sight screen. There's different blues as well in the crowd. There's so much colour. It looks spectacular. As Hazelwood bowls here to King, and he squirts it away past the square umpire for a single. It just adds so much colour to the day. We've talked about it for a lot of the day, Bryce. Barbados loves its colour, and we've seen it through the city, but also here at the ground. Lots of colour. Three for 53. So Warricane now on strike. The night watchman, the vice captain. He didn't bowl in the first innings. Such was the skill of the fast bowlers.
The heart rate's up now, though, I can assure you. Big job to do.
Bowls. Warricane gets a bouncer, and he evades. Almost flinched as it went past, as you'd expect. Late in the day, there's a normal number 10 coming in as a night watchman. Sort of close your eyes and hope it misses. Three slips, a gully, a leg gully and a bat pad for the night watchman to negotiate. West Indies 3 for 53. Still sunshine here. Warricane bowl! The night watchman has to go. And now it's Josh Hazelwood getting in on the action. His first wicket of the series. And the West Indies now 4 for 53. The night watchman, it didn't work. Warricane out for a duck. And the West Indies now starting to really give up what was a great day for them. The batting was always going to be the worry. And while it is the night watchman that's gone, it doesn't look great on the scoreboard now. The West Indies 4 for 53 with still 15 minutes of play remaining on day one. Bryce McGain.
Well, fast bowling 101 to the night watchman. The bumper to scramble the feet, get the heart rate up even higher, and then bowl to the top of off. A good ball to a top order player, an exceptional ball. Class above by Hazelwood. And it did, it just clipped the bail on the top of the off stump. Precision bowling by Josh Hazelwood. And Australia landing blows late on day one.
So it's the added pressure now for Austin Chase, who comes in having asked for a night watchman, essentially to protect him. And it was always a brave call with still 20 minutes to go. And now the night watchman goes, so Chase has to face the music. And now as the new captain, he just has to find a way to get to stumps without any more damage on the scoreboard. That one went through the gate. Morricane not even close to being able to hit that one as it crashed into the stumps. So a very aggressive field, as you would imagine. 15 minutes to go. Shadows lengthening. Hazelwood to bowl to the West Indian captain, who is beat first up outside off stump. We'll take a break. We'll take a breath. At the end of the over, the West Indies 4 for 53. The West Indies 4 for 53. King on strike. Pat Cummins on his way again. Past the umpire, bowls. Oh, inside edge onto the pad. Very nearly inside edge onto the stumps. King survives. He remains on 20. 4 for 53. Adam White and Bryce again with you. It's SEN Test cricket for Australia made by a local. We haven't had a DRS issue so far for IMAR, for Trusted Tradies Insurance. Call 13 IMAR in this West Indian innings to this point. Cummins again, past the umpire, bowls. King, that's better. Well forward, pressing forward. Bat and pad close together, defending up to head at mid-off.
Well, the first dismissal in the Australian innings was a good review. Constance hit on the pad with a ball that came back in from Shamar Joseph, and it felt a little high, but on the way through to the back leg it clipped the front and clipped knee roll, and after review, which was smart, they got their man.
Cummins again running away from us, bowls to King, who's up on his toes, pushing and taking a single. And that was good there from Chase. He was alert to that, and he wanted the run. He wanted essentially the strike late in the day. This is where leadership comes to the fore, particularly after sending out a night watchman to protect you and then him falling. He just has to get through now. Most teams, almost all teams now, have the night watchman philosophy. So I'm not sure whether there's too much chatter out there reminding Chase that he may have just burnt a lower order batsman. Cummins again, bowls to Chase, full ball dug out, and that was almost a leading edge. Chase saw that as an opportunity to flick through mid-wicket, and a bold move with Cummins bowling at that sort of speed late in the day. A very full ball in on the stumps. Head was the one that did the fielding at mid-off, coming around to the cover position, and there was no run. Four for 54. 9 minutes to go. Cummins bowls, short ball, and dropping it at his feet. His Chase, sort of chest high, just played with a dead bat.
Bowled well, Cummins.
Nathan Lyon's got a lot to say. So he's sort of fielding in a backward point, maybe a second gully, but he's walking a long way up towards the batter to have a bit to say. Then he backpedals into his position as Cummins is on the approach again. He bowls another full ball, hit firmly by Chase up to mid-on. Stark does the fielding, and there's no run. And that is the end of the over. The West Indies 4 for 54. Chase yet to score. King 21. 8 minutes till stumps, probably 2 overs. You'd like to think the Australians might look at 3 and maybe an over of Nathan Lyon. Hazelwood starts a new over. And he beats the outside edge of King. He's just trying so hard, King. He just wants to last, Bryce, to get the stumps. Probably putting a few shots away and just finding a way to get there.
Well, the positive, even though it's going past the outside edge, is that he's holding the line. He's not trying to fend as that ball seams away, and Hazelwood can draw you to go and chase the ball as you commit to a shot, but he's not doing that, which is positive. 1 for 11, Hazelwood into his 7th over.
King waits for him. He bowls. King pushing forward again confidently into point. This is great from King. Andrew Mason spoke before about just what would be going through his mind having dropped those catches, and it's so easy for it to filter into his batting, but the way that he's been able to really steel himself and look confident at the crease, I think it's a real testament to someone that has the mental strength at this level. It would have been so easy to just lose all confidence dropping those 3 catches earlier today in the gully. He's on 21, but his job's not done yet. Hazelwood on his way past the umpire, bowls. King opening the blade and playing with late deft hands, and that will go down through the court, and it won't go for 4. They'll get 2, but that was a purposeful shot there from King. You're used to seeing King in that situation hit in front of the wicket with real purpose, but he just kind of opened the blade, softened the hands, and got it through the cordon, Bryce.
Yeah, played it late, very, very late. Angled blade. The face of the bat pointing down. Most other grounds had to get through. Maybe they got a finger on it as Inglis and Green dived away.
Hazelwood again. Bowls on, good short one. And for a moment, King thought about playing the hook shot despite 2 men being out in the deep. And then he thought better of it and just let it sail over his head. And when I say over his head, it was only just over his head. It's almost that reflex action where, for whatever reason, a batsman will jump with the short ball coming at you when you're trying to duck at the same time.
Well, it often happens when you're a bit of a lunger on the front foot and you're trying to do it, but you end up hopping in the air to try and get a little, but you've already got pressure on your front foot, and that's exactly the case then.
Hazelwood again bowls. King confidently pushing up to mid-off.
It was a good bit of bowling by Hazelwood because he has seen that King is playing well and comfortable on that forward defence. The knee roll delivery, top of the stumps. So
yeah,
he's got it covered. So to put in that short pitch ball just to scramble him up a bit, but he's straight back on the job the very next ball.
Square leg coming up from the deep to just forward of square leg, probably 10 metres forward of the square leg umpire. I really want King to get to stumps because, you know, and 2 hours of him batting tomorrow is so good for the game. Last ball here, Hazelwood bowls. King pushing forward confidently, thinking about a single. Probably could have got one, but he decides, nope, I'll stay where I am. So over bowled, 4 for 56. 4 minutes until stumps. The Australian players are not really rushing to get through, so I think this will be the last over of the day. Pat Cummins to bowl. So if you've just joined us on SEN Test Cricket, it's been an eventful day. Australia winning the toss and electing to bat first, all out for 180, having been 3 for 111. A good partnership between Khawaja and Head, but all out in less than 55 overs. In reply, the West Indies 4 for 56. The new ball will follow today's play. We'll go through all the big talking points, hear all the highlights, and an interview from the Australian team as well. And then back to do it all again tomorrow. Pat Cummins is ready, running away from us to bowl to Chase, who's hit in the midriff. That would have not tickled at all. Kind of walks away to square leg. The umpire I think it was the umpire. Just checked if he was okay. That one darting back off the seam.
Oh. Very uncomfortable.
Very uncomfortable. It's really high-quality bowling here from Pat Cummins. 5.1 overs, 1 for 7. So 5 balls left in the day. Can Chase last? Cummins close to the Stars bowls, and Chase is equal to the challenge here, pushing forward defensively with confidence up to mid-off. All moments are big in a test match when it's low scoring, but this is a big over in the context of the test. The captain out there, King on 23 at the non-striker's end. They took a gamble playing the night, well, putting in the night watchman. It failed, but they can't afford to lose another wicket here in the last over. Alex Carey winning the last over before tea. We knew that was important in the context of the game. 3 slips, 2 gullies. Cummins bowls. Chase leaves. That's Sam Constas under the helmet yelling out as it went through. That was a comfortable leave, Sam. So we are seeing another change here. So things will get funky here in the last over. Mitchell Stark's going from mid-on into leg gully, and then fine legs coming up to square leg. He'll have to be in front of the umpire.
I think he's going all the way to mid-on.
That's a bit harsh on Josh Hazlewood, running all the way from fine leg up to mid-on. Josh could have just fielded at leg gully and Stark could have stayed where he was.
I think Pat trusts his hands.
No, well, that's right. 3 balls left in the day. Chase still to score. He leaves. That's that tight channel just outside off stump where I still feel Chase is leaving on length rather than line. He was happy to do it there. 2 balls to go. I'm going to ask you in 2 balls time, Bryce, who's in front? You've got 2 balls to think about it, and for these 2 balls to unfold before you tell me who's in front. Cummins again. Bit wider on the crease, bowls. Chase back and across, defending up to head at extra cover. Some fancy footwork and just acknowledging with his teammates. You see that? That was pretty good, wasn't it? Flicking it from foot to foot before taking the 3rd kick up into his hands.
Last ball of the day's play, Whitey. Are we going to see Dennis Lee to Viv Richards? The last ball at the MCG all those years ago. It's Pat Cummins to Chase. Skipper to skipper.
Yes, it is captain to captain. Cummins just fiddling with his footwear at the top of his mark just to add a little bit of extra drama. Here we go. Pat Cummins, last ball of the day to the West Indian captain. And he defends into the onside and will pinch a single into mid-wicket. So he gets off the mark, Roston Chase, off the last ball of the day. And the West Indies at stumps, 4 for 57 after Australia were dismissed earlier today for 180. So at stumps, Chase on 1, King on 23. A quick word, Bryce, on what you've seen so far today. On the first day of the test, the first day of the series.
To answer your question, West Indies are ahead. Australia won the toss, no hesitation, elected to bat, and found themselves at 3 for 22 before a rearguard action. Khawaja and Head came together, put on 89 runs, and then it all went south from an Australian perspective. But it was the fast bowling Shamar Joseph, 4 for 46, and Jaden Seals, the new leader of the West Indies attack, with 5 for 60. It was good fast bowling. The ball was moving, swing early, and some good accurate bowling that was rewarded and knocked over Australia for 180. Travis Head was pretty good with 59. It was pretty impressive. And of course, Australia fighting back with the ball. We go to stumps, 4 for 57. And I think it's been a day for West Indies. They wouldn't have liked to have lost 4 wickets. One of them is a night watchman, so it's not that bad. I think their best batsman to come in, Shy Hope, I think he's their best batsman coming back in as the wicket-keeper batsman. So there's still some batting to come for West Indies. It's a pretty good day for them.
Okay, so at stumps on day one here at Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados. The West Indies 4 for 57 after dismissing Australia for 180 for the day. 14 wickets, 237 runs and plenty of entertainment. We hope you can join us again for the opening ball of day 2 a little bit later on tonight. Your time, and tomorrow our time, wherever it is you're listening around the world, not just back in Australia and here in the West Indies. But it's now time for the new ball.
Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Grown, harvested and first cold pressed in northern Victoria. Look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo and buy Australian made on SEN Cricket. This is the new ball.
Hello everybody and welcome to the new ball for Cobram Estate, premium Australian extra virgin olive oil and for Australian made. By local. Adam White with you along
I'm with Jaden Seal, the star with the ball for the West Indies. Your third 5 in Test match cricket, 5 for 60. How special was this one?
Yeah, this one was pretty special for me. I've played against Australia once and I was pretty much injured during that series. So to come back here and to play against them now and get 5 on the first Test match on the first day was pretty special.
You opened the bowling. Talk us through your approach with the ball through the different sessions of the day's play.
Yeah, with the new ball, it was to bowl a bit fuller because we knew how the pitch were going to play. We knew that the batsmen would come hard if we gave them any width. So the plan was to be a bit fuller to both batsmen and on the stumps as much as possible.
To what extent was the pitch and conditions helpful for your bowling success today?
Yeah, it was a bit slower than the Australians would be expecting, especially. And it worked in our favour with them playing a lot at balls that they didn't have to and playing with hard hands, so the edges...
This is the new ball for Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil and also for Australia made by local. Adam White and Bharat Sundaresan with you to go through what has been an eventful day here in Bridgetown, Barbados, here at Kensington Oval. Australia winning the toss and electing to bat first. They were immediately in trouble, 3 for 22. And it did not look good at all, with Constas out for 3, Green out for 3, Inglis for 5. They needed someone to stand up. And there was a partnership between Travis Head and also Usman Khawaja to the point where it looked like Australia were out of trouble at 3 for 111. But when Usman Khawaja fell, things got really dicey for the Australians. Ultimately, they lost 7 for 69 to be all out for 180, their last 6 wickets falling in just 12.5 overs. Australia's 180 made up of 59 from Travis Head, 47 from Usman Khawaja and 28 from Pat Cummins. In reply, the West Indies had trouble themselves, 4 for 57 at stumps through 20 overs. One of those wickets was the night watchman in Warricane, who came out with about 20 minutes to go. He couldn't get to stumps, so that meant that Chase was out there with King and they got to stumps. Chase 1 not out, King 23 not out. There was 2 wickets to Mitchell Stark, 1 each to Cummins and Hazelwood. But the stars for the West Indies, well, it's that man again, Shamar Joseph, who terrorised Australia in Australia a couple of years ago. He came out and was just breathtaking. He took 4 wickets, Seals took 5, and the West Indies, they were up and about. Australia all out for 180. Let's hear a little bit about what happened today on SEN Test Cricket.
Joseph in bowls here to Constas over the wicket. Shout for a week before. Umpire Menon says no. 5 seconds to go and they will go upstairs. So 2 reds to start. Hit in line with middle and it is hitting. That will be overturned on review. Close to the stumps. Bowls here. Green. Catch. Dropped in the gully. Oh dear. It should be a second ball duck.
They can't believe it.
That's the umpire bowled. Edging and dropped. Second one's down. This time the captain Chase. That should have been taken. Shamar bowls again, edging, and this time it's caught. No problems this time. Cameron Green out for 3 Australia, 2 for 14.
To go here at Inglis, catching cover in position in addition to the slips. High up in the air, top edge trying to pull underneath. It's the keeper hope, and he takes it. Bowls round the wicket, Kawaja, the chance to pull and does so with purpose. Over square leg, gets plenty of it, and it goes all the way for 6.
Through the covers into mid-wicket. And immediately raising his bat and acknowledging both the crowd and his teammates.
Here's Shamar Joseph bowling in. Under edge from Kawaja, gone! He's done it again! He cannot be kept down. Finishes 12th over to Webster here. Webster ball!
And he is, well, this is interesting. Hazelwood was walking, he's out.
Yes, he is. Perfectly passed. Beautifully bowled. The X-bone. The ball goes to second set, and Australia will make the breakthrough.
20. Edge out. Cummins strikes late in the day. Carey takes a comfortable catch. And again, that ball seaming, it bounced. And still sunshine here. Warwick's bowl. The night watchman has to go. And now it's Josh Hazelwood getting in on the action. His first wicket of the series. The night watchman, it didn't work. So there you go. As I said before, 237 runs and 14 wickets. The West Indies at the close, 4 for 57, with Chase on 1, King on 23. Australia all out for 180. Travis Head, the top scorer, with 59. Kawaja, 47. Cummins, 28. It was 5 wickets to Seals and 4 wickets to Shamar Joseph. We'll take a break on the new ball for Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil, and for Australia made by local, Bharat Sundaresan will go through day 1 with me after this.
the great Ian Bishop, one of our colleagues at SEN, and Carlos Brathwaite. Remember the name for TV, and it was him. And I said it earlier as well. It felt like the last, or this Australia-West Indies test just started where the last one finished, which was Shamar Joseph running through Australia. And it was once again Shamar Joseph running through Australia in that first 6-over burst. He could have had 4 or 5 wickets. Obviously, the 2 big drop catches, Cam Green, just second ball, and Usman Khwaja, which could end up being a really big drop, considering that was the only partnership of note throughout the day across both innings that we've seen. He's something special. This kid, there's something about him, right? We all know about his backstory, and weirdly enough, Australia seems to bring the best out of him. He got Steve Smith's wicket with his first ball, and he said he's going to hang a picture of that wicket in his at home in Baracara or Guyana, wherever he lives now. But he'll have a few more you'd think, if he goes the way he is, a few more pictures of note to show off his wares at home at one point. And then Jaden Seals came to the party as well. I thought he was supremely impressive with the new ball. A bit unlucky, beat the bat a lot. But after Shamar had opened the game up twice, first in that first over, or the first spell of 6 overs where he got 2 wickets, Constis and Green, wasn't it? And then he came back when Travis Head and Usman Khawaja were flying. He broke the back of that, got the wicket of Usman Khawaja, and that beauty of a delivery to Bo Webster. So they've really brought the series alive. The batters, well, we'll get to that a bit later. They could have finished on a real high. It almost feels now, though, that it's sort of on an even keel with them having lost 4 wickets as well.
It felt to me, Bharat, 2 things. So Shamar Joseph brought the energy, the positive vibe that he was able to bring others with him, which I think was really important. You could see the body language, even though it was a really hot and humid day, they were up for the fight because Shamar led the way. But also, even whatever happens from here to the end of this test match, we are now in a series based on the West Indies now know that they can get Australia out cheaply. Australia won the toss and elected to bat. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is that there's probably nothing to fear. Now, Steve Smith isn't playing this test match. I understand that. But the West Indies know how to beat Australia in Australia because they've done it recently. And then the way they competed today, it surprised me. But they were really good. It was, and everyone's going to think, the Australians batting issues again. We'll get to that. But the West Indians bowled extremely well.
World-class fast bowling. I mean, you always talk about Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood. We just saw Rabada and Janssen and Lungi Ngiri bowled really well. We've seen what Jasprit Bumrah can do by himself, but also in the company of Shami and Siraj. But what we saw from Seals and Shamar Joseph in particular, Alzari wasn't at his best, despite being the senior most of the lot, was as good an exhibition of swing bowling and seam bowling that you'll see anywhere. On a pitch, yes, which offered something for them. It was a ball which offered quite a bit for them in terms of swing and movement. But they were exemplary, the way they set the Aussie batters up. And whatever frailties or technical issues those Australian batters have, whether it's Constis with them targeting the pads or the stumps, or Cam Green just poking at Delhi with outside off stump, they just utilized it and then capitalized on it, and it was just sensational bowling. And you're right. I mean, if the West Indian batters can somehow come together at some point and start scoring some runs, it's not going to be easy for Australia to score runs against this attack.
So Jaden Seals took 5 for 60. He bowled the first ball, which was significant, leading the attack. Alzari Joseph held back a little bit, and Shamar Joseph, 16 overs, 4 for 46. At one point, he had 3 for 21, all top-order wickets, 4 for 30 at one point, before finishing with 4 for 46. So the West Indies, they're up for it. The Australians now know the West Indies are up for it, which makes for now not just a terrific test match, but a terrific test series, even just based on what we've seen today. We'll take a short break on the new ball for Cobram Estate, premium Australian extra virgin olive oil, and for Australia made by local. We'll talk about how the Australian batting went right after this. Yes, it is the new ball for Cobram Estate, premium Australian extra virgin olive oil, and for Australia made by local. I'm going to hold the cricket discussion on Australia's batting until a little bit later where we've got a bit more time, so I apologise, I did lie. We're not talking batting at the moment.
Not yet.
So while we've got this little moment here, let's squeeze in the Australians and their response with the ball. 4 for 57. One of those wickets, Warrakane, is the night watchman. 2 to Stark, 1 each to Cummins, who did bowl extremely well, and Hazelwood. Would they be feeling good about things with what they did in that little salvo? Or
Yeah, I mean, you would think so. I mean, the new ball had to count because the only time today where batting looked, I wouldn't say easy, but the batters looked comfortable was when Travis Head and Usman Khawaja were in there during the first hour after the lunch break. So the ball was around, 30 overs old, 35 overs old at best. So yeah, I mean, so the fact that Australia had to strike early against what is a pretty brittle, inexperienced West Indian batting lineup, so that's worked to plan. But you could see that Australia were fired up. Mitchell Stark in particular, from the first over, he was. We don't see that from Stark often
I agree.
these days. Yeah, he was charging down in his follow-through.
And bowling 145.
Yes, yeah, and he was getting stuck into the West Indian openers, giving them death stares. So you could see that they were charged up. Pat Cummins the same as well, who got a send-off today. I don't know, probably for the first time in his career.
He got a waggling finger to get back to the change rooms.
Yeah, no, from young Jaden Seals. So that was, if anything, impressive to see. But yeah, I think the fact that Australia, for the third straight time, have suffered a massive top order collapse. 7 for 73 they were in the second innings at Lord's. The first innings as well was a major collapse before Bo Webster and Steve Smith kind of steadied the ship. So, and the only reason Australia got to 180 was because of Pat Cummins's wild swinging in the end. I mean, there's a couple of really good shots, the inside-out shot in particular, but he was throwing his bat around quite a bit. So, yeah, they'll be happy with the 4 wickets. I mean, the Warrakane, they wouldn't mind, but they wouldn't be too worried about the West Indian batting lineup in terms of what they have to offer. Shea Hope will wait and see if his return to Test cricket is anything of note tomorrow. Brandon King, though, he didn't look very flash when he started, but because of all his white ball experience, he's already hit 4 or 5 boundaries. They'll want to get him out early because he could hurt them. But yeah, I think it'll still overall go down as a pretty disappointing day for Australia, with all the the build-up and the hype around this new look batting lineup in this first test in the Caribbean. So the fast bowlers may have sort of redeemed a bit of the day, but still, I think a long way to go.
Stark 2 for 35, Hazelwood 1 for 13, Pat Cummins 6 overs, 1 for 8. So some positive signs there from the Australian bowlers. But the batting, we did say we'd talk about it soon. We will talk about it next because there's so much to unpack. Another collapse, more issues at the top of the order. That's to follow. Yes, it is the new ball for Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil, and for Australia made by local. It's great to have our partners with us on our tour of the Caribbean. Okay, Adam White and Bharat Sundaresan with you. We've tried to put a bit of a positive spin on things with the Australians fighting back late on day one after the disaster. Maybe not quite disaster with the batting, but let's put it on the table. Australia won the toss, elected to bat, were 3 for 22. Another top order collapse. Constas 3, Green 3, Inglis 5. Then it was 3 for 111, Bharat. And we think, things are going okay. 89-run partnership between Khawaja and Head. But then when Khawaja fell, Australia lost 7 for 69, including that Khawaja wicket. And the last 6 wickets, 12.5 overs.
And that's the...
Explain it, please, to me, Bharat. What is going on?
I mean, scarily, it's becoming a common occurrence now for Australia. Right? We saw it twice, like I just mentioned, at Lord's 10 days ago. And yes, I mean, you can talk about the cloudy conditions there, the bowling-friendly conditions, and the fact that South Africa also suffered collapses, or at least the collapse in the first innings. And you can look at the 3 wickets or 3 top-order wickets that have fallen for the West Indies and say, they were just tricky conditions. But I think we're nearing a point where you wonder if Australia has a batting problem. This is also the first test where they've taken a call on Marnus Labuschagne for the near future anyway. They've said, look, we've given you a long rope and you don't fit into the Test 11 for now. So they've brought in replacements with Josh Inglis, who made that impressive 100 in Gaul. So he comes in at number 4 and Sam Constas back. But and Cam Green was, stuck with at number 3. But I wonder if it was done more with the belief that, they'll just come good, right? I mean, it's Sam Constas, look at the way he played against Bumrah, or with Cam Green. I mean, it's Cam Green. He is the next big thing of Australian cricket, as he was anointed 4 or 5 years ago, and he's coming off county runs. And if he can bat number 4 like he did last year, where Steve Smith vacated a spot and make the 100 that he did at Wellington, he can just walk in and make number 3 his own. But just the 3 innings we've seen from Cam Green so far, they haven't been long. So the sample size is very short. And Rabada knocked him over in the same over as he did Khawaja in both innings at Lord's. And here he could have been out again in the same over that he's walked into bat, the second ball. And the first ball itself, remember you, me and Bryce were on air, we were, whoa, that's an odd shot. Like there was nerves there, which is okay. I mean, test batters do have nerves. But then the second ball, it was very similar to the way he was poking at deliveries at Lord's, and the handful of deliveries he faced. And then he gets dropped. And probably you thought, okay, maybe this will settle him down. There's one on-drive he played where Alzari Joseph dived and stopped it, but there was really nothing of note to convince you that he's made for this number 3 position, and then he gets nicked off the same way he did against Khawaja. I mean, Inglis is slightly different because he was brought in. He hasn't played since Gaul. Alzari Joseph worked him over, but then it was Jayden Seals with a short ball that he gets him out. So the fact that this is happening over and over again, and the number of times that Travis Head has had to come and save the day, or Steve Smith, like he did throughout that India series, from the Brisbane Test onwards. Because you look at that series, Perth was obviously the big disaster where everybody were calling for reviews on Australian cricket. They come back in the pink ball test and win that, and then obviously went on to famously win that series. But there's clearly something up. Whatever combinations they use, the batting lineup looks very unsettled. And the moment the ball starts doing something, wickets are falling in a hurry, and we're seeing these collapses way too often if you're an Australian fan or anyone around Australian cricket.
So I promised myself that I would be patient through this series with the Australian batting, because it was going to be different with the players that are in. So we've got to keep reminding ourselves that we've got to be fair.
Yeah.
But Cameron Green's got a problem with nerves. As much as anything else, it's this, because it's been a problem for a long time. He's such a nervous starter. Once he gets going, he's fine. But he's got to get to that point. He's got to get through his first 30 balls. And if you're going about 3 or 4, you've got to find a way to be able to combat this, because he's almost playing involuntary shots outside off stump. He's playing balls he wouldn't normally if he was in a calm mindset. This is a problem. because he's a nervous starter at 6. He'll be a nervous starter at 3. It doesn't matter where he's going to bat, he's going to be nervous. But if you're going to be a really nervous starter at the top of the order, this is the problem that he's got to find a way to overcome more than anything else.
Yeah, very much. And number 3, look, you can. There's another way of looking at it. I mean, if you wanted to build a defence for Cameron Green and the 3 innings he's played, yes, it's just 3 innings. With 3 innings at number 3, you can say all 3 times he's walked out, as any number 3 batter in the history of Test cricket will tell you, is when the ball's been new and the fast bowler's been up and about. And Rabada, both times, it gotten rid of Usman Khawaja. The skies were cloudy, or the clouds and even the lights were on at Lords. The ball was doing quite a bit, and Rabada was breathing fire. Similarly with Shamar Joseph today, he was in the middle of that extraordinary spell. He bowled. He'd just gotten rid of Sam Constis, and that was a spectacular over till that point. The way he set up Sam Constis, short, and then full, hitting the pad. But those are just the positions you're going to walk into as number 3. You don't do that often at number 6. It's very rare that you're 4 for nothing and you walk into bat. So he'll just have to get used to it very quickly. I mean, it's the same at number 4, but more so at number 3, which is why that is a prime position in a Test batting lineup, and whoever you play for. I mean, generally, historically, the best batter always bats at number 4, whether it's Tendulkar or now it's Steve Smith, or there are so many examples of that in the history of the game. But number 3 is for the Dravids. Number 3 is for the Manases when he was batting really well. Number 3 used to be Joe Root for England, but now it's no longer Joe Root. So that's where you need the Pujara, another great example. Yeah. So it's not just about technique, it's about temperament.
Yeah, that's right. That's my point.
And if you bat the way he did today, I don't think you're long for this world in terms of being a number 3 batter.
Yeah, and as I said, I can understand people saying, it's a technical thing because he keeps going hard at the ball and all these sorts of things. I've seen enough of him at Shield cricket. It's the same. And it's the same when he gets close to 100. Nerves take over a milestone, and he just gets, it feels like he gets racked with this tension, and everything's hard hands, and it's not this fluency that you see from him once he gets to 30 or 40, and he just looks a totally different player. So that's something that he's going to have to overcome. Obviously Constas just coming back into the team, Inglis. There's probably less pressure on them from the point of view of performance, because Green, while it's been a while since he's been in the team, he has been in the team now for 4 or 5 years. So that's ball 3. Ball 4. I want to get you want to mention something else first?
Are we going to talk about Usman Khawaja?
That's going to be ball 4, because Uzi. Now we'll look at it and go, yep, he's done okay. He's got 47, but the narrative of Uzi coming into this series was, can he face really high-quality fast bowling? And I know he got prickly about it. I know you spoke to him about it. From what we saw today, do we get any read or any confidence from the 47?
I mean, again, right? He gets that big reprieve when
got dropped early.
He was around 6 at that point. If that catch gets taken as it should have been, I don't think Australia get to 180 to start with. But more importantly, then that narrative, look, we've had our say. Uzi's had his say now. Like you said, I interviewed him a few days ago, and I asked him point blank, do you have a problem against seam bowling? Because everybody else seems to think so. And he said, I don't think you can say I have a problem against seam bowling. If you look at the runs that I've top scored in the last WTC championship, and the 2 cycles, and I came back and scored 100 against Riley Meredith in Hobart, against Tasmania. So I don't see how you can pull me up for having any issues against fast bowling. So he's taken a stance. He said, no, I don't have an issue. But if you saw what he did today through neutral eyes, you'd be like, I don't think it was convincing for sure. And there was other dropped catch as well much later on, just before he got out. He flashed at one, and Brandon King dropped his second catch of the day at Gully. So there were lots of plays and misses. And for me, people have spoken a lot about that around the wicket angle and how he's been nicked off, like he almost was by Shamar today when Roston Chase dropped him. But his relationship with the pull shot intrigues me, because when Usman Khawaja was at his peak, you could not bowl short to him. He got so many runs square of the wicket pulling. Today he got out to the pull shot, but the number of times he mistimed pull shots, or he did hit a 6, he hooked one for 6, yes, he hit one more 4 as well. The number of times he's getting bottom edges and...
QN, bottom edge, missing, absolutely.
And in the over before the one that he got out, it was so similar to the ball that he got out to, where he attempted a pull shot, the ball just snuck under his bat, skid through from Shamar. So that doesn't concern me, but it intrigues me about how that has happened. Like, is it a reflex thing? Is it just, again, is he not the same player he was against genuine pace? And those are question marks, you have to ask whether he likes it or not, or whether, people who feel like, no, he's done enough to be the senior opener, or like it or not.
So I'll throw this question at you. If he was 28 and not the age he is, would we be asking the question about the fast bowling, or is it more a question of where we're looking into it maybe a little bit more than what it is because of his age and because he should be starting to struggle, because all the best players, once they get into their late 30s, tend to struggle? I don't know whether we're reading too much into it or whether it is a genuine fact. I personally don't know the answer to it.
Yeah, no, it's a very valid question. I think, especially when you're talking about an aging batter or someone who's closer to the end than the middle. And I go back to Rahul Dravid in 2011-12. That was the last series he ever played. He'd come off 400s in England, comes to Australia. Ben Hilfenhaus was going through, and he was the wall, but the wall was breached, right? I think when a batter starts getting out the same way over and over again, Virat Kohli, more
absolutely.
recently.
And even Ricky Ponting.
That, I think, is a bigger concern than whether his reflexes are slowing down. When a senior player, a veteran like Usman Khawaja or Virat Kohli or these guys start getting out the same way, like he should have been out today around the wicket, like he was getting out against the likes of Bumrah and Siraj, I think that is when you start asking those questions.
And that's why I asked the question. I don't know whether we're looking for cues, looking for clues as to that's it. He's coming to the end now, or whether it's just part of what he will get and look uncomfortable at times because he is an opening batsman. There's a difference, and Aussie's big on the fact that, hey, I'm going to struggle against fast bowling sometimes, because they're all opening batsmen
batters do. Which is a valid argument as well.
The whole thing about the age is whether we're just... I can't answer it.
I think the bigger question is, if there were... Forget about 3. If there were 2 opening batters in Shield cricket right now, breaking the door down.
Yes.
You can argue that Jake Weatherall's made runs, Henry Hunt is back making runs, and there are others. But if there were 2 young or old openers breaking the door down, does Uzi keep his place in the side? And I think it's a fair question to ask.
Yeah, it is.
Constas has come in as what he did against Jasprit Bumrah, but it was on the back of 200s against South Australia at the start of the season.
Yeah.
Right. He didn't break the door down.
He didn't. He averaged 35 across the year.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So then you look at least you have, whether he's 38 or not, he has, then you look at his argument and it holds ground as well. And I'm not being diplomatic, but it is, if there are no options that Australia can just automatically turn to.
And this is my whole point around the commentary around we've got to drop Marnus Labuschagne because he's not making enough runs. And that's a fact. He wasn't making enough runs.
With him, the rope was
But there wasn't the obvious, because we've got this guy who's making a mountain of runs in Shield cricket who just needs to be picked at 3 or even 4. They're going okay, but they're not demanding selection, which gave Marnus more time than he probably deserved. And it's probably going to give Usman even more time now because Marnus is out of the team.
Yeah.
So and Smith's not playing, so we can't have Khawaja not play either.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's a really interesting time that it's very easy to say yes, players have got to be out of the team.
No, but
it's much harder to come up with who comes in instead.
When you already have a young kid at 19 playing his third test, he's finding his feet. And like Usman said in that interview to me, his job now is to shepherd Constas or taking over at some point. So in that, putting all that into context, I think the 47 is justification.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what you need to do when you get dropped. Cam Green got dropped. What did he make of it?
Yeah,
right?
that's
Usman
right.
Khawaja got dropped, but he made 47.
It was just so bizarre watching the Australian cordon. It was where it really resonated to me about this is just such a weird team. We've got 2 weird keepers. We've got a guy batting at number 3 who's had a bad back and hasn't played for 12 months. We've got Bo Webster, who's been plying his trade in Shield cricket for a number of years and never looked like getting a looking. All of a sudden, he's in the team. And then you've got a 19-year-old opening the batting. It's just such a different-looking team. and it's the bowlers that have, I think, kept Australian Test cricket for a number of years now with the group that they've had. But now it's just like, I don't know what to think. Your head sort of starts spinning when you look at how different the team looks for a variety of different reasons. Anyway, we'll take a break. It's a really interesting discussion, which I'm sure we're going to have many times over the next 3 Test matches with the batting. But it is the new ball for Cobram Estate, premium Australian extra virgin olive oil, and for Australia made by local. We'll have more topics after this. Yes, it is the new ball for Cobram Estate, premium Australian extra virgin olive oil, and for Australia made by local. After day one, we've got so much to talk about. 14 wickets, 237 runs. Australia bowled out for 180 after winning the toss and electing to bat. In reply, the West Indies, well, they're going okay. They're going okay. 4 for 57. Adam White and Brad Sanderson with you. Not long left. Ball 5, I want to give a bit of love to Brandon King. Because there's been a lot of pressure on Brandon King. Oh, they shouldn't be playing a T20 specialist in Test cricket. What are they doing? Fields in the gully, drops 3 catches, 2 simple ones. One was 50-50 maybe at best. You think, oh no, his confidence is gone. He's not going to be able to make a run. He got through to stumps, 20-odd not out. Played some really good shots. Well done, Brandon King.
Well done, Brandon King. And the biggest critique of him playing, I heard from reliable sources, was your son, Whitey. How can they pick a T20 player to play a Test match? No, I think the stat went up earlier that nobody's played more international games before making a Test debut for West Indies, and it's well in the hundreds. He's played 50 ODIs, 50 or more than 50 T20Is. So he's been around this team for a while, and they're banked on him. And I think the first one, the more times you watch a replay of the Cam Green drop catch, to me, it just looked like someone who's not used to taking catches, fingers pointing upwards. He thought it was probably, and I'm trying to make excuses here, it went straight to him, but it just looked like someone who's not used to that technique, and it just like bounced out. The second one, we were both on air for that as well. It felt like it was closer to him. He misjudged it. He thought he had to fling his right hand out and pick it out of thin air. He didn't have to. He could have just got 2 hands. So that one. The third one was a difficult one, and it was Nathan Lyons, right, like at the very end. And the first ball he faced in Test cricket, in-swinging Yorker from Mitchell Starc, doesn't get tougher than that. Somehow squeezes it out inside edge, and the ball just flies past his off stump, like inches away from his, or an inch away from his off stump. But from that point on, some of his boundaries were as good as any we saw. I agree. The punchy drives through the covers, and that's why they have picked him, so that there's somebody who scores quickly. And I think that's going to be the big question for the remainder of the series. The bowlers will keep, I think, putting the West Indies into good positions. Can the batters back them up? And we'll see tomorrow. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the return of Shea Hope. He kept well. Never kept in Test cricket before, so he kept really well. Can he finally come back to Test cricket under a new captain, new coach, and tell us that he is the Test player we all thought he could become?
Maybe if Brandon King didn't wear ski goggles in the gully, you actually see the ball coming towards him.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah. I look at mine. The last one should be talking about sunglass fashion.
All right. So tonight, it all starts again. 11:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time. Half an hour pre-game before the first ball at midnight. Again, Australian Eastern Standard Time. You'll be listening around the country at all different times. So that's the best way to use it as a reference point. What is going to happen tomorrow? As I said, 14 wickets and 237 runs. The West Indies are in the game. The captain stayed there till the end. We talked about Brandon King. Shea Hope still to bat. A couple of all-rounders. Do they need to lead the West Indies to feel that they're right in this, or...?
Yeah, you would think so for sure. I mean, if they get bowled out under 180, which looks on the cards now, especially with Australia bowling the way they have, Nathan Lyons not come back in. But also just on that 14 wickets, that's the third straight time, or 3 out of last 4 full days of Test cricket that Australia have played, 14 wickets have fallen. Day 1, Lords, Day 2, Lords, and again Day 1 here in Kensington Oval. So there's a batting issue around the world, but Australia just seem to find themselves in these positions. So, yeah, I mean, Australia would want to roll West Indies out in the first session tomorrow so that they're batting again and somehow manage to put on a better show. Because the one aspect I know we are running out of time, we didn't talk about is, do not think that this was a demonic pitch where the ball did a lot, the ball swung a lot. We saw 2 teams, 2 very, very, one really experienced, one still very young, fast bowling attacks who just put on an absolute masterclass, a super show, and the batters just weren't good enough.
And the feeling was that the wicket was going to get better, as often Test wickets do, that it would flatten out, but there might have been something in it day 1 and it would spin late. Well, we certainly saw something in it on day 1. I wonder how days 2 and 3 will pan out, particularly if the weather stays the way it did today. Fingers crossed on that. I'll leave you with one stat. Before we come back for day 2, it was Australia's lowest first innings score against the West Indies since 1995.
Wow.
That's a long time. That's 30 years. I hope you've enjoyed the new ball for Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil and Australia made by a local brat. We'll do it all again tomorrow.
Can't wait.
From the Kensington Oval here in Barbados. It's so good to be over here with the cricket in the Caribbean.